Good morning, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman, and I will be chairing this meeting of the Philadelphia Zoning Board of Adjustment. With me is our Vice Chair, Annetta Graham,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
our Board Secretary, Cheryl Gaston,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Michael Johns,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Taya Wynn, I believe she'll be here any minute, and our Board Member Ryan McAdams.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Also here is our attorney, Hillary Emerson, our Executive Director, Ian Haggerty, and our Board Administrator, Lakeisha Dandy. This hearing is to be recorded and will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you agree to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote participation. Whether here or on the Zoom, if you're called, please state your name and spell it for the court reporter. After that, every time you are called to testify, you will state your name before testifying. To enter an appearance statement, indicate on the Zoom webinar your address. Speak with the staff beforehand. Call the ZBA office by the end of business tomorrow. Call 215-686-2429. And please add your name, your email, and the address of the case in question. Remote participation. Raise your virtual hand before testifying. When you are called, you must click the Join as a Panelist button. Use your Q&A for procedural questions. Do not question relative to the case. If you are joined as a panelist, please hit *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. When you're in present, if testifying, please get close to the mic so that all attendees and the court reporter can hear you. No talking or eating before but during the hearing. Aggressive behavior will not be tolerated. In an emergency, follow the directions of the staff. The main exit is through the doors at the rear. The stairs are to the left. If we evacuate, please go to Love Park across Arch Street, and please remain there so that we can account for you. Let's look at our schedule for today. Number 1, MI 2025-002-821, 2226 West Tioga Street. This case will be rescheduled to Wednesday, June 10th at 2 p.m.
Mr. Chair, just wanted to clarify for the record that we are reopening the record in this case and having a resumption hearing
Okay.
next week at
All right.
2
So,
p.m.
so number 2, MI 2025-002-824, 2224 West Tioga Street. We'll be reopening this case, and the hearing will be Wednesday, June 10th at 2 p.m. Number 3, MI 2026-2002-2973, 4723 West Sheldon Street. This case is continued to 6/10/26 at 9:30 a.m. Number 4, get us here. Number 4, MI 2026-002-975, 4726 Sheldon Street. That case is continued until 8/26 at 2 p.m. Number 5, MI 2025-007-019, 432 East Girard Avenue. I vote yes with proviso. Amended refusal dated 5/20/26.
Michael Johns, and my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Okay, thank you. So let's look at the rest of our schedule for today. Number one, MI 2025-004-426, 2243 East Venango Street. Angel Padre or Investment Limited. Applicant. We have no exhibits. This is the second listing.
Good morning,
Anyone from
Chair.
that case?
Good morning, Chair. This is Jasmine, and I will be your co-host for this morning's session. I see no hands up at this time.
Thank you. MI 2025-004-426, 2243 East Venango Street. I vote to dismiss.
Michael Johns, my vote is to dismiss.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is to dismiss.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is to dismiss.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is to dismiss.
Number two, MI 2022-000-456, 2927 North 12th Street. Gary Peterson is the listed owner. Mr. Peterson, this is the second listing. We have no exhibits.
Chair, I see no one in the audience with that name.
Thank you. MI 2025-000-456. This case, I vote to dismiss.
Michael Johns, and my vote is to dismiss.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is to dismiss.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is to dismiss.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is to dismiss.
Number four, MI 2025-004-799, 2425 West Norris Street. This case is continued to 8/26/26 at 2 p.m. Mark must be heard. Number five, MI 2025-004-807, 6227 Catherine Street. Owner is Compassionate Senior Living. Question Pierce. No exhibits. This is the second listing.
Chair, I see no one in the audience with that name, nor do I see any hands up at this time.
Thank you. MI 2025-004-807, 6227 Catherine Street. I vote to dismiss.
Michael Johns, my vote is to dismiss.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is to dismiss.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is to dismiss.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is to dismiss.
Read. Number eight, MI 2025-007-519, 11080 Knights Road. This case is continued until 9/2/26 at 2 p.m. Number 11. Let's see here, number 11 is here. Number 11, MI 2025-007-539, 5619 Lanston Street. 56, this case is continued until 9/26/26 at 2 p.m.
Just to clarify for the record, that's 5610 Lancaster Avenue.
Oh, Lancaster Avenue, I'm
And
sorry.
that's continued to, you said 2 p.m., Chair?
It says here 2 p.m.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
So we're going to do 12, 13, and 14 together? Right? All right, number 12, MI 2025 002 007 539 5610 Lancaster, right? Lancaster Avenue? Oh, I'm below that. Okay. Number 12, MI 2025 007 573 1547 Franklin Street. Number 13, MI 2023 007 577 1543 Franklin Street. And number 14, MI 2025 007 578 1537 West Franklin Street. All these cases are scheduled or continued to 9/23/26 at 2 p.m. Then number 15, right? Number 15, MI 2025 007 631 7635 Roosevelt Boulevard. This case is continuing until 9/30/26 at 2 p.m. We're going to go to our first case.
Mr. Chair, we do have requests for continuance on number 3.
I did it earlier.
No. So we have to discuss that matter because it was someone other than the applicant who requested the continuance.
Page 9, okay.
I have a hand up by Strawberry Mansion Community Concern. I'm going to allow them to speak.
I don't believe, that's not the RCO for this case. This is 5830 Whitby Avenue.
It's here.
The applicant is Henry Dorval, and the continuance request
30,
from
31
Rico
North
Worth.
50th? Which one?
Okay, I have a hand up by Mariko Worth. I'm going to allow them to speak.
Hi, I'm a nearby resident.
Okay,
Neighbor-
excuse me, we need to swear you in. We also need
Oh, sorry.
the applicant. Is Mr. Dorval in the audience? Henry Dorval for Whitby Avenue.
So MI 2025 004 680 5830 Whitby Avenue.
I see no other hands up at this time. I do not see a hand up from Henry.
Henry Darvell.
Nor do I see them in the audience chair.
So the exhibits were submitted by Kenneth Johnson. I don't know if Mr. Dorval is under, I see a couple of Kenneth Johnsons in the audience. I don't know if Mr. Dorval is in one of those. Okay. Do not, all right.
Henry Dorval, if you are in the virtual audience, please raise your virtual hand.
Okay.
Okay,
We
I
have
have
a-
a hand up by the name of Kenneth Johnson. I'm going to allow them to speak.
Thank
And
you.
then we have someone else too, right? Okay.
Hello?
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, Mr. Johnson.
could you please state your name and
Mr. Johnson, is Mr. Dorval with you?
He's trying to log in right now.
Okay, we need him to get on because he is the property owner.
Yeah, well, he says in front of the computer. He's trying to log in.
Okay. We can swear in Mariko Worth while we're waiting.
what's his name?
Mariko Worth.
Mr. Worst.
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
My name is Mariko Worth, Mariko, Worth, Wirth.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. We'll wait for the other person to get on so he can hear at least what the issues are. Do we see the appellant on?
He's trying to come,
Okay.
he's trying to come on, apparently.
I see no one in the audience with that name as of yet.
Oh, no, actually, I see him on now. Mr. Dorval?
I'm allowing him to speak.
Good morning, sir.
Henry Dorval, you have been allowed to speak. Please unmute your mic.
Mr. Doorbell?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can, sir. Could you please
Okay.
state your name and spell
Henry-
for the stenographer?
Henry Dorval, HenryDorval.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Sir, could you please turn on your video if you can?
It's on.
Okay. All right. And we have someone who wants to, they're requesting a continuance for your case. So we're going to bring them on and let them testify what their issues are, okay?
Yeah.
Maurice, was your name?
Mariko?
Yes, Mariko, could you please give us your issues, why you want this case to be continued?
Yes, I was on the original notification list as a nearby neighbor for this case, and I went to the first RCO meeting, and there was a continuance because we didn't get our notifications in time. So a second meeting was scheduled. I tried to attend that meeting. The developer sent me their plans, which I requested, so that was great. And then I went to the second RCO meeting, and it just was never held. The Zoom link was broken. I had also reached out to all those RCOs, which I have the emails for. I sent in the documents of the exhibits of the screenshots for the missed meeting, but no one responded to me except for a rep, Andrew from Jamie Gautier's office, to even let me know the meeting was happening. And then they told me that it was the RCO's fault or something. I mean, not the RCO's fault, but the RCO was responsible. But I'm requesting a continuance because we didn't get to have the meeting.
Okay.
We never
All right,
got to have the RCO
All
meeting.
right, so let me tell you where we are with this. We're going to go on with the case today. Respond to the request for continuance? Okay, Mr. Duvall,
Yes, I'm here, sir.
could you respond to the comments were just made?
There's nothing to respond to. I mean, I was here waiting for the meeting, the last meeting on May the 21st. It was canceled without even me knowing it was canceled. I understand the gentleman case because that thing was scheduled on May the 21st. And then the architect had to call me. He had to call somebody to find out what was going on. Then we found out that there was some
All right, so
sub-issues.
Mr. Duval, listen, are you ready to go on today?
Oh, yes, that's why I'm here,
All
sir.
right, all right. So, sir, what we're going to do is we're going to hear this case. We're going to
Okay.
hold the vote on it. We're going to hold the vote. And then we'll bring this back on July 8th where we will vote on it. There'll be time in between to go back to the RCO and see if we can't have a meeting between now and then, okay? So why don't we start this, Mr. Duval, why don't we start your case?
Okay, what's the question?
Could you
I mean,
please, number one, could you please turn on your video?
it's already on because I can see you. Can you see me?
No.
I can hear you, but I don't see any menu where I should turn it. I mean, it should be on automatically.
You have to accept the request to become a panelist.
Oh, okay. Where's that request? Let me see. Okay. I see. Is it better now?
I don't see anything.
Let's see everybody. Okay, hold on a second. Hello?
No.
Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
No.
It looks like you've been promoted to a panelist, but I don't know if there's something covering your camera or you need to activate your camera because we don't see you.
Yeah.
Um,
Shoot. Everything is clear in front of me. There's nothing covered or anything. Let me see.
All right, so here, Mr. Val, let me tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna come back to you in about 20 minutes. And by that time, see if you can get your computer working the proper way, okay?
I mean, I can see you. You can hear me. But
Yeah,
I
but I
don't know.
can't, we have to see your documents, right? You're gonna have to put them up on a computer. We cannot see you, sir.
Oh, the architect has all my all the documents.
Who's the architect?
Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, Mr. Johnson. He can come on and show the documents.
Mr. Johnson, you can show the documents.
Does that really sound like?
Kenneth Johnson has been promoted to panelist.
But,
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, could you please come on?
Come on, I'm about to share the screen.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, you won't be testifying. He'll be the one testifying. You'll just show the screen.
Okay.
Have a case this morning, didn't see it. Meredith have a case. I didn't see it, did you? Yeah, she has nothing.
That's it?
Yes, all right. Sir, can you see the documents?
Yeah, I'm seeing everything. Yeah, I see all the plans.
So before you start, our vice chair has just a few questions for you.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Thank you. You can proceed with your case.
Okay, as you can see, this lot's been vacant for over 10 years. I bought the lot. So I had a plan to build on it. So I finally decided to put something in there. And then it's it used to be like a two-story building. And then I want to build it higher, make it a three-story with two apartments on the first floor for my kids and two apartments on one on the second floor, one on the third floor. So it's gonna be like a four units. Two first bedroom on the first floor and one two bedroom on the second floor, and one two bedroom on the third floor, as you can see on the floor plan. And that building will be about like 5 foot taller than the rest of the building on the block, as far as the height of the building. And that's the plan.
What's in the basement?
The basement is gonna be like the utility room here in the basement, the laundries, things like that, the furnace, and there'll be storage and stuff like that.
Do you have any other photos of the property, of the area?
I believe there was a photo in there that there it is that
Mhm.
Mr. Johnson was showing.
And
It's
that's a
had
vacant, that's a vacant lot there?
Oh yeah, it's been vacant for over like 12 years or so. And then that's the only vacant lot on the block.
Questions from the board?
Are there any other multifamily on that block? It looks like they're all two-story houses.
Yeah, there are two story, some duplexes and on the block. And then if you go like one block further, there are some 3 stories there. If you go like around 57 and Whitby, 56 and Whitby, there are some taller buildings up there. If you go around the corner, if you turn right on 58th Street, it's all 3-story. And there's a 3-story at the corner of that block. It's a funeral home. It used to be a funeral home. It's a 3-story there.
So question for you. It's kind of hard to kind of see the context. This house in context with the neighbors. I mean, I see the picture, but there's not an elevation that sort of shows the buildings next to it. So it's kind of difficult to see what the scale is next to those properties. I see you do have a porch, which is consistent, or it's enclosed, but it's rather consistent with the neighbor. Is the face of the plane of the main facade the same as the facade, the same plane as the facade of the adjacent property?
Yes, as you can see, the white building to your right, that's the adjacent property. That's 5830. It also has an enclosed porch with the white siding on it. It's gonna be basically
Right.
the
So
same.
So my question is, are you at the same plane as at? Like I said, it's kind of difficult to see, how this fits in
Yeah.
context
Yes, it's
without
gonna be the same.
additional information.
Hillary, can we swear the architect in?
If Mr. Dorval wants to call his architect as a witness, he may.
Mr. Dorval, do you want to have your architect answer some questions?
Oh, definitely, yeah. But like I was saying, it's gonna be the same as the front porch. There's existing front porch next door. The same building line is gonna be the same.
All right. I'll go back to this. Do you want your architect to come on and answer some questions?
Yes, sir.
Sir, architect, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Kenneth Johnson, KENNETH,
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell
JOHNSON.
all right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Did you hear the questions about?
the front facade, yes.
Yeah. Could you please help answer that question?
Yes, the front of the covered porch will be on the same plane as the neighbor because they're twins. So the setback will be the same plane as the setback of the rest of the buildings on the street with a bay.
Sir, do you have any other more photos or any other drawings that would be helpful to explain that?
No, I mean, if you take a look at the picture, you can see that the red outline is the front facade of the
I see.
proposed building.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at the site plan at the top of the page, because they're twins, the distance between the property line and the side yard is 5 feet. Bring that up. So there's plenty of room to walk around the building. And of course, the neighboring property also has the setback.
Mm-hmm.
So there's plenty of space between the buildings.
Other questions?
Yeah, I have a question. So, this house is a twin. Do you have the support, from 5832? Were they at the meeting, the RCO meeting, or have you reached out to the neighbor?
I think that's the owner's question.
To me, oh yes. I mean, I talk to that neighbor all the time. The next door neighbor. I talk to both of them all the time. In fact, they want to see that building put up because it's a vacant lot. They don't really want that vacant lot be there for a long time. So I mean, there were some trees there. I mean, I cut the trees last year because I was anticipating starting building last year. So I had 4 trees down there in the back. I spent like $6,000 remove all the trees, all the tree branches. So in anticipation for foundation work. But it has never worked. So right now, people are putting trash there every now and then it's a concern.
Okay,
But
so you have the support, you're saying you have their support?
Oh yeah, I spoke to both
Okay.
neighbors all the time. Mhm.
Okay, all right, and my next question is, what is your trash plan for these 4 units?
My trash plan?
Yes, where is the trash going to be stored and put out?
In the backyard, I believe the backyard is gonna be like about 18 by 30 feet long. There'll be plenty of room in the backyard for trash cans.
Okay, and everyone will have access to the yard, correct?
Yeah, I think what is it? It's about what 150? Yeah. Oh yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, definitely.
Okay,
Mhm.
and is there a particular reason why 4 units is proposed here?
Yeah,
It's
because
a multifamily?
yeah, because I got a big family. I got like 4 kids. They own their own apartments. You know, I mean, they want to move here close to me because I live in Eden, so I'm not too far from the apartment. So I'm like a few blocks away from them. So as I get older, I want to get something for my kids, things like that.
Okay, so I see you just flashed your plans on. So just real quick, could you just tell me on the first floor, how many units and how many bedrooms?
Okay, on the first floor, we got two 1-bedroom units.
Okay, and then the
Mhm.
second floor is 1 unit and the third floor is 1 unit.
Exactly.
Okay, and is there a roof deck plan for this?
No, not all that.
Okay,
It'll be sample, yeah. No day.
all right. Thank you.
Any
Thank
other
you.
questions?
I do have one other question. All of the
Sure.
houses that are adjacent to you are brick, have brick fronts. Why have you chosen not to do brick?
Well, definitely, it's a money issue because those buildings they were built when everything was cheap, like 80, 90 years ago. Nowadays, I mean, I make the front brick like just the front, but the side's gonna be siding. It's a financial issue.
Okay. Any other questions? Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from people in the virtual audience?
Chair, I have a hand up from the name of Mariko Worth.
Sure, sure,
Allow them to speak.
sure.
Hi, yeah, I'll
Hi,
bring.
Maurico, could you do me a favor? We've already sworn you in. Just for the record, state your name before you start your testimony.
My name is Mariko Worth. I'm a neighbor across the back. So
Right,
there's two
okay.
neighbors who are.
Please, why don't you give us your testimony about this project?
Sure. Well, one of my concerns that I was going to bring up at the RCO meeting is the architect was kind enough to share the plans with me, but I'm not clear about how far back this building is going to go. It's already going to be quite a bit higher. So like Whitby is up and then behind it, I'm behind it on Hadfield. So it's like maybe 40 feet into my backyard. So if this building extends further back than the houses on the block, it's going to extend quite a bit into like it's going to be almost level with my back windows and taller. So they'd be able to kind of like look. That was one of my questions for clarification of the architect. Is this building going to be at the same level in the rear yard as the other buildings? Because if it extends beyond that, it's really going to affect us neighbors on Hadfield Street. So I wasn't clear. He sent me the plans, but I couldn't figure it out by myself. Like, how much is it going to be? Yeah, basically, is it going to be in line with the rest of the buildings in the backyard, or is the building going to extend pretty far into the rear yard? Especially if the trash is going to be in the back.
Okay. It's them respond, Hillary, the architect or the plaintiff could give us their comments on that?
But the building is going to be, the rear building will be deeper than their neighbors. This is the line of the adjacent building.
Right.
But I think there's no variance for the rear yard. So I think by right, we can go back that far.
Okay.
So my question is, so you're saying that it will like go quite a bit further into the backyard? So it'll like kind of cover the other side neighbors. Do you know how much? How much further? How many feet further?
I would have to guess. I don't know exactly.
About 12 feet.
It will just be 12 feet?
Yeah, 12 feet, a little longer.
Okay.
So it'll extend
Um,
12 feet past
It's
the
that line
back.
that you just past the line there.
Alright,
Okay,
alright,
okay, they just
alright.
showed you. Yeah, past there. Yeah, about
Okay,
10
so
to
12
12
feet
feet. Yeah.
past. And then with the rear, how close to the property line are you going to build the back fence? Because one of the problems we've been having is people are bringing that fence right up against the property line and it's a slope. And then like it's eroding out from underneath it. Like that happened across the street. They built that fence right on the property line or past it actually. And then it's eroding out from underneath. So there's like a problem where that actual concrete might just like fall. So that's been another issue.
Yeah, we'll do it like 3 feet before the property line.
3 feet.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Sir, do you have any other questions? Remember, we're not voting on this today. We're going
Oh,
to
no,
recommend
just
that.
because it was open, I just thought,
Listen to me, we're going to recommend that this go back to the potential to have another meeting at the RCO.
okay, that's fine. I just
Okay?
figured while I
All
was
right,
here.
all right. Sure. Is there anyone else in the audience relative to this case?
No, Chair, I see no hands at this time.
All right, Planning Commission.
Good morning, Chair David Fecto, FECTEAU, with the City Planning.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 3 residential single-family attached zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 2019 and a council-supported map change. There is no unique physical condition or circumstance that would prevent this property from being used in strict conformity with the zoning code. This is a primarily single-family block face. Front-loaded parking is not a common condition on this block face. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the proposed use, dimensional, and parking variances.
All right, so, sir, we're going to bring this case back on July 8th at 9:30 a.m. We vote on this. We're going to close the record, except for we would recommend that you have contact with the RCO. And the only thing that we'll leave this open for, am I correct, is contact from the RCO and a chance to respond to that. Is correct?
Correct. Yeah, a letter from the RCO and a chance to respond.
Okay. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, we do.
You do?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. Number 6. MI 2025-006, 651, 2031 Moore Street. Shaneda Davis is the owner. Oh, there you go. Oh, thank you. Good morning.
More.
Okay.
Good morning.
All right. Good morning. Could you state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, Rasheen Davis, RAHSHENEDAVIS.
Great. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes,
This application is for a multi-use family, right? Living, 3 dwelling units?
two,
Pardon me?
2,
2?
yes.
Oh, they changed that, Hillary? Oh, okay, all right. Our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Sure.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes,
Okay, and so your refusal is that the multifamily is prohibited in the RSA 5 zoning district. So do you
Yes.
agree with that, and do you waive the reading of it?
yes.
Okay, all right, you can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Sure. I see it. Yes. Okay. Okay. So I'll start with all of this I uploaded. The only thing to the calendar, only thing new was to this morning, an email came to you guys and I was CC'd on it from the RCO with a letter of support.
Yep, you
supporting.
have a letter of support,
Yep.
but it's not 3 anymore, it's 2.
Yes, and they
Okay.
said two.
All right, so
here.
why don't you start your presentation?
Sure. So this is the front of the property. I own the home and my request is to make it a duplex. And the plans that are provided are for 2 bedroom, 1 bathroom, one on the first floor, one on the second floor. And the basement would just be used for storage. It didn't have the height to do anything with the basement.
Okay.
And so I have hard copies too. I don't know if you want them.
No,
This is fine. Okay.
Let's see if we can't get a little look at it.
Yes, so, and I attach photos to my, to the calendar of the current inside and outside as well. But, it would be 2 bedrooms, 1 bath with the kitchen on the first floor. This is the first floor here. The same on the second floor. And this is just talking about the studs and the walls and things like that. And then the basement would just be, for storage, and they have a washer and dryer and utility functions down there. And I think the only thing, I guess, different that I don't really know plans that well, but when talking with the architect was a firewall that had to go up on the first floor when they built the hallway as part of it.
Have you talked to the neighbors on both sides of your,
Yes, I have.
and they agree?
Yes.
And how about the rest of their block? Is there other multiple family uses on the block?
There are at each corner, there are
This is the
multifamily
only one in the middle of the block.
that I know of.
Questions from the board?
Can you go back to your plans again? The first floor
Yes.
plan?
I think this is
Is
it.
that the
Yes,
first floor?
here's the first floor, yep.
So this is a 2 bedroom unit with that kitchen and living room layout?
Yes,
That's not enough room. That's just not enough room for a 2 bedroom. And so you're showing, I don't know who did your plans, but this is horrible. I don't know. So you're entering your house through a bedroom? They
No,
enter
there
the
would
first
be-
floor through?
no, you
Which way-
enter, come in and it's the living room
Oh,
and
so
the
you
kitchen.
exit to the rear yard through a bedroom?
Yes,
Which is just as bad for a 2 bedroom unit. There's not enough living space there. So what does the second floor look like?
Same thing.
same. This is the second floor.
And so you have the 2 bedrooms on the second floor, bedroom in the front, bathroom in the back, across the kitchen. All right, thank you.
My question is about trash.
Yes.
So where do you intend store trash for both units?
Yes, I was going to purchase and have installed one of these units in the front.
It's there. See?
Can I bring it up?
Okay. Now, are you trash going to be stored inside?
Well, they'll have both, will have cans with the lids, but then they'll also have this on the outside. It's,
In the front of your?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there any place that,
And
besides?
there's a yard for the first floor, so they could put theirs in the yard.
Okay, because the block seems like it's a well-kept block, so
Yes.
do folks normally store their trash in the front all week? Or just
Not
wait till
some
it's trash day?
towards the corner, yes, but they wait till trash day and bring it down.
So would you be amenable to having interior trash storage for the second level?
Yeah, I was gonna get both of them the containers with the attached lid so that it
But
could close.
stored inside? then?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And my last question is there any particular like hardship or reason why you want to convert this single families? Because most of the houses on the block are already single family.
Yes.
So this would change the, direction of the block if you have a duplex there. So any
Yeah.
particular hardship that we have?
Yep. So my mom suffered an aneurysm 2 years ago. And she currently, I was born and raised in South Philly in this neighborhood. She lives in the neighborhood. She's in a 2-story home right now. So I would like to put her on the first floor where everything is on one level. And so so she would be on the first floor and then I would rent the second floor.
Any other
But your
questions?
first floor is a 2 bedroom, not a 1 bedroom.
Right.
Yes, yep. And well, my mom has like caregivers. Since her aneurysm, she lost her short-term memory. And so the
Mhm.
second bedroom could be for family who come, and help her and who may stay with her as well.
Mhm.
And she's in a 3-bedroom house right now. So she'll be moving from 3-bedroom house to the 2-bedroom apartment.
Other
And the
questions?
second floor, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Good, Michael.
No, I was going to ask him, the second floor is for who? Is that for
I will
you,
rent
or
the
is that,
second floor.
are you going to rent out the second floor and the
Yes.
first floor?
For my mom.
Okay.
Other questions? Questions?
So
ahead.
wait a minute. So Board Member Johns, you were saying that the first floor is not the livable, the space wasn't adequate for, for it to
It's not
be.
right. I mean, they don't, you don't show anytime you don't show furniture in these plans, you have to kind of, if you don't read plans all the time, you can't really put a sofa in there. You can't put a chair. Where's the table you sit at to eat a meal, right? It's just, and for 2 bedrooms, it's just too small, right? For
What
1 bedroom, it's probably adequate, but for 2 bedrooms, it's just
And
it's
just,
it's
could you
it's a
respond to
Yeah,
that?
I was
kitchen.
going to say, when I spoke to the architect who did the plans, she explained to me that this was by code and that there is room in the living room to have a living room set and an area for a small dinette in the kitchen area.
But he
And
didn't
both
show it,
bedrooms
right?
are by
I
plan.
understand what he said, right? Or they said, but they didn't show it.
Yes.
Then you have to force, if your trash is in the backyard, they have to come through the bedroom to get the trash out to the front. Or if
No,
there's
the
anything
trash would
happening
be
in the
inside. I just
backyard,
said that was a possibility if they wanted to put it there, but I was going to buy for both units a can with a lid so they could keep the trash inside and then take it out on trash day from the second floor and the first floor.
yeah, but you don't show that a place in your plan for that, unfortunately.
A place for what? A trash can?
What you just described, right?
It would
Typically,
just
those
be a
are in
trash can inside the house.
typically those are in a ventilated trash closet. It's a thing. So typically there's a specialized closet that's ventilated. Yep, it is. Can you hear me? All right. All right. There's typically a ventilated trash storage closet in the house somewhere. Sometimes it's, but it's a separated closet that allows for that.
Okay, because I live in the area and right now I just have a can in my kitchen and my trash goes there and I have a garbage disposal, which these will have. And if I have other trash, I put it in the freezer until trash day. And then I take my trash out front.
But typically that's the sort of the modern styling of how people handle these, to deal with smell, deal with pest control, deal with all sorts of other things to make it not unpleasant for the others that live in the building. And I think, yes, while it might be to code is the bare minimum living standard, right? So it's not necessarily industry standard at any point. So I think that's a lot of the comments you're hearing are related to that.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions?
Not a question, but a comment. And also, since you're saying this is the space that's going to be for your mom,
Yes.
right? So then I would think that you might want to make sure that your mom will really be comfortable there, considering that she also has other, like issues in terms of, so if she's going to be, in effect, downsizing, all right, and she's going into another space, that space should be, I would think, something that she would be comfortable like being in.
Yeah, right now she's primarily on the first floor of the home that she's in now. She doesn't even use the second floor. So it would be, storage for her stuff, her things in the basement. So she'd have that and then the first floor for a living space.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood the neighborhood north of Moore Street, in 1985 in a council-supported map change. There are no unique physical conditions or circumstances of this property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code. This is a primarily single-family block face. The City Planning Commission recommends the board deny the requested use variance for 2 dwelling units.
Thank you. We're going to hold the vote on this until next Wednesday.
Okay.
We're going to vote at 9:30 a.m. and we're going to weigh everything that's been raised, okay?
Do I need to be here?
You don't have to be
Okay.
here. You can listen in.
Okay.
All right? Thank you very much, ma'am,
Thank you.
for coming in.
All right. Have a good day.
Number 7, MI 2025-007184, 7350 to 52 Wissahickon Street. Isaac Slepner is the attorney.
Isaac Slepner will be coming in as a panelist.
Sure.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board.
Good morning, counsel. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure. Isaac Slepner, first name I as in India, S as in Sam, double A as in Alpha, C as in Charlie. Last name Slepner, S as in Sam, L as in Larry, E as in Elvis, P as in Peter, N as in Norman, E as in Elvis, R as in Robert. I am counsel to 7000 Wissanoming LLC, which is the owner of the property. And for the record, the property is 7350 to 52 Wissanoming Street.
Right. So do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And I see there's a letter of non-opposition from Holmesburg Civic Association. Is that right?
There is, correct.
Right. Thank you. Our vice chair has a few questions for you, sir.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have, except for 2 single-page things that I actually just sent through about 2 hours ago that were just recently handed to me. But otherwise, yes.
Okay. Thank you. And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, I do.
All right. Thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with the case.
All right. Share. All right. Let's just get my PDFs up here. Okay. There we go. All right. Is everybody able to see that?
It's coming up right now. It should be up any minute. Yeah, it's up now.
All right, great. So this initial one here is, oh, sorry, bear with me. What's happening? Sorry. The initial one here is our application for appeal, and this is actually our application today is for a special exception, not for a variance. Property 7350 to 52 Wissanoming is zoned I2, and my client owns and operates an auto body and auto repair shop. He's a mechanic, and he operates a mechanic shop in there and is now seeking the special exception for an additional use as a body shop repair shop with a paint booth. So this is our initial application for appeal from the notice of referral. The project information, notice of referral, which we just stipulated to, tax clearance, which was generated on 5/26, and it says that the owner is 537 Market Associates. The owner is not 537 Market Associates. The owner is my client, 7000 Wissanoming Street, LLC. And this deed that was recorded on 2/4/22 indicates my client's ownership. We held the RCO meeting on April 14th of this year. This was the letter to all the near neighbors that I sent out from my office on 4/3 of this year. This is the letter of non-opposition, which the board has already read from the Holmesburg Civic Association. And this is the cert of mailing to all the near neighbors. There are not a whole lot of near neighbors because I will show you the maps, but also the photos. You can see the orange posters, which were not printed in orange, they were printed in white on both doors. This is 7350 right here, 7352. This is a close-up on 7350, close-up of 7352. These are a couple of maps that will help understand the context. This is Wissinoming Street right here, this long diagonal, and this highlighted blue, these are our properties right here. As you can see, it's blocks and blocks and blocks of I-2, ICMX over here, and the nearest residence is up here at Cottman and Keystone, which is a good half mile away. Then down here, this is kind of giving a little bit more context. This is our property here, O'Hara and Sons Auto Body and Towing down here, and this is literally a half block kind of below the berm of I-95. There's really no residences in the immediate area. These are some photos of the properties. This is, you can see both garage bays here, 50 and 52. This is standing at our property looking across the street up this grassy berm here. This I downloaded from Google Maps, and it looks a bit different these days. There's more of a wall, a sound wall here, but this berm and up on top of this berm is I-95. This is a photo of part of the interior. You can see that it's a mechanic shop. He's got a couple lifts in there. Another photo of the interior with some cars undergoing various states of mechanical repair. That's the paint booth back here that has not been used since they were cited and have gone on to seek the board's approval for use of the paint booth. But the paint booth has not been in use since that time. This is yet another photo of the interior. They are already permitted for by right for storage and mechanical work. This is another close-up of the garage bay, another close-up of the other garage bay. This is looking, I believe this is northbound over here. This is northbound on Wissinoming. And this is southbound on Wissinoming. As you can see, it's all industrial use on this portion of Wissinoming Street. This is a close-up of the paint booth. And this is a copy of the approval, the license that my client obtained from the City Department of Public Health for the use of the paint booth. I would call my client, Elon Levy, who's a principal of 7000 Wissinoming Street,
Sure.
LLC. And Elon, if you're out there, go ahead and raise your hand, and you'll be called.
Elon has been promoted to panelist.
Okay.
All right.
Good morning.
Good morning, Elon. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yep, it's Elon, E-L-A-N, Levy, L-E-V as in Victor, Y.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Sure. Elon, you are a member of 7000 Wissinoming Street, LLC, correct?
That's correct.
And did you hear all of my testimony and see all of the exhibits that I just presented to the board?
Yes.
And was all of that testimony and all of those exhibits correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And would you adopt my testimony as though you had given it yourself?
Yes.
Thank you.
Counsel, was the license obtained after it was shut down?
That would be a question for my client, Elon. Was the license obtained after the shutdown?
No, so the license has been in place for years. So we bought the building with the booth in place, and we assumed that the licenses were all up to date. But when we spoke to the previous owner, when we got the violation, he had sent me the license for the air pollution. And then I asked where the other documents were for the paint booth. And again, he had retired, so he really didn't have anything. And he didn't have anything in place. So he had the air pollution license, which we took over and switched into our name, but he didn't have a permit for the booth from what.
Okay. Yep. Okay. All right. All right. Questions from the board?
Okay. Questions and comments. I don't know what this is, but I mean, you need the licensing from their state agencies that deal with this, not just the city. So you're gonna have to have hazardous waste disposal. And with respect to a paint booth, there are fire ratings that you have to meet. So there's a whole process for applying for use of a paint booth.
Yes, so we did have the fire marshal come by and we did correct a bunch of violations regarding sprinkler and the hazardous material there. And we are getting our hazardous material license as well for the hazardous paint and anything flammable inside.
Exactly, because the big problem with paint booths is about fire.
Definitely, yeah. So there's a sprinkler already in place on the booth that gets certified every year. And then we do have to itemize all of our barrels and our paint room with labels and then there's also on the outside of the building, we have like a little chart to tell the fire department what is inside the building so that they're aware before they enter the building.
Exactly. And there has to be like a fire rating for the booth itself.
Yep.
And so if you don't meet that, then you're going to have to, make some other kind of arrangements to boost the fire rating.
Yep. All in place with the fire marshal, and L&I is also on top of that as well.
All right. And so this expansion of the use is going to be for body, fender, and spray painting. Is that what you're going to be doing?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And I didn't see in the pictures there, I mean, I saw, I didn't see that many lifts, but so what are you doing there now?
So there's 2 lifts in there for now. Again, they really just do, it's mainly a storage facility we use it for. And then they also work on cars as well. But they want to get into more body work. So they did get the the auto repair license, all done from the city. And we have the license for that. So they're just starting the business up, and then they wanted to expand into getting the paint booth up and running to paint. But L&I came and said we didn't have a specific permit for that. So that's why we're doing this, to kind of expand the business.
So does this include, because I'm not seeing anything there either, do you do oil changes? Do you do change transmission fluid? Do you do, what kind of things are you doing there now? Because I'm not seeing any kind of, and maybe I'm missing it in the picture, but I'm not seeing how you're disposing of any waste products now.
Are you talking about like the oil? Yeah, so we have oil bins. Again, we get it regularly picked up on the block. So there's oil bins that have been labeled oil that have to get picked up by a service and then get taken out, and then we get new ones back in.
All right, because it's not shown in the pictures.
So again, when we got the violations, we pretty much cleared everything out in order to we wanted to make sure we were good with all of the departments before we got up and running again with anything hazardous. So we're kind of in a lull right now.
Okay. And so how many cars do you think you're going to be servicing
at a time?
Yeah.
Roughly.
You got a pretty big space there.
Yeah, it's about 5,500 square feet. I would say at a time they're probably working on 10 cars total.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I don't see any hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the I-2 medium industrial zoning at this location. The appellant has shown that the proposed personal vehicle repair and maintenance facility and vehicle paint finishing shop will have no detrimental impacts beyond what might reasonably be expected. This is an industrial section of the city with no adjacent residential development. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the proposed special exceptions for personal vehicle repair and maintenance facility and a vehicle paint finishing shop.
Thank you. MI 2025-007-184, 7350 to 52 West Wyoming Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you, board. I have nothing further to.
Okay, sure. Thank you very much. So number 9, MI 2025-007, 524 31 North 50th Street, Meredith Furliger is the attorney. Good morning, counsel.
Good morning.
Could you please, when you get a chance, state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Meredith Furliger, Ferleger.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Could you identify your client, the relationship to this property?
I sure can. My client is Serge Maslenikov, and he is sitting right next to me.
I do see a letter of unanimous support with several provisos listed. Our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Great. All right. Again, good morning, members of the board. The request before you today concerns 31 North 50th Street. As always, you do have an exhibit packet in front of you that contains 17 exhibits. Just to briefly summarize the basis of today's request, this application requests several variances to permit the reconstruction of a previously occupied 4-unit dwelling on this lot, where the current zoning classification would only permit 2 units. There are several dimensional variances requested, as well as a parking refusal. We do understand that the community sent a letter of support with a few conditions, some of which my client accepts, some of which he does not, and we'll address that during the presentation. Serge recently purchased this property at sheriff's sale. Up on the screen, you can see Exhibit 3, which is the evidence of his purchase, and then we do also have tax clearance shown at Exhibit 2. As the board likely knows, the sheriff's office has seen significant delays, so my client does not yet have his deed back, but we did confirm with the ZBA administration that this document was sufficient to establish Serge's standing for this case. As you can see up on the screen here at Exhibit 9, the property sits on North 50th Street, which is just about 7 lots south from Arch Street. This block in general, just in terms of overall context, sits right in between Market Street and Arch Street. As you can see, this is a traditional twin-style block with a mostly uniform aesthetic character. If I flip down to Exhibit 17, this first photograph here that you'll see is a historical photograph of the structure that used to sit on this lot. As you can unfortunately see, a fire destroyed the structure back in 2018, 2017, and was eventually demolished by the city. However, you can see that when the structure was still standing, it was an equal twin, which is one of the driving motivations for my client's proposal to return the structure to as close to the previous character as possible. Now, flipping through, boy, this touch screen is great. Now you can see that the lot sits as a vacant lot. From the photograph here, I will also call to the board's attention the very mature, probably 100-year-old sycamore tree that does sit directly in front of this lot. Flipping to the next photograph that I have here, this is looking in the direction of Market Street. And again, you'll see that this block here is relatively uniform. But I would highlight that from what you can see in this photograph, that there are a complete lack of any curb cuts or any driveways providing off-street parking to any of the existing structures that are on this block. That condition, as you can see here, is replicated if you look in the opposite direction towards Arch Street. And then again, just looking directly across the street from the property. So again, this block itself is generally a mirror with front porches and bays. And then we do also have photographs of the zoning posters. If I flip through a couple other, goodness gracious. There we go. I did also include photographs of the zoning posters that Serge timely posted on this property. If I flip now to the zoning map at Exhibit 8, you'll see that the property is zoned RTA1, which is residential 2-family attached 1. The proposal for 31 North 50th Street is shown on the zoning site plans at Exhibit 5. This is the original plan that I have up now. I'm going to flip to the updated plan, which has one very minor change that I will mention. But as you can see here, this includes one new 3-story structure on the lot. The lot itself is just over 2,500 square feet. The building itself will contain 4 bi-level, 4 dwelling units in total. And in response to the RCO meeting, the proposal was updated to remove the roof deck, and that is what generated the proviso plan that I have up on the screen here. So the roof deck was removed. That was a disfavored aspect of the project, so Serge was happy to remove that. So we did include a revised plan as well as a revised plan proviso form that I submitted to the board yesterday. As I alluded to earlier, the overall goal with this proposal was to build a structure that would, to the maximum extent possible, harmonize with the character of this block and fill in the void that was left by the previous fire. Let me zoom in on the site plan itself here. There we go. For example, you can see here that this proposed structure does meet the front setback of the adjoining structures and does also include the front porch. There are a few dimensional variances that this proposal triggered, all of which we do submit are de minimis in light of the lot and the proposed design. First, RTA1 would limit occupied area to 50% of this lot, where this structure occupies just about 53%. Second, the required rear yard is 20 feet for a multifamily structure, where this proposal leaves a rear yard of 15 feet. However, you can see here that the total width of the rear yard extends to just over 17 feet at certain points, and then is further buffered by an additional 4-foot wide rear alley. So we do submit that that proposed 15-foot rear yard meets the intent of the code in terms of separation from adjoining structures. I would also note that the RTA1 code unusually has a different rear yard requirement for single-family homes, which would be allowed at the proposed 15 feet if this were a proposed single-family dwelling. The rear yard will be fenced in with an enclosed trash storage area in the back that can be easily accessed for disposal by all of the proposed tenants. Finally, a variance is also requested for the insufficient side yard, which measures 6 feet instead of the required 8 feet. However, in this case, a 6-foot wide side yard is entirely characteristic of the side yard measurements for the block, which generally speaking on this block have side yards of between 4 and 6 feet. In my rudimentary review, just looking on Atlas, I was not able to find a single side yard on the block that measures that full 8 foot in width, with these structures all having been built likely long before the inception of the modern zoning code. In terms of the lot itself, a side yard of 8 feet would leave only 15 feet of width available, creating an unnaturally narrow condition in the interior of the units themselves. As you can also see here from the site plan, there are a multitude of egress points from the front porch, side, on the side here, and then in the rear as well as traditional egress wells from the lower level. I will also note that there is an error on these plans in terms of context, as the two adjoining structures are not in single-family use, but are both triplexes according to city records, and there are rental licenses establishing that. From the side elevation, start on this one, you can see that the rear steps egress directly from the lower level, which is predominantly 5 feet above grade with 8-foot ceiling heights. I do want to skip the floor plans for just a moment and bring up the rendering at Exhibit 7. Zoom out a little bit. As you can see here, my client has truly strived to match the historical character of this block, which the RCO did appreciate, but my client did also share that a design such as this one does have added costs that would not be imposed by a by right, less historically sensitive option on this lot. Just by way of example, the architect did render what a by right option could look like here with just 2 units and the required garage space. Now, obviously, this is a completely rudimentary rendering, but the point is just that with only 2 units, there would be no realistic justification to incur the cost of that 3rd story, which is a critical aesthetic consideration to ensure that the character of the block can be maintained. Turning back to the floor plans, zoom out a little bit here. So the floor plans themselves are shown here at Exhibit 6. And as I mentioned, all of these units are bi-level. So Unit 1 is a 1,078 square foot, 1-bedroom, 2-bath unit with office. The front entrance, which is not in view here, the front entrance is a private entrance to this unit from the front, from that front porch area. And then Unit 2 is a 1,138 square foot unit that is in the back that has a private stair entrance from the lower level that egresses directly into the rear yard, and you can see that indicated here. At the first floor rear, there is a large window that will overlook the back. This unit also has a private entrance from the side, which you can see here. There is a private door entrance to Unit 2. Also from the side here is the entrance to the 2 upper level units, and you can see the stairs that go up. And then if I flip to the next page here, you can see the layout of Units 3 and 4. These are also bi-level units. Unit 3 is a 2-bedroom, 1.5-bath unit of 971 square feet, and Unit 4 is just over 1,300 square feet. All of the units that you've seen have interior washer dryers, ventilated trash storage areas, and ample living space. A secured package storage area will also be added to the front porch for common storage by the tenants. As you can also glean from the floor plans, the requested dimensional variances are not relative to the density that's proposed, but is truly de minimis in nature to facilitate a less narrow layout. For example, with an 8-foot side yard, the interior of these units would only be around 13 feet wide instead of the more standard 15 feet in width. Adding an additional 5 feet in the rear yard would foreclose the possibility of second bedrooms for those upper level units and would shrink critical living space. Now, having addressed the dimensional variances, I can briefly address the remaining 2 variances. I do believe that some additional context will be helpful here. If I bring up Exhibit 10, you can see that this lot, dating all the way back to the 1950s, has no known recent history of either single-family or 2-family use, having been used first as a 3-family dwelling back in the 50s, and then at some point, although I wasn't able to find a date on these permits, at some point, at least before 1972, was converted into a 4-dwelling unit. I believe that was probably done sometime around the 60s, just based on this permit. And then as you can see from the rental licenses at Exhibit 11, it was maintained as a 4-unit dwelling from essentially that point up until the fire that occurred in 2017 or 18, with the rental licenses having evidence of being active all the way back to 1998. As a point of interest and relevant to the hardship here, the zoning code would actually have allowed the reconstruction and recommencement of that 4-unit use had it been done within 3 years of the 2018 demolition. Of course, my client just purchased the property at sheriff's sale last year, so he was certainly not in a position to control that fateful lack of action. Furthermore, although this block is zoned RTA1, much of the block is not used in accordance with that zoning classification, with the use of structures fairly evenly split on the block between duplexes, single family, and triplexes, as well as a few higher density examples that you can see here indicated with the blue dots that are 4 units, and then the green dot, which is a 6-unit. These all exist within the older existing structures, where this proposal contemplates large, high-quality units that directly contribute to the maintenance of the character of this block in supporting a more traditional design. The property itself is bordered on both sides by a triplex, so the proposed density here is entirely consistent with the block, immediate neighbors, and most importantly, the historical use of this lot. Now, aside from the density, the RTA1 zoning district requires parking at the rate of 1 per unit. Not only is there no precedent of any off-street parking on this block, but this structure never had any off-street parking to support the historical 4 units that existed in this location. Most critically, providing parking in this location would require the tragic destruction of that 100-plus-year-old native tree that is in a uniform line up and down this block. Unfortunately, there is no feasible way to provide parking here and not result in the destruction of the tree. I would also point out that adding a garage in front would foreclose the front porch design and would be impossible on a 23-foot wide lot to have space for a driveway leading to the rear. This, if parking were provided here, it would be the only curb cut on the block, creating a hazardous and unexpected condition for pedestrians. Granting this particular relief would continue the status quo condition of the lot in direct relation to the density that historically existed here. Finally, we submit that the proposed density is the least minimum, as it has been shown to be consistent with the density of surrounding structures. As the evidence has shown today, 4 units are most appropriate for the interior layout and is not overbuilt from a dimensional perspective to accommodate the proposed density. The units themselves are varied in size to accommodate a wide range of rental price points and tenant preferences. Just by way of comparison, on a lot of this size in a traditional multifamily district, 5 units would be permitted even before consideration of any bonuses. Although we did conceptually discuss the possibility of a 3-unit design with the community, we would ask the board to exercise your discretion in considering that request in light of the respectful historical design, the history of this property, the comparable density on the block, as well as the proposed layouts, which more than adequately justify the proposed density at 4 units instead of 3. This is the only new construction on this block in many, many decades, and my client's main goal is to be respectful of the unique and historical character of this block. That does have the reality of additional investment that is just not supported by a by right density. As always, a more detailed analysis is provided in the exhibits in the memo of law at Exhibit 13, and of course, we're happy to touch on any point in additional detail. Serge, if you could just...
Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Good morning. My name is Serge Maslenikov, S-E-R-G-E. MASLENNIKOV.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the
I
truth?
do.
Please proceed, counsel.
Thank you. Serge, just in your own word, if you could just give the board, a 60-second sort of explanation of after you purchased the property, how you sort of came to this particular design and proposal.
Well, you tell everything.
Was your mic on?
Oh, okay. You told a lot of information I wanted to tell, but like, yeah, this, as you can see, I tried to create something that's gonna stay here for another 50, 60.
Can you speak up a little louder?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Closer to the mic.
So by designing this building, I didn't want to just put the regular cookie cutter square box on the block that's going to survive for another 50, 60 years. So I wanted to respect the architecture of the block. And I honestly spent a lot of evenings just to come up with the plans, with the layouts, and so it's going to be useful in terms of quality of living. I watched a lot of ZBA's meetings, and I tried to address as many concerns usually happen on during the meetings. I tried to match the front porch, cornice line, make the height basement ceiling, indoor trash, no exit to the backyard through the back bedroom, like staircase on the from the basement bedroom directly outside. And yeah, so it's not only about density, it's also about like make it economical to build something nice that's gonna stay there for a very long time, and to basically, so it's economically feasible at the same time to build something nice. That's what I.
Thank you, Serge. And did you hear all of the other testimony and evidence that was offered in front of the board today?
Yes.
And do you adopt that testimony as if it were your own?
Yes.
So counsel, RCO's at 2,
Mm-hmm.
you're at 4, either side of you is 3, and you did have conversations about 3.
We did.
Okay. Questions from the board?
I have a question. So this again is like the other case. This is a twin. And do you have the support of the home, the property owner immediately next to you, adjacent to?
I don't believe they attended, so.
And is that that's a multifamily as
It
well?
is a multifamily. Yeah. And in fact, board member, the one immediately attached to this, I believe is still owned by the person that formerly owned this one. So, but they are multifamily.
And so in the rear of your proposed property, does it extend, how far beyond the adjacent property does the rear extend?
It's extent, I'm not gonna tell exactly, but based on the zoning plans, it's probably like 15 feet, something like that.
About
around
that.
number.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the one property.
Next door, the vacant one. It's actually a vacant property directly to the right.
Okay. All right, so and this is one of the referrals is the rear yard.
Yep.
So your rear yard would extend far beyond this rear yard.
It
About approximately how many feet?
So it would extend beyond by about 15 feet. So you can see the line of the rear yards of the two adjacent structures here. These structures do not extend as far as current code would allow. So the argument here is simply that the rear yard itself is materially consistent with the rear yard that the code would allow. The code does not, in the case of a rear yard, have a contextual requirement. That's obviously done in the front, whereas in the back here, it's 15 feet at the steps. It's just over 17 feet to the actual building itself, and then there's an additional 4-foot wide alley. So by shrinking the rear yard, you're not necessarily gaining a lot in terms of that context. You're essentially at that point just eliminating some of the really, really, really critical living space that's designed in these units.
And My last question is, the RCO did also say they wanted no basement living. Any words
If you
about-
look at the plans, the basement, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go
The
ahead.
basement living, like was my very big concern about the basement because I know the lack of daylight and stuff like that. But in this particular case, I try to incorporate as many windows as possible. As you can see, some of the rooms even have 2 points of daylight, and the depth of the basement as well, as you can see on the side elevation. I created like a split level design. So the most of the basement is above the ground. So it's like only 4 feet below the ground and the rest of it above. So all the windows technically will bring a lot of daylight because there's side of the building is open. You can, all this daylight will go in the basement.
I have one more question. So, and
Sure.
this side entrance, what units would use this side entrance?
So the one to the left here is the private entrance to unit 2.
2, 3, and 4.
The left door, and then the right door is the one
I'm
that
sorry,
goes,
yeah.
So the right door is the one that would go immediately upstairs to those 2 units, and then the one on the left is a private entrance. So unit 2 has a private entrance, unit 1 has a private entrance, and then of course unit 3 and 4 that are upstairs have a private entrance.
But the mailboxes and stuff, and this board member wins, the mailboxes will be centralized in one area. That was.
We talk about
So
that.
the mailman is not gonna go to
have
4
a
different places.
front porch. We can incorporate something on the front porch, like for
I'm gonna guess that in this case, because there's a front porch, the post office will probably require the mailboxes in the front. And then there would also be a secure, Serge and I actually talked about this. There would be a secure, you can get these awesome Amazon secure boxes so that everybody would have access to a secure package area.
And what part of the units are in the basement?
So it's
I didn't see that.
yeah, it's just some living space. So there's no bedrooms in the basement. It's just some living
Okay.
space, office space, with a lot of people working from home these days. Serge has really tried to design things to try and accommodate some additional space for people to be able to work.
So is that what we're talking about over here to the left?
To the left,
Yeah.
yeah, sorry. Yeah,
Yeah.
so to the left is that lower level. The one in the back has a direct stair access out to the rear yard. So again, it's 5 feet above grade, which is entirely consistent with the conditions that this board tends to like to see in terms of that lower level living. So it's not below grade. We did share these plans with the RCO. From the photographs, it looks like the adjoining properties also do have below grade living. So, I'm not entirely sure what that particular objection was based in, since it is fairly consistent with at least the immediately adjacent structures. Yeah, so you can see here, there's,
okay.
yeah. And again, these structures are all pretty old, so.
Other questions?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any,
Yeah.
Sure.
sorry, was trying
Go
to,
on, Mike.
I think he's having mic issues.
You're muted,
We
Mike.
can't hear you.
How about now?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, can you go back to the floor plans again?
Yep.
When you were showing them, you kind of zoom out, so we can see the whole floor?
Yeah.
plan?
Sure.
Makes it easier.
Yep. Okay.
So the basement has basically 2 partial units in the basement. Is that what I'm?
Yeah.
Correct. I mean, they're bi-level units. So each of these has use of the lower level as well as the first floor. So they're designed to be bi-level living. All of the units in the building are designed that way.
Okay, and the basement, so the bi-level unit on the first and basement, they're both 1-bedroom units with a living space in the basement and then office, right?
Correct.
And the depth below the grade is, you said 4'6"?
It is.
Okay.
It's 4 feet here. You can.
Okay. And so now the second and third floor, what does that look like?
It's the living space and kitchen on the second floor and 2 bedrooms upstairs for privacy. So the bedrooms are separated from the living area.
Yeah, so you can see.
I think you got to get closer to the mic so you can talk.
So you can see here on the left is the second floor layout. So you have kitchens, living space, dining room space, and then on the third floor, the second floor of these units, you have 2 bedrooms each. And then you have powder rooms on that first level of living, and you have full bathrooms between the bedrooms.
So the second and third floor, 2 2-bedroom units, and the first floor and basement are 1-bedroom units. And what was the request of the community? Was it
2 units?
3 units?
Two.
Their request was for 2.
For 2 units.
Which is essentially what the zoning district would allow here.
Allow. Gotcha.
So, and is not, again, it obviously, as the board has seen, is not consistent with what was here historically either.
Gotcha. All right.
Any other questions? Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Yes, Chair. I have a few hands up. The first hand is Orlando, last name starting with M. I'm going to allow them to speak.
Sure.
Can you hear me?
I can. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure. It's Orlando Moncrief. Orlando is in Orlando, Florida. Orlando. Last name Moncreeffe.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Sir, are you a neighbor?
I am.
Please proceed with your testimony.
Not just a neighbor, but I've been living on this block since 1988, or family owned on this block before that. So I knew the family that was next door. So I'm 27, where Surge's where I hope that Surge builds, as I'm in favor of filling that lot, is right next to that neighbor's in between Surge and I. Think of it that way. So I'm in favor of building something. There are a couple of things I just want to share that we heard from our RCO meeting, and I think there might be some other people here who can comment on this as well. It is not a fact that there is no other cutaway for parking on this block. Across the street of the proposed property, at between 20 and 22, there is a cutaway for parking for a driveway that's there. That exists right now. So it's not factually accurate what was stated earlier. The second thing is the biggest issue that the block had in the meeting around this was parking. We do not have enough parking right now for all of the residents on the street. Adding a 4-unit is going to provide even more congestion where parking is concerned. That was our number one issue. The second issue is if any of us on the block were to try to do anything else, we would need to abide by the zoning guidelines. And if someone wants to come in, and Serge doesn't live in our block, he's not from our area. If he wants to come in and build, we applaud that, but you have to go by what everyone else on our block has to apply to. And I think it actually a little comical that in the back, you're going to say that because the 4-foot alley is back there, that gives you more. That alley is not your property at all. That's community property. So that doesn't apply. It's just little minor things like that actually pretty annoying for me to hear. And we were told by the attorney and Serge emphatically when we met with them that the small variances were small and they would take care of them. Now in this meeting, we're hearing the opposite, that these are, and I forget the word she used, but it was to suggest that this would not be an issue at all. So going backwards on what they had suggested in the meeting to now what they're saying is problematic. And I would ask that this board would abide by the zoning guidelines. Again, Serge, I want you on the block. I just, 2-unit is better for us based on what we're facing. And I hear from your attorney that you want to honor the tradition of the buildings on the block. I'm going to ask that you would honor the folk on the block as well with what we're asking you to do. Thanks for your time, board.
Council, do you have any questions?
No questions, but I would like to respond at some point.
Why don't we see how many else people are there? Thank you for your testimony. Other questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Yes, Chair. I have a hand up by the name of Yasmin Kenya. I'm going to allow them to speak.
Sure.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure. My name is Yasmin. That's Y-A, S as in Mary, S as in Sam, M as in Mary, E-E-N as in Nancy. And the last name is Kenya, K-E-N as in Nancy, Y-A.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Are you a neighbor?
Yes.
Please proceed.
So I wanted to speak today. I'm not only a neighbor, but I'm also the block captain of North 50th Street. I did also attend the meeting with the ward, and I just wanted to share that not only do we have but basically an overflow as far as attendance went to discuss their concerns with this proposed 4-unit, but we unanimously voted no as far as a 4-unit being placed on North 50th. And again, just to piggyback on what my neighbor just mentioned, the density of the block, adding the 4-unit would definitely be problematic. And the attorney and the owner did agree to, make changes. And I also, heard the opposite, which is unfortunate. But again, we shared that, we appreciated the aesthetic, on the external, but, turning it into 4 units would be problematic all the way around. I would also just like to share that the same sentiments were voiced for other neighbors who were unable to attend the zoning meeting. I'm sorry, the meeting with the RCO, and also who couldn't attend today. So if you need anything in writing, we're more than happy to submit that from about 8 other neighbors.
All right. Thank you very much for taking the time. Do you have any questions?
I do. I just have one question. Ms. Kenya, you mentioned your concern about a 4-unit on this block. Do you have any evidence of any historical impact that was caused by a 4-unit in this location, which existed for over 50 years?
I think also there was an issue with you presenting the property as, a 4-unit in the RCO meeting. There was an issue with, I believe, the rental, like the names on the rental agreement, because not only that, and they'll speak very soon, but we have another neighbor who spoke directly to the owner of 31 North, and they can confirm what it was actually historically, there as, it was a 3-unit, it wasn't a 4-unit. So, and this was dated back to when, unfortunately, with city guidelines, it wasn't mandatory to have such, I guess, documentation in place. So that's another thing. We would appreciate it if you would stop presenting it as if this was a historically 4-unit property on North 50th Street. That is totally false. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Is there anyone else in the audience?
Yes, Chair.
How many more hands do you have?
3.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. I have a hand up by the name of Bernadine House. I'm going to allow them to speak.
Right. Hi, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bernadine Hawes, Bernad as in dog, INE. Last name is spelled HAWES.
Okay, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
Okay, are you in favor of this project or against?
I am against this
Okay,
project. I
all right,
lived
hold on,
out.
hold on. And the question would be, can you tell me anything other than what's already been heard so far?
So let me add a little texture to this block. We
Okay.
advocated long and hard to reduce the density because there were so many properties that almost were 3 units, as the lawyer has spoken about, but they were never licensed for such. And we still have them. So some are legal, some are probably not.
Okay.
But the basement issue, and most of us on this block know that we have water. We sit right on top of Mill Creek.
Okay.
The basements are not used for living quarters. They're used for storing things you won't be concerned with if they get wet. So we have a water issue, and the water department knows that, and you can look at the water, the floodplains, et cetera.
Okay.
So that's a big issue on this block when it comes to anyone thinking of having living quarters in that block. So that
All
is
right.
my contribution.
All right, well, thank you very much for your time. Next person, please. Do you have any questions about that, Hillary? No, next person.
Bruce Hill has been allowed to speak.
If you click on that link.
Next question. Next person.
Hi, Robert Bruce Hill, first name Robert, middle name Bruce, Bruce, last name Hill.
All right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, sir, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I affirm.
Are you a neighbor?
I am a neighbor and I'm also the ward leader and RCO coordinator for the
All right,
44th
could you,
ward.
are you in favor of this or against?
Based on the results of the vote of the community, we were in favor only with the modifications that were also submitted in the meeting summary.
The provisos that you sent us.
Yes, that
Okay.
would be only with the 2-unit maximum. There will be no living space in the basement, as well as there will be no roof access or roof structure that will be added, to the property.
We have your document here, sir.
Okay. All right. And I just also want, to just note, one of the things that the community has been very emphatic about, not being opposed to development, but density is a problem. If you ride through the neighborhood after 6 p.m., there's essentially no parking for neighbors anywhere. And that was also thoroughly discussed with the developer. And, while we understand where you want to go and get the maximum for your investment, however, ultimately it is, should be for the benefit of the community, and nothing beyond 2 units, would be appropriate based on the
Thank
community
you very
vote.
much for taking the
Thank
time
you.
to call us. Do you have any questions? Next hand, please.
Chair, I currently have 2 hands remaining. Stephen Fields has been allowed
Okay.
to speak.
Sure.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
My name is Stephen, Stephen, last name Fields, F as in Frank, IELDS.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are you a neighbor?
Yes.
All right. Are you for this or against?
Against.
All right. We've had a great deal of testimony so far. Is there anything at all you can think of that was not been brought up?
I don't know if we discussed the actual occupancy rate at that unit across the street from me. It's directly across the street from me. I'm at 32 North 50th Street. That number is 31.
Right.
That unit has always had 3 units in it, never 4.
Okay. All right.
And I don't know. I think there was illegally marketed as a 4 unit. It was never a 4 unit.
All right. Thank you. Any questions? Next hand, please. Last hand.
Dion Walton has been allowed to speak.
Hi, sir. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Dionne,
last name Walton.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are you a
And
neighbor?
I am not, I'm the owner of 29 North, the former owner of 31.
Okay, all
So
right.
I do
Hold on,
oppose.
hold on 1 minute. Are you in favor of this project or against?
I oppose. I'm against.
All right, is there anything you could tell us, and we've heard from at least 4 or 5 people, is there anything different you can tell us?
I concur with all of my
No,
neighbors.
well, thank you very much for doing that. We appreciate that. Is that the last hand?
Yes, Chair.
Hillary, you don't want to make a quick,
No.
not Hillary, I'm sorry. Hillary, let me go here. You want to make a quick comment?
Yeah, I apologize to the first gentleman if there was some misunderstanding. During the RCO meeting, we discussed that Serge would be more than happy to remove the roof deck, and that was what was presented in front of the board today. In terms of the history of the property, I mean, this is not a case where there's some ambiguity. Not only do the zoning permits establish that it was 4 units, but there were rental licenses from 1998 maintained all the way up to at least 2012 for 4 units. So, I mean, listen, I can't, I wasn't there. I can't confirm. I don't know that Serge could confirm what was physically in the property, but based on the actual documented history here, it by no means are we misrepresenting what was at the property. And then Serge, I think you wanted to address one quick thing.
Quick remarks. I mean, like if it's 2 units, it would make sense.
Why don't you get closer?
Yeah. With the 2 units, it would make sense to build a 2-story building because the layout of the building is so big, and we're gonna be able to fit 2 nice apartment size in a 2-story building. There's no economical sense to build 3-story building. This way, it will kind of not gonna match and not respect the neighbor building. Plus, by right, we need to build a garage, which technically will fulfill the request of the neighbors, but at the end of the day, it's going to destroy the block itself. It's not going to look nice, what I'm trying to say. And if the garage will not be built, so from the marketability, a 2-unit with a garage is always better than 2 units without a garage. So if we need to build 2 units, it's going to be 2 units with a garage, if it makes sense.
All right, thank you. Hillary, comments?
Wait a minute, was 29 to the right or to the left on that elevation?
29 would be.
Is that to the right, or was it the attached house, or was it to the left? To the left, so it's the one to the right. So it's the
Correct.
attached property.
Correct, which is a legal 3-unit. And just another quick note for the board, just so you understand how I prepare these maps. I do not indicate any density for multifamily unless it has a documented zoning history or rental license. So I do not go based on mailboxes where it might be an illegal unit. I go based on what can actually be verified.
Okay.
So just for note.
Hillary, I'm going to get nothing more from you. Okay, planning.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. David Fector with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RTA2 residential 2-family semi-detached zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 1976 in a council-supported map change. This is a 2,500 square foot lot, no different in size, width, or depth than any of the other lots on this block face. This block face has a mix of single-family homes, duplexes, and triplexes. And front-loaded parking is not a common condition. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the proposed use variance for multifamily dwellings, but limit the unit count to 3, and grant the requested parking and dimensional variances.
So we appreciate your presentation. We also appreciate the wide interest from the community on this. What we want to do is take this back to executive session next Wednesday, and we will vote at 9:30 a.m. And really, thank you for your presentation, and thank you for the community. Okay.
Of course. Thank you very much.
Number 10. MI 2025 007 527 9708 Delcada Street. Joseph Vaccaro is the attorney. Mr. Vaccaro.
Fine. Joseph Vaquero has been added as a panelist.
Good morning.
Morning, counsel. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Good morning. My name is Joseph Vaccaro, Vaccaro, on behalf of the applicant.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Vaccaro, could you identify your client and the relationship to this property?
Certainly. My client is a limited liability company named Kokar Properties, LLC, and we have Wasim Kokar, who is on the Zoom.
Okay, our vice chair has a few questions.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I did, and they were supplemented this morning. This morning I had supplemented 4 letters from near neighbors, which I'm going to be addressing during my presentation. These are 4 additional letters of support. And then I noticed that my plans were cut off in the original exhibit packet, so I re-uploaded the plans.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. And you have several refusals, so do you waive the reading of these refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you very much. If I may share my screen. Okay, can you see what appears to be a Google Maps screen?
We do, sir.
Okay, very good. So I may begin then. If I just may expand this, 9708 is a single-family home. It is, although Wasim and his wife Nancy, they own it through their corporation, Kokar Properties, this is their home. Wasim, who is in on the Zoom, as well as his wife Nancy, have owned the property together for many, many years, although back in April 2nd of 2024, Nancy, his wife, who owned the property in her individual capacity, she had placed the property into their LLC. They live on the property with Wasim's mother, who is an elderly lady, as well as their 2 children who are teenagers. The property is located in the far northeast of Philadelphia, and I'm showing you on page 34 of my exhibit packet the pinpoint of where the home is on Dedeker Street. It's one of those loop blocks, so you have Dedeker Street on the front, the home, and the area in question. My cursor is floating through that area on the rear. If you see the pool has been removed. There is a shed on the rear left corner of the property. That shed was already there. And we're here to legalize the gazebo and another shed, which is over the area where my cursor is floating. Here's a view of the property from the city's Atlas site. And I could start showing you the photographs of the property with the gazebo and shed in question that we're trying to legalize. And then I'll go to the plans. See over here, these are the plans that I initially uploaded here, but then they got cut off on the left side. So I'll be showing you the plans shortly. Here are some photographs of the home. This is the front of the home. And these are the 2 sheds. As I stated, this is where the pool is, where the grass is bald. So the pool's been removed. This shed was originally there. The gazebo as well as the shed that we're trying to legalize. Showing you this is the shed that was already there. Another view of the gazebo with the shed, and the shed that we're trying to legalize does sit on a concrete pad. It has a door so that you may enter. Storage. That would be the purpose of the shed. That is the purpose of the shed. It's to store household items that they're not using. Over here, it's mostly Christmas decorations at this point. Other views of the inside. This is the rear of the shed abutting the property line. So this home would be on Fulmer Street, which is the property to the rear of my client's property. I believe that home is owned by Salvatore Donio at 9715 Fulmer, and we have a letter of support from him, which I could show you shortly. Here's another view of the rear. This is the existing shed, or the original shed that was on the property. Another view of the rear of the shed that we're trying to legalize. This is a photo of the rear of the house. I believe that's the garage on the right side with the brick, the main part of the house, and then he has a patio on the side.
Counsel, was this an L&I issue?
There was an L&I issue, yes. My client, by way of background, my client, he didn't realize that he needed to get permits and to get the permits to build this shed. The shed was built in the spring, summer of 2025. And then L&I found out about it, and we're trying to legalize it. The city also, through L&I and through the solicitor's office, they sent my client to municipal court. We've had one meeting. I've spoken with counsel for the city, and we've relisted that matter till next week, pending further consultations after what happens after these proceedings in front of the zoning board today. Again, here's the view from the city's Atlas website. And there are some other properties with respect to the 2-foot-8-inch setback and the city's requirement for a 25-foot setback from the rear property line. We note that 9711 Fulmer, 9709 Fulmer, as well as 9704 Dedeker and 9702 Dedeker. I'm showing you on the Google map. They all have sheds that are a lot closer than the 25 feet from their rear property line. With respect to the balance of the exhibit packet, we had a meeting with the RCO last week. Mr. O'Hara of Greater Bustleton, he was able to send me an email. I still don't have a formal letter or a formal meeting summary, but it's 22 support and 3 opposed. And let's see here, photos of the posting. Here you go. The property was posted and 0 tax balance. If I could stop sharing this, I'll go to the 4 letters of support from the immediate neighbors.
Counsel, just out of curiosity, the first shed wasn't enough?
Well, he also has a mother-in-law that comes up from Virginia, and she stays for extended periods of time.
Yeah, but
So there's also stuff for his
you can't use the shed for
mother-in-law.
that, right? No, you would use her equipment you'd want to put in the shed, or?
Well, that other shed is full. There's a lot of gardening equipment and other equipment.
All right, okay.
He needs to expand. He needs to
All right.
expand. I have 4 letters from Salvatore Donia at 9715 Fulmer. That's the property right behind. 9710 Tina Cavallaro. 9706 Kelly Kernicki. And I made it out as Parveen Sardar at 9712, okay?
Okay.
And those have also been shared, and if I could stop sharing that, and I could show you better view, better versions of the plans.
Okay.
Okay, do you see the plans?
Yes, sir.
Okay, wonderful. So we have the property, the original shed, the patio, and the proposed shed that we're trying to legalize. If I could make this bigger. Proposed gazebo and the shed, which is 313 square feet. The existing shed, the concrete pad, I'll scroll over here. It's 16 feet 3 inches by 16 by 6, 313 square feet.
Yep.
I'm sorry. Did you have a question?
No, I'm nodding my head with your your presentation.
And then the elevation, it's 10 feet 11 inches high. Okay. Now, Wasim and his family, they made a mistake. He thought that because this is his own personal private home, no commercial activity going on, he didn't think he needed to go through the process of getting permits. He didn't realize that there were size and dimension requirements and setback requirements. So he's sorry. He thought that unless it was commercial, he didn't need it. So here we are just trying to make good that which he needed to do initially.
Why don't you bring him on, Joe, and adopt your testimony?
Wasim, can you come onto the Zoom? Wasim, are you there? Or maybe you need to raise your virtual hand so they could find you.
Do we see him?
No, and what's your client's name again?
Wasim, Waseem Kokar.
Okay, yes. And he's being promoted now to panelist.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And sir, you will have to, okay, he did accept it. He's coming back in now, Chair.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Sir, can you please unmute yourself?
It's already unmuted.
Wasim, can you hear us? Can you say something?
Yes, good morning.
Hi.
Can
Good
you hear
morning,
me?
sir. Could you please state your name and then spell for the stenographer?
Wasim Khokar, Waseem Khokar.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Counsel?
Thank you. Wasim, have you heard my presentation to the zoning board?
Yes, I did.
And do you agree with it?
Yes, I do.
And would you adopt it as your own testimony if you were testifying?
Yes.
Do you have anything to correct me on?
No.
Anything else that you'd like to add?
No.
All right. Questions from the board?
So, the other shed has been legalized, is that what you're saying? And now you want legalization for this one, is that?
That's correct. That first shed was always there. It was always there. It was always a part of the property. And I believe at 130 square feet, I think that was already legal by right. Let me just confirm, 160 square feet.
Okay. And then this shed is going to be how big?
313 square feet. So it's 16 feet 3 inches by 16 feet 6 inches. And I'll give you the height again, 10 feet 11 inches.
And okay. And you need he needs all of this extra storage for just some Christmas?
Well, it's more than Christmas. His mother, he also lives with his mother, as well as his wife and his two children, who are teenagers, young teens, and also his mother-in-law who lives in Virginia. She comes up to stay with the family in Philadelphia for extended periods of time. So the mother-in-law, she has her stuff in Virginia as well as her stuff here in Philadelphia.
Okay. And how many people did you say lived here?
It's him and his wife Nancy, his mom, and their two children. And then for extended periods of time, there would be his mother-in-law. So we're counting between 5 people minimum, 6 people maximum.
Okay. And then I guess maybe this doesn't have anything to do with this, but what is this about the pool that was removed? What was that?
Yeah, he had a pool at that location and it was removed. Yeah, I'll show you.
Voluntarily, or was this something else where
No, it was
it was there?
No, it was voluntary. It was just just a simple above ground pool that you put together and you take apart.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
One other thing that I needed to mention, when we had our RCO meeting, it was discussed and it was agreed that this structure would not be connected to any utilities. No water, no sewer, no electric, and no gas. It was mentioned, it was discussed, and we agreed to it. So even though Mr. O'Hara didn't put it in his email, to us, we are not having any plans to connect the structure to any utilities. And it was also discussed that nobody would be sleeping in there. Of course, nobody would be sleeping.
Of course not.
Thank you. You kind of answered one of my questions. So sorry.
I'm sorry.
My question is, gotta echo. My question is, who built the shed, and was the shed ever inspected by any professional?
Wasim,
Yes.
could you answer that question? Who built it?
It was a contractor, and we had the architecture, Mr. Ray White. They did everything.
So you had a contractor do it?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, other questions? Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience? Planning Commission.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSD3 residential single-family detached zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 1991 in a council-supported map change. The appellant requests dimensional relief for building 2 accessory structures in the rear yard without the benefit of permits. The City Planning Commission recommends the board deny the proposed dimensional variances.
Thank you. Mr. Vaccaro, I just want to sit next week and talk to the board a little bit about where we stand with this. But we'll make sure that we vote on this at 9:30 a.m. for you, okay?
I appreciate it. Thank
All
you
right,
very much.
Thank you very much. Is there
Thank you
anyone
for
in the
my
audience
business.
whose 9:30 case has not been called?
I see no hands, Chair.
Thanks, everybody. See everybody at 2 p.m. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman, and I will be chairing this meeting of the Philadelphia Zoning Board. With me is our Vice Chair, Tanetta Graham,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
our Board Secretary, Cheryl L. Gaston,
Present, Mr. Chair.
our board members, Michael Johns,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Tayo Wynn,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
and Ryan McAdams.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Also present is our attorney, Hillary Emerson, our ZBA Director, Ian Haggerty, Our board administrator, Lakeisha Dandy. This hearing is being recorded and will be available on the ZBA website. By participating, you agree to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote participation, whether in person or on Zoom. If you're called to speak, please state your name and spell it, and wait to be sworn in. After that, state your name each time before you testify. To enter your participation. The property address where you are recorded, and the Zoom, put it on the Zoom webinar. Speak with a staff member or call the ZBA office. Call before the close of business tomorrow. Call 215-286-2429 and provide your name, email, and the address of the property involved. Remote participation. Raise your virtual hand when directed to speak. Before you start speaking, click your button to join the panel. Use your Q&A for procedural issues only, not case information. If you are joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. In-person participation. If testifying, get closer to the mic so that all attendees and also the court reporter can hear you. No talking, eating, or drinking in the room. Aggressive behavior will not be tolerated. In case of emergency, follow the directions given by the staff. The main exit through the doors in the rear, and the stairs are to the left. If we evacuate, go to Love Park, which is right across Arch Street. Please wait there so that we can account for you. So let's look at our schedule for this afternoon. Number 9, MI 2026-000-551, 3024 West Dauphin Street. That case is continued until 9/26/26 at 2 p.m. Are there any other requests for continuances?
Good afternoon, Chair. This is Jason Hand. I will be your co-host for the session. I see a hand up from a Lisa Coker. I will allow them to speak at this time.
Sure.
Hello?
Hi. Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Lisa Kolker, Kolker.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
What case are you talking about?
I'm a concerned resident, so I have an application number.
Well, tell me what case you're talking about.
Oh, it's about 4931 Wissahickon Avenue, Council District 8, zoning RSA 5. I was scheduled for 2:00 today.
Number 10, okay. Yeah, okay, so we're not to that point yet. We're just calling cases. So you're on, where's that? Where is it? Third one. Yeah, you're just going to be about an hour or so we'll call for you.
All right, thank you so much.
Sure. Any other requests for continuance?
I do not see any further hands, Mr. Chair.
So we have several add-ons here. So number 1, MI 2025-004-571, 1401 66th Avenue. I vote yes with proviso. Temporary variance for 24-hour operation of drive-through lane that extends June 4th, 2028, expires June 4th, 2028, temporary variance. Second, interior access to the, hold on here. Right. Access to the restaurant is prohibited after 10 p.m. and before 5 a.m. on Monday through Thursday, and 11 p. and 5 a.m. on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Number 2, MI 2025 006073 1700 Spring Garden Street. I vote yes with proviso. Revised plans, 18 pages, stamped by ZBA, June 3rd, 2026. No illumination between midnight and 6 a.m.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Number 3, MI 2026 000350 5912 Ridge Avenue. Hold on 1 minute. I vote yes with provisos. Revised plans, 2 pages, stamped by ZBA, June 3rd, 2026. Interior trash storage.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Number 4.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tyoin, my vote is yes with proviso.
Number 4, MI 2026 000574 5112 Willows Avenue. I vote yes with proviso. Revised plans, 1 page, stamped by ZBA, June 3rd, 2026. No roof deck or roof deck access. Approved use is single family household only.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is no.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Okay. We're going to start our regular list.
Right? My vote.
That was 4.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good. All right.
Oh, okay.
Number 12. Number 12. MI 2026 000809 4112 Peachin Street. Alan Knockhamson is the attorney. We also have Danielle McElhatton is involved in the case too with yep. Okay, why don't you sit down and we'll put the mic on for you.
And a number of the neighbors.
All right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, sir.
Okay. Mr. Knockhamson, are the both of you doing this?
We are, Your Honor.
Oh, my goodness, okay.
It's going to be a long presentation, so I figured.
No, it's not. It won't be a long presentation.
It will be a short presentation today of a long presentation.
Mr. Knockhamson, please state your name and spell for Mr. Knockhamson.
Alan Knockhamson, Alan, last name Knockhamson, Nochumson.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Goldberg?
ALEXGOLDBERG.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Malcolmson, could you identify your client and the relationship to this property?
Yes, Mr. Chair, my client is Pine Manayunk Development LLC, and in the audience is Tim Townhill, its member.
Right. And Mr. McElhatton, I think you've already.
I have, but if I could, Mr. Chair, yesterday in communication with the zoning board staff, we were made aware of some time limitations.
Yeah,
and
I'm about to tell you.
Oh, fine. I just wanted to make sure you understood. Our folks did not come in.
I got it. I got it. I think that was a good move on your part. Our vice chair has a few questions for both of you.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, we have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
Yes, we do.
Okay, all right. Thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
So, Mr. McElhatton, did you give this to Mr. Malcolmson?
I did. That was it.
All right. So just so everybody knows, we're going to tight schedule 35 minutes.
Yes.
Mr. Malcolmson?
Yes. Well, good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Alan Malcolmson. I represent the owner of 4112 Petchin Street. We're just going to go quickly through the table.
Alan, can you get a little closer to the mic?
Yeah.
He is.
I'm right here.
Okay.
Sorry. We're going to quickly go through the exhibit list, and then we're going to kind of streamline this process as much as possible. So we have 14 exhibits here: the notice of refusal, correspondence from the Central Roxborough Civic Association. We have elected to remove one of our refusals for height. We'll look over quickly the notice of refusal, but we have revised plans where we're now closer in conformance with the code. Aerial views of the property, maps of the area, and photographs of the surrounding area, our plans and drawings, which will be the subject of today's presentation. Our urban forest review and investigation, we're dealing with the removal of a heritage tree or trees, so that will also be in play for today's hearing. We have some expert reports, which will probably be presented more thoroughly at the next session. Our RCO meeting notice, we have met with the neighbors a number of times. Our application for zoning variance, the deed to the property showing that my client's the owner of the property, and our certificate of tax clearance. As you can see, we have a number of witnesses. Mr. Townhill, who's the owner's representative, will probably go last. We have Mr. Woodruff, Scott Woodruff from Design Blends. He'll primarily be the one testifying today, along with Shannon Highbach Park, who's our civil engineer. We have Michelle Cooley, who's a licensed realtor, and Mike Gorello, who is a contractor who will provide expert testimony. Why don't we just show the notice of refusal? So there's a little history here. My client has been trying to develop something here for some time on this lot. It's an over 15,000 square foot lot. The issue with the lot is only 75 feet wide. It goes street to street from Petchin Street to Lauriston. And originally, we tried to have a 35 unit or 36 unit apartment building with 25 parking spots. We were told by the community that was way too much. I don't disagree with that. We're here to show the least modification possible under the Philadelphia zoning code. We went down further, not through separate counsel. My client went down further for 26 unit apartment building with 26 parking spots. Again, the community was not interested in that. I believe that's not the least modification possible under the Philadelphia zoning code. This is the least modification possible under the Philadelphia zoning code. And we embrace that burden of undue hardship. And that's why we're making the presentation we're making today and over the course of a few sessions with this board. We're proposing to have a 10-unit PUD with essentially 20 parking spots, like 2-car garages. And, we have a very challenging site. You'll see we have a steep slope protection refusal. Can't change that, right? We're on a steep slope. We have a heritage tree removal refusal, which is a special exception, right? Not a variance. And we can't change the fact that there are trees there. I think we definitely met the burden for a special exception there. We have van accessible parking space refusal. Again, form over substance. These are 10 single family homes. It's a PUD. But because from a zoning perspective, it's on one lot, which will eventually be converted into a PUD, it's considered multifamily. Because we're offering more than 6 parking spaces, we're required to have at least one of them as van accessible. That's not something that would make sense for a planned community. I don't think anyone would want that, and it would just not. It would be difficult to comply with that provision. The next refusal has to do with multifamily household living. Again, it's form over substance. These are really 10 single-family homes. This is a 15,000 square foot lot. Based on the 1440 lot size requirement, we would have 10.8 units allowed as of right. We're asking for 10. That's exactly what would be allowed under the Philadelphia zoning code. And then finally, the last refusal, which we have now complied with, originally we were seeking, because we're on a steep slope, to have an average grade of 39 inches, 39 feet and 1 inch, where 38 feet is required. You know, I spoke to my client. I believe that that was the one refusal, which was not the least modification possible under Philadelphia zoning code, and we have removed it. And you'll see from just the elevations, we're now in conformance with even our next door neighbors to the right of us, who are a little above us on the top of the hill. So what I would like to do is, start with the testimony of Scott Woodruff. So if he could be sworn in. No, I mean, we have the proviso form, but he can walk us through that too.
Mr. Woodruff?
They will be coming back in as a panelist shortly.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Absolutely. Scott Woodruff, SCOTTWOODRUFF. I'm the principal here at Design Blends Architecture as the architect of record.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
All right, Scott, first of all, given the fact that we're and we're going to address first the steep slope protection refusal. That's a refusal that can never be complied with given the site conditions, right?
That is correct based on the locations of the steep slope.
All right, so we can never have a by right option just simply because of the steep slope issues we have.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. So let's go first. And again, we have the steep slope protection refusal says it's basically on those portions of the lot where the slope of the land is 25% or greater. And let's go over to the site plan for that. Oh, yes, steep slope plan. And that's within our Exhibit 6. All right, so why don't you explain what we're looking at here, Scott?
Sure. So all the areas highlighted in deep red are the areas over 25% grade. The areas in the slightly lighter shade of red are 15% grade. The code stipulates if you are doing any earth disturbance within those areas, it would generate a refusal. As you can see along each property line, along Peachum Street and Larston Street, we are pretty much completely locked with deep red at various points, which would prohibit us from trenching in utility lines, bringing in any sort of earth moving equipment or development potential on the site, as well as we have a kind of a spine that runs directly through the middle of the site there, which you can see.
Yeah, so in summary, we have issues with steep slope in the middle of the property and along its front and back edges. Did you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. All right. Great. Now, how did the issue with the steep slope affect your design of this property?
So the design of the property was done to try and minimize impacts in site developments along the street frontages as well as the neighbors. We tried to create a condition that limited some of the disturbances at these areas while placing the buildings kind of in the center, and then just also minimizing kind of earth moving activities to kind of get into the site, into the development.
Okay. Let's go to the second refusal regarding the heritage trees. And that's a special exception. So we have a report that you relied on from Rockwell Associates?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's the Urban Forest Review and Investigation Report. It's a 15-page report. Is it true that there are 28 trees on the site and 21 in poor condition, according to the report?
Correct.
All right. And then 2 of those trees within those report are designated as heritage trees. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. Well, let's go to the boundary and topographic survey. All right. And then just so the board understands, just to make it easier for everyone, our firm circled in red where those 2 heritage trees are. That was not in the original survey, but we just figured, for illustrative purposes only, it would be helpful for everyone. So there's 2 circles. There's one to the upper right-hand portion of that survey. Can you explain what that is?
Sure, that is one of the heritage trees that was designated by Rockwell and Associates.
Okay, and the one that's in the middle portion?
That was also another tree designated as a heritage tree. You can kind of see it's 32 inches in diameter, I believe.
All right, and then in terms of the condition of the heritage tree, the middle one, I believe that's referenced as a cherry tree. What's the condition of that?
That condition was in poor condition and not able to be saved, or not recommended to be saved based on the condition of the tree.
And let the board, for record-keeping purposes, see that we're pointing to the observations of that report, the findings of that report. I want to now kind of go into, and let Scott take a break. We have a civil engineer, Shannon. I would like her to be sworn in. She's going to talk about.
So a little cross?
Yeah,
maybe, Art?
yeah, that's fine. I mean, yeah, I was just trying to make
Do you
it.
want to cross, or how do you want to do this?
I'll cross this witness and then if necessary, the next.
Sure.
Oh, well, I'm not done with him. This is only a small portion. I wanted to go. I figured just to keep it streamlined, kind of
Okay,
focused
and
on.
then he'll have an opportunity to do
Yeah,
both. Okay,
yeah.
sure.
That's fine.
Right?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah. So, if Shannon can virtually raise her hand.
Shannon?
Yes.
They will be coming back in shortly as a panelist.
Thank you.
What? Yes.
Hey, can everyone hear me?
Hi, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yep. So my name is Shannon Park, SHANNON PARK.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Yes, Ms. Park, your firm provided this landscape plan, which is, in front of the board today. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Why don't you explain, in lieu of these 28 trees that are currently on the site that we're asking you to remove, why don't you explain generally the landscape plan?
Mhm.
How many
Uh,
trees?
Yeah, so the landscape plan is providing the street trees. So it's the 2 along Petchin, and then
All right, and then they're going to be, according to this plan, you're including 16 new healthy trees, right? 4 American hornbeam canopy trees, 10 serviceberry ornamental trees, and 2 eastern redbud ornamental trees. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then you're doing 4 different shrub species with a total of 112 plantings?
That's correct.
And then you have 14 grass plantings as well. Is that correct?
Yes,
All right. And then there's 118 ground covering plantings as well, right?
that's correct.
And 42 perennial plantings as well.
Yes.
All right. And I did mention with during Mr. Woodruff mentioned during his testimony that there are 28 trees, 21 are in poor condition. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And 2 of them, one of the 2 heritage trees is one of those in poor condition. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Just again, to keep it, focused on, I would like to now point the board's direction and Ms. Park's direction to the soil erosion plan. So whenever you're dealing with a site of this size, especially with a steep slope where we're on a, where there are people below us, stormwater always comes into play. Can you explain the efforts that you've designed to responsibly deal with any stormwater for this property?
Yes, so in the proposed condition, we have a proposed inlet within the drive aisle as well as a trench drain at the entrance from Petchin Street, and then yard drains for the walkway on the left-hand side of the plan. The walkway is also permeable pavers, which helps with the infiltration of the water and to decrease some of the impervious space. As far as dooring construction, for the E&S plan here, we're also showing filter socks to help with any sediment runoff, a rock construction entrance, as well as inlet protection for the inlets both on the site and downstream in both streets.
All right. And this was reviewed and approved by the Philadelphia Water Department?
Yes, we have URSA approval for this.
All right. And I believe we have a letter in our presentation materials dated January 26, 2026, where they reviewed your plans and approved them.
Yes, that's correct.
That's it with that, right? All right. Well, thank you so much for your time. We may ask for you to come back. I just want to have Mr. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Woodruff?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So
Tell that Hillary's trying to get.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, if she's not necessarily, if you're done with her testimony, then you should let Mr. McElhatton.
well, she will probably testify later on about, there's some questions about the driveway
Well-
that you may enter.
So just so we know, you'll have to be able to produce, if we don't get to them today with Mr. McElhatton, you're gonna have to bring them back.
Of course.
Right.
Yes, of course.
Right.
That's fine. I'll defer any questioning
Sure.
until the witnesses are finished.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. So, Mr. Woodruff, let's go over the remaining refusal. So let's go over your architectural plans and drawings. So, yeah, start with the rendering. All right. So can you explain what we're seeing here right now in front of us?
Sure. So this is a front rendering shown from Peachin Street, looking up at the proposed structure, which is a 10-unit single-family home or PUD structure, as you described. We went through a few iterations to match the character of the surrounding neighborhood and worked with the neighborhood to aesthetically address some of their concerns and desires to make sure that the building facade fit into some of the surrounding context, including, brickwork, cornice, as well as porch kind of along the front face.
Yeah. So can you explain to the board the materials that you envision the property owner would use as part of this project?
Sure. So we have a standard red brick, which is very common throughout the neighborhood. We also have a limestone water table that kind of runs along that first floor in the garages. We also have a Wissahickon stone schist retaining wall that's along the street, which is there's a wall there currently in a little bit poor repair, but that was something important to the neighborhood that we do keep that element along the pedestrian areas, which we did do. As we go back through the property, we have a mix of fiber cement siding as well as board mat and vinyl siding that kind of stretches back down some of the interior areas in the rear facades.
Yeah, and we'll go over obviously the site plan and the floor plans, but each, this property goes street to street from Petchin and Lauriston, right?
Correct.
And as part of your design, and we'll see it also, let's go to the next rendering. You purposefully have a single family structure facing each public street with a porch. Is that correct?
That is correct. And again, we worked with the neighborhood to make sure that these facades that were very street facing fit with the character and kind of desires of the surrounding context that were applicable.
All right. And then you have 8 single family homes sandwiched in between those 2 single family homes, one facing Petchin and the one facing Lauriston. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Well, let's go to the site plan. All right, so let's just look at the numbers on the site plan because I did, kind of give a general, synopsis. So according to your site plan, the site is 15,570 square feet or so. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right, and based on the RSA 5 zoning, if we had the street frontage, math would be 10.8 units. Is that correct?
That is accurate, yes.
All right. And then the width of the property facing both public streets is 75 feet wide. Is that right?
That is right.
And that's up there, the second right there. All right. And then we do have now a height of 38 feet. Is that right? The maximum height?
Yes, we did revise that, taking down some floor levels and making some adjustments to have the height at 38 feet as measured from average grade planes on the structure.
All right, great. And you did provide us with the revised plans, which we submitted to the ZBA. Is that right?
That's correct.
So if the board feels so inclined to grant this variance, we would respectfully request that they grant it with those revised plans, removing that one refusal. All right. Let's go over the actual plans themselves. I guess this is just the elevations up to the top left. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and then the bottom left as well.
Yep.
Okay, let's go over the site plan. So can you kind of walk us through this site plan?
Yeah, sure. So if you want to center it on the screen, that would be perfect. All right, great. So on the right side is Peachin Street. On the left side is Lauriston. Again, as you mentioned, a through lot. We've got a 17-foot and change front setback. That's along the Peachin Street facade and a 21 and change foot setback along the Lauriston Street side. Majority of these homes are all set back with, I would suspect, because of sloping and other factors. So it was important to maintain that. A lot of care and effort went into placement of the drive aisle and vehicular access into the site based on the steep slopes and sloping of the site. It was placed on the southern side as it's the least amount of slope coming into the site. It ramps up a bit on the northern side. So coming in on the southern side of the site, we have a 9% slope, a 15% slope, and then a 1% to allow access to the garages, which really limited the amount of earth moving as much as possible to provide that vehicular access. On the northern side of the site would be the front door access. We have stairs that come into a common kind of sidewalk entryway. And then there'll be front door access to all the homes. That also wraps around to stairs to provide consistent access from Lauriston and through the site to Peachin Street, so that there's pedestrian access that can be done street to street, front to back on the site. Those stairs connect also down to the drive aisle. So there's consistent pedestrian access throughout the site. One thing to note based on the site that is also fairly important is there currently is between a 16 to 18-foot retaining wall that's failing currently along the Lauriston Street side. So to address that, we have a very large slope change there. So we're proposing to develop this in a manner so that we create some cascading retaining walls that kind of cascade down to the street frontage with stairs and kind of entry up into the drive aisle and that top sidewalk access. The majority of the buildings being built up on the site and not pushing down this really steep kind of retaining wall embankment.
Yeah, we changed our screen. I don't know if you noticed that to show the picture of the retaining wall that you were talking about. Is that the retaining wall?
It is correct.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go back to the site plan. So specifically, just as an observation, you separated the pedestrian and the vehicular traffic and access.
That is correct. They are separated for safety reasons and just logistically for the members of the community and obviously the homeowners.
Yeah, and again, just to reiterate, the bookends of this 10-unit plan community, they're facing the public street to provide eyes on the street.
Correct.
All right, with porches as well.
Yes, both have porches.
All right. Is there anything else? Oh, how wide is the drive aisle?
So the drive aisle is, I believe, 20 feet. We have some pinch points due to bollards. You can see 18.5 drive aisle is the one dimension there. That's to the actual bollard, which protects some of the utility accesses and some of the stuff coming into the houses. And then there are some small balconies that kind of come over the drive aisle, which are those little rectangles you see for each house.
Yeah, and it's your understanding that the streets department reviewed and approved the drive aisle drawings?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. And then, as you can see, there's landscaping that's kind of bookending the entire lot as well, right? To provide a buffer.
Yeah, we have bookends of the landscape, and as presented earlier, on that southern side is entirely landscapes with new plantings.
All right, well, let's go through the rest of the drawings. All right, is there anything in particular that's noteworthy in these elevations?
So the top elevation there is the drive aisle elevation. Again, looking over kind of the things I described there, we have enlarged garage doors. You can see utility meters, which are bollard at each garage door, as mentioned, in those small balconies that are kind of above the drive aisle locations. If you go to the more pedestrian sidewalk side, you can see the front door entries with canopies and also bricked faces. This would be essentially the front doors of each house, with exception to the two facing the street, which would have front door accesses that face the street.
Okay. All right, well, let's go to the next drawing. And this is SD03. What is this showing?
Yeah, so we provided some aerial views just to give some idea of context around grade change and kind of how the buildings work together. The one thing I will note here is we did revise the pilot houses in meeting with the neighborhood to minimize height and visibility of those. So those have been minimized to provide sloping roofs only for what's needed to provide that roof deck access.
Yes, and then the roof deck access portion of is also kind of squeezed in. So again, less visible to everyone. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, next. So this is SD404. What is this showing?
Yeah, so the top image here, southwest perspective to the left-hand side is the Larston Street facade. And as you can see, the grade change there between kind of drive aisle and top sidewalk is fairly large. So we have those cascading kind of retaining walls and planting beds that allow us to get up to the elevation that's kind of existing on the site above that failing retaining wall.
And then the north perspective on the bottom
Yep,
part?
north perspective, just showing exactly that kind of sidewalk front entry and how that kind of looks as you go down in unison. Again, just always good to see perspective views.
All right, next. And this is SDO5. So in this perspective, it's actually showing a portion of our elevation in comparison to 4114 and 4116. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, and then in terms of the roof lines for 4114 compared to 4112, are they mimicking, our roof line?
Yeah, so the height of the building is fairly consistent with 4114. 4114 has a mansard style roof, sits up a little bit higher than ours. But as you can see, they're pretty much consistent with the adjacent.
Yeah, and actually this drawing has not been updated with the 38 feet of height, is that right?
That is correct. We don't have time to do that.
Yeah, but just to put that in perspective, we would be, even lower than that from our perspective, if you change that drawing. Is that right?
Yep, be another foot and change lower.
Okay.
Alan, I see you have about 5 minutes.
All right,
So why don't you just try to use the time the best you can as you want to?
Yeah, let's try to get through the rest of these drawings.
Yep.
All right, this is, what? Did we go through that? All right, well, let's go through the floor plans. Why don't you walk us through the floor plans?
Sure. So on the bottom of the page, that would be the drive aisle elevation. On the southern side of the property, starting in the garage, we have a double loaded tandem style parking space. Again, this was something that when meeting with the neighborhood, parking was adamantly important. So we had originally some basement living space, auxiliary space down there. We then have changed that to have 2 parking spaces for each home with wider garage access. So we've got 12-foot garage door, 16-foot clear. So we have extra space for storage in there, along with parking 2 cars very comfortably. And then as we go up.
Well, hold on. And maybe this is not noted in here. Is there an expectation that this would also be designed where there would be adequate trash storage?
Yeah, correct. Yeah. The intention is, trash and recycling cans would be within this garage. Visually, you can see there's more than enough space around these vehicular cars.
Yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt. Well,
no,
continue.
all good. Going up level 1 floor plan, this is directly accessed from the northern side of the site, front door. This would be the main living level with the living room, primary living room, towards the southern side, dining room and kitchen in the middle, open concept. As we go up, we have the master bedroom on the second level, with the bedroom being on that southern side. The northern side would be a master bathroom with closets kind of in the middle. And then the upper floor, on the 3rd floor, are 2 additional sleeping areas with 2 bathrooms and laundry up there. And then on the top here is the roof deck, and a little easier to see here that we're 10 foot set off that northern face. And then the pilot house door and railing kind of wraps around so that the primary roof deck access is towards that southern side, and roof deck living is towards that southern side.
Yeah, and then what's the other side in terms of the setback?
So we're up, so that's 10 feet up there. So we have 5 and another 5. So we have a 5-foot parapet, and then so it's 10 total on that northern side.
All right. Trying to think. Oh, what's the size? What's the approximate size of each single family structure, including and excluding the garage level? if you know.
Top of my head, I don't have the excluded.
There's 2,250.
Yeah, we're 2,200 without the garage and then 28 with.
All right.
Okay,
And
why don't we start?
that's stop.
Getting
You
to the end
stop.
of this, yeah.
All right. You want us to stop?
Yeah, if you want to say something real quick, I mean.
No, I mean, can I just see if there's any other drawings so we can at least finish the
Why don't
drawings?
we do that? You get 2
Yeah.
minutes.
All right, let me see. Are there any other drawings? Oh, let's stop.
Okay.
And that'll be a good stop.
All right, so we're going to continue this until we'll resumptive hearing will be 8/18/26 at 9:30 a.m. And I want to thank the both of you, Mr. McElhatton. I want to thank you for working with our staff, Ian Haggerty and Hillary and Lakeisha Dandy in the back here have really been working on finding ways to streamline the work in here that, like, for instance, you didn't have all your witnesses sit here and we wind up canceling, everybody goes away mad. So.
And we blame you.
Well, we try to get blame Hillary, but that's besides the point. But no, we want to thank you with that. Good. Pardon me?
9:30.
9:30, yep, yep. Okay, thank you, thank
To
you both.
complete my business before this board, may I be excused?
Oh, you
Mr.
most
Chair?
certainly can,
Thank you.
Counsel. Thank you.
Good to see you.
Thank you. Okay. Alan,
Thank
I
you.
think you're going to be with us a little bit.
Yeah, which one is the next one, Mr. Chair?
You have so many,
Well, he may do the one.
how about number 5?
Which one?
MI 2026-000-481, 1400 South 23rd Street. Mr. Goldberg, you've already been sworn, but just for the record, could you please state your name?
Sure. My name is Alex Goldberg, ALEX GOLDBERG.
Right. And could you identify your client in relationship to this property?
My client is Calvin Ho, and he's the owner of the property.
And I see there's unanimous support from Point Breeze Civic, the CDC. Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
I think I need to jump back into the Zoom. I think I got bumped out. 1 second. Okay. Okay, so my client is Calvin Ho. He's in the virtual audience. The property is 1400 South 23rd Street. It's at the corner of 23rd and Reed in the Point Breeze neighborhood of Philadelphia. This property has a long history of 2-unit use. It was a funeral home plus 1 residential dwelling unit above. There's a entirely separated ground floor, what was previously commercial unit existing on the property. That you'll see photos of that appears to just sort of accumulated a lot of junk over the course of time, and I'm not sure was ever recently rented as a residential dwelling unit. My client has a 1-unit rental license to be able to legally rent the unit above, which he has since he purchased the property in December of 2025, and we're going through the variance process to attempt to legalize that first floor space, which was previously a funeral home, into a residential dwelling unit. Here is the notice of refusal. We're not proposing any sort of construction, so this is solely a use application. The benefit of being on the corner is that we have separate residential entry points for each unit, and there's also an existing storage garage on the Reed Street side, which was never large enough to fit a car, but is perfect for trash storage. So we also have a nice enclosed trash storage area built into the building structure. Here's the letter of support from Point Breeze CDC. We met with them earlier this year. You can see that there was unanimous approval, 4-0, and 2 of those yeses were within 2 blocks of the project. And then some commentary here from 1 near neighbor and 1 beyond 2 blocks that people are in support, and that it's been 2 units and the owners is looking to make it legal. Here's a petition from some nearby neighbors that signed in support of the proposal, some of which were at the virtual meeting with the coordinating RCO. Property history, this is a document referencing zoning permit applications for an interior alteration of a funeral parlor plus one family. So there's documentation that there were two separate spaces here, and that is still the case. And without the granting of this variance, because this is RSA 5, we would be in a position where either that front space wouldn't have to be used, or we would need to seek a variance for some sort of commercial use perhaps, which I don't think would be supported by the neighbors because that would be out of character. There are several duplexes in close proximity to here, including the other three corners on our block. So that is 1401 South 23rd, 1412 South 23rd, and 1413 South 23rd. And the ZBA approved that a duplex at 1412 South 23rd in 2021, which is one of those corners I'm referencing, and I have a map to show you what that looks like. So here's the zoning map. We're directly across from a commercially zoned property and RM1, as well as a park to our left. And then here is a diagram showing that the other four corners of sort of this 1400 block of South 23rd Street are all duplexes. So it would be in character for us to sort of be the bookend to that and be approved for that as well. And I imagine that's why there was a history of that from some time ago. Here's some photographs. So this is the front of the property. One residential entry point is here, and the other one is on Reed Street right here. I referenced that there's a small little storage garage on the Reed Street side. That's where we will have our trash storage, accessible to both units. Here's the notice postings on both street frontages. To the right of the property on South 23rd, to the left. And then to the right of the property on Reed and to the left. There's a deck at the rear. Interior photographs. This is the upper unit. You can see it's in much better shape. And there's a tenant there now with an active rental license. And then you'll see what the downstairs area looks like. And it's sort of a bi-level. You'll see that on the plans. But this is what the front of the property looks. This was This was the funeral parlor. These are the listing photos. It's basically just sitting in there empty now until we're hopefully able to get through this process successfully. It has access to a basement, but the basement is an unfinished basement that I imagine will be laundry and utilities only, which is it's just utilities now in a dark space. You can see that staircase going downward. And then the plans and drawings going to the floor plans. First floor is on the bottom here. So you can see that you enter on the 23rd Street side to the left of the property off of the porch, and that gives you access to apartment 1. That gives you access to apartment 2. It goes directly up a staircase. My apologies. And then you have a staircase coming off of Reed Street here, where you get direct access to unit 1. And then that trash storage area you can see is directly adjacent to the kitchen there in unit 1, and this is full lot coverage, an existing structure in that way. 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and then upstairs you have 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, fairly spacious. They're both about 1,000 square feet. My client is going to self-manage them, and obviously, that downstairs unit needs a lot of TLC. I would say with that, I would ask my client to come on and adopt my testimony.
Your client's name, please.
Calvin Ho.
Okay.
They'll be back in as a panelist shortly.
Okay.
Hello,
Hi, sir. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
my name is Calvin Ho, Calvin. Last name is Ho, Ho.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed, sir.
Hey, Calvin, did you hear my testimony today?
I did.
Was it true and correct?
Yes.
And do you adopt it as your own?
Yes.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
And Mr. Chairman, I forgot to mention that we have submitted tax clearance and proof of mailing.
Okay.
To the board.
Sure. Thank you. Questions from the board?
Trash. What's your plan for trash?
Trash storage will be in this storage area, which is that existing, I would call it a half garage. It's 6.5 feet wide. That's existing on the side of the property. So both tenants would have access to store their trash there.
Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have a hand up from a call-in user. I will allow them to speak.
Sure.
Hi, good day. This is Tiffany Green from Concerned Citizens of Point Breeze. Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Yeah,
Hi.
hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Tiffany Green, Concerned Citizens of Point Breeze, RCO.
All right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please proceed.
Well, I'm going to oppose the project, okay, because our group feels that there is no real hardship here regarding the actual property. In the meeting with discussion, the vote was moved forward. The vote was moved forward with the understanding that our group would continue to have a conversation with the developer, with the owner and the lawyer, and about having an affordable housing unit. And articles come out by Point Breeze yesterday in Enquirer. And we're saying that at this point that there's no real hardship at this point, or anything is self-imposed hardship, because you're supposed to do your due diligence before you purchase the property. So we understand he's trying to legalize it, and he wants to, also redo the first floor. But we're saying at this point that we need some type of benefit to give back to the community. Variance can't be based on profit or just expansion. It has to be an actual hardship, and I don't think that this hardship has been proven. And so we, at this point, because we can't continue to have conversions into multifamily units and not at least have some kind of benefit for the community, because this is leading to more displacement in our community. And you might say, well, this doesn't have anything to do with zoning. It has a lot to do with zoning, because of the fact at this point that if they're not showing any true hardship, then at that point, then why should the variance be granted? So in this, after having a conversation with Mr. Nakason, or at the time I think it was assistant, his other staffer, they stated that they didn't want to do a binding agreement. They were not interested. They want to do $1,600 for the unit, and then they said they might do low-cost housing. But then we said to him, well, low-cost housing is a different type of language than $1,600, and so I just want to put that on the record, and
Right.
and we're going to be firm going forward that variant conversions cannot be just based on expansion or profit. It has to be, or it needs to come with a benefit back to the community. And we're asking for the HUD recommendation of $1,250 for a 2-bedroom. And we feel as though with that support now, in turn, we didn't know anything about no petition, because RCOs are supposed to be fully informed. We did not know anything about that, and we don't know what was said on the petition. And number two, the people at like I said, at the meeting went forth with the vote, so we cut back on time and people having to come back and and all that, because you're not going to remail again, and with the hopes of still having this conversation. We've
But the
learned not to do.
CDC did vote in favor of this, am I correct?
We're saying the vote went through with the understanding that our conversation was going to take place after even though the vote was taken.
All right. Thank you very much for calling. Is there anyone else in the audience?
Thank you.
I could just quickly respond with that.
I just to see if there's anyone else. Is anyone else in the audience?
Sorry, Chair, I do not see any further hands at this time.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, we have unanimous support from the RCO, including 2 near neighbors. I do believe we've met our burden, given the
Yeah.
fact it's 2-unit structure. And I did have communications over email with Ms. Green over the past week about affordable housing, and I was honest with her. I said, listen, we're going to do our best to keep it at 1,600. My client's not interested in signing some sort of deed restriction, but we're also not interested in doing anything super crazy high end and unaffordable. So that's kind of where we left things with her.
Okay. Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission, AMY BOYD.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the current RSA 5 residential single family. This property has a documented history of being split into 2 spaces. The conversion of the previous commercial space into residential brings the property more into the spirit of the residential nature of the zoning district. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for 2-family.
MI 2026-000-481, 1400 South 23rd Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes.
Alex, are you doing 10?
I'm doing old.
Which is, Wissahickon? No. All right. Could you ask your associates? to
Sure.
come out? So MI 2026-000-553, 4931 Wissahickon Avenue. Alex Nachumson is the attorney. Alan Nachumson is the attorney. Could you please state your name? No, you don't have to. You've already been sworn. Just state your name for the record.
Alan Nachumson.
Could you identify your client in relationship to this property?
Yes, my client is Jomo LLC, and in the virtual audience is one of its members, Anthony Gray.
And I see there's a letter of non-opposition from Solo Germantown? Non-opposition?
We have
Unlimited.
several letters.
Unlimited, non-opposition.
Yeah, we have, I believe, several letters, one from the 13th Democratic Ward, one from Solo.
Okay.
And one from Swamp Poodle,
Yes,
either in non-opposition or in support. I don't know which one, but they're all positive.
Yeah, no, Swamp Poodle, they sent a letter right before hearings this afternoon. They indicated they were in support with 2 provisos, one being no drug consumption, administration, or distribution, and trash and recycling stored indoors except on collection days. And then they noted that they agree with adding landscaping, increasing sidewalk trees, as well as other permissible provisos requested by affected RCOs.
But our vice chair has a few questions. Just to start. Okay.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, we have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Hi, so I'm here to present 4931 Wissahickon Avenue. As you can see, it's a corner property. A little interesting tidbit. There's an Isaiah Zager mural right here, which is a pretty famous artist in the Philadelphia region. So this property has been a multi-unit structure for some time. But we'll go over that. We'll review the 12 exhibits. And again, at the conclusion of my presentation, I would ask that Anthony Gray virtually raise his hand and be sworn in.
Sure.
So this is an RSA 5 property. I would say it's an RSA 5 property in name only, given its history. It's a lot size of almost 2,300 square feet. My client purchased the property from the chiropractor who's currently on the first floor. So we're just trying to clean up some things here. So there's a chiropractor on the first floor, history of that. There was a dentist on the second floor. There's a history of that. And then there was a therapist on the third floor. I don't know if there was a history for that. The dentist left on the second floor, and the therapist now wants to go on the second floor, and we want to convert the third floor into a single-family residence. And so that's our refusal for uses as business and professional business and professional, medical, dental, health practitioner, sole practitioner, and single-family household living. And we have 2 refusals. First is about the business and professionals not allowed, And then the second refusal is about the medical, dental, and health practitioner. So we did meet with the community. It was a very positive meeting, and I think, you know, we helped it along by agreeing to do trash storage inside. I would disagree with the proviso, no drugs administered. While no one administers drugs, I think the therapist is a psychologist, not a psychiatrist. You know, there has been drugs administered on this property, I would assume, of some sort with the dentist on it previously. So I would just say we want to keep this open. You know, there's a history of having someone who has had, you know, access to drugs, you know, to administer drugs legally. But, you know, right now there's not. We just don't want to have to come through this process. It's expensive, it's time consuming, and we would hope the board would consider that strongly. Again, unanimous support based on the 13th Ward RCO letter. And again, this kind of summarizes what I just stated. Really, their concern was about trash maintenance and storage. We also, and they were the coordinating RCO. You know, obviously all RCOs should be considered equally. Solo, you know, was also a participant during the meeting. They were also in non-opposition. They had a request for a ventilated trash closet. We don't think that's necessary for the third floor because we're going to have a common storage area for trash. We'll see, and we would request that would be the case rather than that. They also had a request for no rooftop decks. You know, if we were providing, we're not having them. If we did, we would have to obviously seek, you know, another zoning permit, and that's up to the board whether or not they want to, you know, put that proviso on there. We would ask for that not to happen. They also stated to have no exterior mailboxes. You'll see from the pictures, there's already exterior mailboxes there. I think there's a long documented history of that. Again, that's not an enforceable proviso anyway. And then the Swamp Poodle letter, I guess kind of, they have two provisos about trash storage. And they asked for commercial trash, I guess, commercial trash pickup. We would respectfully say, please do not put that requirement on us. It's only one residential unit above. There's two light uses of business there, neither of which is going to have much trash, you know, for it. So I think that would be overkill to require commercial trash storage. And then they say no parking in front of addresses. I don't know what that means. This is public parking. We're not going to be commandeering any parking from anyone. So I would leave it up to the board to, I'm sure the representative from Swamp Poodle will explain that. We have a petition, well documented, of people in support. Property history, which shows, again, a significant multi-use history for this property. You can see from we're in the corner of Wissahickon and Clapier Street. Photographs of the property. You can just see from here, this looks nothing like an RSA 5 property. And you can also see from the signage, the chiropractic office, the former dental office there. And you can see here, here in the mailboxes. But, you know, they have double doors here. Long documented non-RSA 5 history. Proof of posting for today's hearing. Wissahickon Avenue to the right of the property, to the left of the property. West Clapier Street to the right of the property, to the left of the property. Tour photos. So again, this has been an active chiropractic office for as long as anyone can remember. The chiropractor is very well liked in the community. There was a lot of positive discussion about him and making sure they kept this use legal for him. And his use is in the first floor and the lower level, which you can see from the pictures here. And then you can see this is the former dentist office on the second floor. And then I believe this is the therapist. Although I've been told there's a psychologist, but it could be like a physical therapist. But I was told it was so we can flesh that out too. Our plans, very straightforward. These are just, simple cutouts. The spaces are existing, really. The only difference that I wanted to show the board was the residential component that's being added on here. So you can see there's 2 bedrooms, there's a living room, there's a kitchen, there's a bathroom. The washer dryer is right here. You can see that the bedrooms have, ample windows. Again, no basement living. This is our RCO meeting notice. We met with the community on April 28th. We sent the notice out to 65 people. There were at least 10 to 15 people in the audience. I think the vote shows that. Proof of mailing, applications for zoning variance, or deed to the property showing that Joe Mo LLC is the owner, and their certificate of tax clearance. With that being said, I would ask that Mr. Gray virtually raise his hand and be sworn in.
Mr. Gray.
I'll be coming back in as a member shortly.
Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
And sir, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure, it's Darrell Anthony Gray, Darryl, Anthony, Anthony, last name Gray, Gray.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Could you please turn your video on, please?
Okay, I'm trying to find that. Let me see if I can.
If you can.
Yeah, I can. It was on. And hang on a second. Yeah, boy. It's my video. Here we go. I think I got it. Okay.
Hey, you have it, sir.
All right.
Counsel?
Yeah, Mr. Gray, you heard everything I had to state today about your zoning matter.
That is correct.
Is it true and correct?
Yes, it is.
And do you adopt it as your own testimony?
Yes, I do.
Specifically, you're in agreement to a proviso where you would store the trash inside the building structure.
Yes, I am.
All right. Board, I did omit when I was going quickly through the drawings. I just wanted to make sure that the board sees this. This is where the trash will be stored. So just give me a second. The trash room is right here. If you remember, these are the double doors that lead into the common vestibule area. There's a secondary access here too, but there's a significant room here that all residents, well, the one resident and the 2 businesses would have as access for trash storage.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Questions from the board?
I just need clarity. So the second floor, because it seems like you showed us the former dentist office.
Yeah.
And then the therapist office. Are there 2 separate businesses on the second floor?
No, there would just be one. The
Just one.
dentist left. The that's an older.
It's an old photo.
Older photo, but there is no dentist there. Mr. Gray, I just want to make sure I'm accurate. Mr. Gray, has the dentist left the premises?
Yes, the dentist is vacated and the therapist on that floor.
So, okay.
Yeah.
So it was just the updated photo of the
Yeah.
interior conditions.
That's right.
Got it. And then do you know how many patients each of the businesses on the first and the second floor typically see in a day?
I cannot speak to that.
Trying to get a sense of volume of people, right? Because I think specifically as you guys asked to not have commercial trash pickup, it did look like the business on the first floor has like at least 4, could have up to 4 to 5 people on premises at a time because you had 3 seats in the waiting room. There was a receptionist desk, there's an office desk in the back, and I'm assuming there's an exam room. And so just trying to get a sense of like how many people are going to be on premises kind of typically to justify, because while I understand you saying these are minimal use businesses now, these are pretty general categories that are getting approved and that this would stay with the property. So like commercial trash pickup could mean something different if a different business came behind it that happened to generate more trash.
Yeah, and that's fair. And let me just read the hours of operation for the chiropractor. He's at the tail end of his career. He's an older gentleman, but according to my notes, Monday from 3:30 p.m. to 7 p.m., Tuesday 8 a.m. to 12:30 p.m., Wednesday 3:30 p.m. to 7 p.m., Thursday 9 a.m. to 12:30 p.m., Friday noon to 6, and then just walk-ins are welcome, but appointments are encouraged. So it,
Stand for him, right? But
Yes.
like, once it's approved, another person could come in behind him and they could be running a very different medical practice that has more trash and more patients.
we always defer to the board. If it makes sense to have commercial trash pickup to protect the community, then, that's something that we, obviously we would abide by as a proviso.
Other questions?
Yes, my question. What was this with the room that seemed to have a bedroom or something?
I
Was that-
think I would, Mr. Gray.
Yes.
Therapist, is that a psychologist or a physical therapist?
She's a mental health provider on the second level, mental health,
Okay, and
like
that,
counseling.
okay, and there was like a almost
there
like
was like a
a
bed.
table of some sort. Do you know what that's
Yeah.
for?
I'm sorry, the table on the third floor?
Yeah, I'll show you the table.
Yeah, I couldn't-
When I looked at the drawings or the pictures too, I was like, is the therapist like mental or physical?
Right.
No.
So, let me just take a look right here.
Okay, those pictures are antiquated. That
Okay, gotcha.
is no longer exist. When I bought the property, the
Gotcha.
chiropractor indicated to me, who was the owner of the property previous to me buying, he's my tenant now. There used to be a massage therapist on that floor. That floor was just rated as storage, and there's nobody up there. And I didn't inherit anything.
Yeah,
So
I
that was a
apologize.
massage therapist.
I apologize. We took this from the Zillow listing, but that must be an older photograph.
But wasn't there another picture where
Yeah,
it
this
looked
one
like
right
there
here.
was like a bed or something? Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And I
where
think that was a massage therapist, but that's no longer there. Do you know what floor that is?
Yes, that is the third floor. It is totally vacant. And again, when I bought the property, it was vacant at that time and used just for storage from the chiropractor, the owner, who was the owner at the time.
and this is the floor where you're going to put in a single family.
That's
right,
correct.
2 bedrooms, yes.
So is there already a kitchen and things like that there? Or I don't.
Mr. Gray, is there a kitchen there or you?
No, there's just the bathroom there, and that's why we're asking for this, the permit to be able to build what you saw in the architectural plan.
Okay. And then how many bedrooms?
I believe it's 2, but I can show
That
you.
is correct.
It's right here.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Other
Thank
questions?
you.
Questions or comments from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Just one comment that, I mean, this refusal could have been on a past approval, but I don't know if this is missing a refusal for multiple principal uses on a lot because it's RSA 5. So I just want to put that on the record in case it was missing and that if this is approved, that's included.
Yeah, I actually, when I was reading it, I was expecting to read about multiple principal uses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but just a note. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have a hand up from Allison Weiss.
Sure.
About her allowed to speak.
Yeah, I know.
Hello, am I heard?
Ms. Weiss, how are you? Could you please
Yes,
state your
good, thank
name?
you. Yes,
Good. Could you
Allison
please
Weiss,
state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
ALLISON, Weiss, WEISS.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Please
and
proceed.
if Lisa Coker, the near neighbor, is in attendance, I would defer to let her speak first before I expanded on what we had submitted and
Okay, so,
the
let's see.
concerns of the board
Ms.
member.
Coker, are you still there? Do we see Ms. Coker?
Yeah, they're coming back in.
She's coming back in?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I can, Ms. Coker. I think we always swore you in. Why don't you just state your name for the record?
Lisa Colker.
Okay, please proceed with your testimony.
Okay, I want to just say that I live right next door. I'm at 578 West Clappier, and I've been here 36 years.
Okay.
So a few of the testimony that the lawyer gave was incorrect because I have been here and he made a lot of assumptions. The property when I came just had the dentist office. The whole thing was vacant except for it, and he had very few clients.
Okay.
10 years later, the chiropractor came and he was a sole practice and only had like one client at a time. He's a very good neighbor, but my concern is he's going to retire, and to change this is going to cause overuse of the property, and it seems like it will increase the density. I'm very concerned because 36 years, really, there hasn't been that much. We're mainly single family homes on both sides of the street. And this will cause a lot of density for us. I would like to see the limit if this does get approved, which I'm hoping not. I'd like to see at least the occupancy be limited to 2 people, patients on each floor. The other day I was coming in at 7:00 and there was 3 therapists leaving the building. So that he says there's 1 therapist, but there was 3 leaving the building all at the same time. So I'm concerned about the occupancy of how many therapists will be on there. It appears to be 4 different rooms on the 2nd floor from the blueprints. And I don't know if they say sole proprietor on the 1st floor, but I don't know, that doesn't negate having the chiropractor have another chiropractor come in and work for him as a sole practitioner, and having more, because for as long as I've known, there's only been 1 patient at a time for the chiropractor.
Ms. Coker asked me to answer the minute. Did you go to the RCO meetings?
I did not get it in the mail. I saw it. Allison sent me it later, and I saw it. So I would have loved to go.
Yeah, it seems as though quite a few of the RCOs have voted in favor of this.
Yes, I did not know about the meeting beforehand.
All right. Well, thank you for your input. We appreciate it. Do you have any questions?
No, I would just say.
Why don't we see if there's anybody else? Is there anyone else in the virtual audience? Ms. Weiss?
For that, Mr. Chair.
Sure, Ms. Weiss?
Yes, I wanted to further explain some of the provisos that we requested. We requested 1 chiropractor, 1 therapist, and a maximum of 2 persons renting the 3rd floor. So for the reasons that were just expressed and that were expressed by board member concerning expansion in the future of this particular business at its location, which had been used by sole people instead of multiple practitioners. So if that could be limited, and that was, we were not opposed on the condition that there were provisos. So it's not like we were in support of this. We were trying to address some of the community concerns that were expressed by way of the provisos.
So,
can I just-
Ms. Weiss, I appreciate your information, and we're going to check with our attorney.
No,
Thank you.
I was just going to say, so they are asking for a sole medical, dental, and health practitioner use, and the definition of that in the code is an office exclusively operated by 1 medical, dental, or health practitioner and having no more than 1 assistant regularly employed therein. So by definition, this is limited to 1 practitioner. If additional practitioners wanted to operate, they would have to seek a variance for a group medical practice.
I would also like to add that that the attorney said something to the extent of parking. There is currently 3 parking spaces for 1 hour only in front on Clapier Street. And he mentioned that he didn't know of any variance there. And he also made it an assumption about the drugs that the dentist probably did do that. But I can tell you, I knew the dentist and he was not prescribing drugs.
Okay, all right, thank you, but that really doesn't.
Oh, and one other thing about the roof deck, there is currently a roof deck off the 2nd floor.
All right, thank you very much for your input.
You're welcome.
You wanted to make a couple short statement?
We have one more hand, Chair, if you want to.
Okay, sure, why don't we do the one more hand?
Hi. Hi, yes. My name is Kenwin Breckenridge. I'm here with my mom, but it has nothing to do with this case. We just wanted to make sure you guys can hear us.
Hold up 1 minute. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
You can move on, Chair. They wasn't for this case.
All right. All I'm going to say is what I made the representations, this was what other neighbors in that community meeting stated about the chiropractor. And I'm looking at Google Street View right now in front of me, and there's a 2012 photo, the one that we showed the board. So when the resident stated that the chiropractor was only in business for 10 years, that's not, at least from Google Street View, it's as far back as 2012 documented. So we were told that he was in business much longer. Thank you.
Okay. Planning Commission?
Amy Ward with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning at this location from the current RSA 5 residential single family to CMX commercial mixed use. The proposed business and professional office and sole practitioner office would be allowed under CMX 2, which is the nearest commercial district. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variances for business and professional office and sole practitioner office.
MI 2026 000 553 4931 Wissahickon Avenue. I vote yes with proviso, commercial trash pickup.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Janetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you.
I think we have a break from you.
All right, good.
What do you mean good? What do you mean good? Okay, so number 1, MI 2025 004 069 5424 Valley Street. This is a resumptive hearing. Attorney is either Vern Anastasio or Harry Cook.
And he's coming in now as a panelist, Vern.
Oh, Vern's coming, okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yeah, it's Vern Anastasio, ANASTASIO, on behalf of Mr. Farouk El Hadi.
Right, and I understand this is a resumptive hearing. We'll have an update from you, right? And there'll be questions from the board, public testimony, and then we'll check on planning, okay?
Yes, sir.
But our vice chair has just a few questions to start, just a few. Well, okay, never mind. Okay, go ahead. We'll go, Vern, right away.
Sounds good. We're here because there were, Mr. Cook was filling in my absence when the hearing was held back in the fall. But there were 3 questions that needed to be addressed in this resumptive hearing. First, Attorney Emerson had asked if we needed to revise our refusal. I did speak to L&I because there is no parking requirement here. There was no reason to revise the refusal according to L&I. The issues that the board had were concern about how the lower level occupant would get their mail, if there was going to be a mail slot. As you can see here on the plan, the architect was able to put a mail slot in at the front of the property. These plans have already been sent over previously. It's right below the upper unit door, right there. And also, we've also included in it the contract. By the way, this is a letter from the immediate neighbor in support of the appeal. But there's also a contract for commercial trash pickup, not only for trash, but for recycling for the lower level unit. As I believe Mr. Cook put on the record previously, we have the support of the RCO. You have a letter of non-opposition from council member, the district council office, and also the letter from the adjacent neighbor. These units are going to be affordable, although I understand that that may or may not be relevant. And my client purchased the property with these units already in place, either through a sheriff's sale or foreclosure. But I believe the questions were about trash. We have, in fact, for a monthly rate of $156.11, have contracted for commercial trash pickup, that they would be able to take them from the rear. And the mail slot was also an issue that we wanted to make sure that the board question about how that would look and where it would be was also taken into consideration. The entrance is in the rear. It is mid-block, but that's not unusual, in the city, as you know, for folks to have to walk a half a block to get to their unit. It is going to be well lit back there. Security cameras, of course, both in front and back. And I believe that was the three issues that were requested of us, and we were able to provide this to you previous to this hearing, but I put it up here again. With that, if Mr. Farouk Al-Hadi is here, I'd like him to adopt this additional presentation.
Yep.
And what's your client's name?
Farouk Al-Hadi.
If you're in the audience, can you please raise your virtual hand? I see no hands, Chair.
Hey, Vern, you're an officer of the court. We'll take your testimony.
Yes, sir.
Questions from the board?
So how are they going to convince the mailman to put the mail in that slot? You've got access, but the mailman is going to put it in where all mail goes.
Well, it'll be a mail slot on the front of the property, right? So,
So where's the mail for the first floor, for the main unit?
At the front door.
So you're expecting the mailman to do both, or mail person? I'm sorry.
Mail carrier, right, Mr. Johnson?
Mail carrier, that's right. Mail carrier, right? Yeah. Exactly.
Well, when they approach,
right?
That's okay. When they approach when they approach the property, they're going to see the lower level slot first before they ascend the stair. And as far as UPS and FedEx is concerned, that we actually can direct them to bring to the rear. But even if they don't, they'll put them on the front step like they do with all multifamilies. And then, of course, the tenant would have to go around and pick it up.
Yeah, I guess the other issue that I have, and I probably raised this the last meeting, was the fact that it is mid-block and you have to walk down an alleyway to get to a unit, a driveway to get to a unit that's in the back. So that's just problematic for us. It was at the end of the block. I know it was at the end of the block. That's something different because you're kind of close to sort of a pedestrian way, but you're literally in a driveway.
Yeah, we can't change that, unfortunately. It's the way it was upon purchase. But we can make sure that it's well lit and that there's security. And it's not necessarily unusual for people to use the rear, especially when when it's a driveway. I know oftentimes I go through my garage back instead of using the front door, especially on inclement weather days. But the two major issues of trash, commercial trash pickup, and a dedicated mail slot for the lower level tenant, I believe we've adequately addressed.
Questions from our attorney?
Just to clarify, Mr. Anastasio, is there any parking on the property now, or the parking was just eliminated with the enclosure of the garage?
The parking has been eliminated,
Okay.
but again, there is no parking requirement, so it's
No, I
not relevant.
understand that. That's why I was just clarifying whether, oftentimes what happens is when the garage is made into habitable space, interior parking becomes surface parking, but that's not what happened
No,
here.
that's not
So
what's
that's-
happened here.
Yeah, so that's why I was just clarifying that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I mean,
comments from-
I hate to, put this out there, but I'm looking at the Google, and although people aren't parking in their garages, everybody seems to be parking in front of their houses in the back. Right.
A lot of folks do, but in this particular case, that would not be the case because these units are going to be for relatively low income folks, and it's not likely everyone's going to have a car. So,
Questions or comments from
All
the
right,
virtual
thank you.
audience?
I see no hands, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Planning Commission has nothing to add.
MI 2025-004-069, 5424 Valley Street. I vote no.
Michael Johns, my vote is no.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is no.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is no.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is no.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is no.
thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Yep.
Number two, MI 2025-006-889, 3001 Hellerman Street. Raymond DeRizio is the attorney.
And he's coming back in as a
Sure.
panelist
Thank
chair.
you.
Good afternoon.
Council, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Raymond Dorizio, Raymond. Last name Dorizio, Dorizio.
Right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Could you identify your client, the relationship to this property?
yes, my client is Yan Lin, Yanlin. She is the owner of the property.
Okay, and then during your testimony, could you give us an update what the RCO is, okay? But our
Yes.
vice chair has a few questions for you now.
Good afternoon. Have you
Okay.
submitted your documents and exhibits for this case 5 days in advance of the hearing?
Yes,
Okay. And do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
yes,
Okay, all right. Thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
okay. Okay, so. Okay, so this is 3001 Hellerman Street. My client, I have an exhibit list here with about 11 exhibits to show. Basically, what my client is seeking to do is have a office on the first floor with a residence on the second and third floor, 1-unit residence. And it's an RSA 5 district, so she was denied that. The plan is to have an insurance office on the first floor. She is a licensed insurance agent. Here's my appeal application, project information form. The deed, my client acquired the property September of 2023. This is her deed. So I have plans here that, if I could turn, basically it's a 3-story property. It's a corner property. That's the inside photo. I'm sorry that I'm on my phone and I want to try to flip it here. It's a corner property. The second and third floor is a dwelling unit. There's 3 bedrooms on the third floor with kitchen, living room, etc. on the second. The first floor is basically an empty space. I'll go to some of those interior photos. This is what the interior looks like: tile floor, couple tables, little kitchenette there. I'll get to that. There on the right, not that big of a space. But there is a photo of the property at this point, side view of where the office is. It has its own separate entrance. That is the back of the building. That is the corner of where the residence or where the property is. Just going around, basically, this is across the street, residences. Looking in each direction, that's the property from the front. Hellerman Street, directly across the street from the property, the opposite way of Hellerman Street, Battersby Street, which is the side street where the office entrance is, and this is the back of the property. That's the notices posted and the front of the proposed office. There's the front of the proposed office as well, tax certificate. And, this case was filed, the permit, back in 2024. We've made numerous attempts to contact Mayfair RCO, numerous emails. We had to continue this hearing a couple times. We directly sent mailings out to the community to notify them. These are my mailings with proof of mailing attached and stamped, and we've gotten no response, but we did send notices to the community about this project and plan that we had. And again, there's been no response. I haven't been contacted regarding this since the notices went out. So I'm really unsure what position the community have, if any, objection to this. But essentially, it's a low volume business. My client plans to be open from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. Rarely would clients come to the office. It's mostly phone, email contact. But occasionally she'd have some clients there, but she doesn't expect that to be a high volume. I don't think there's really any issue with trash. I mean, it's basically electronic records mostly in the insurance agency, maybe some paper, but beyond that, I don't think it's a very large footprint that it would be to the community as far as activity around it. But that is basically what she is seeking to do today.
So could you explain where the office is? I mean, I'm having a hard time. Is this like a first floor where there was a garage or something out there?
Yes. Well,
and then it's
let me get the picture back up.
That's the ground, or
it's kind of like the first floor of the property. Right there. Yeah, it's kind of the first floor, I guess you would consider it. And then there's 2
floors above it,
you would walk in. Correct. And then when I scroll over, that's the back, right? I want to get to the front. Those are just the surroundings. So this is the front, basically, of the property. And the front wouldn't be used for any business entry, but that's where basically the floors are. So I guess you could call it a basement or first floor, sort of, because it's on this hill there with the...
Right.
Yeah, because it's on that hill.
The first floor and the second floor is a private home, right?
Correct.
All right, questions from the board?
Yeah, I just want clarity because it says 2-family, but it looks like from the floor plans, there's a 2-story single or 2-story apartment and then a office on the first floor.
Yeah, I might have put multi. It would be it's one unit basically. The second and third. There's three bedrooms.
Right, on the,
Yes.
on the
Third
second
floor.
floor, on the third floor in your plans.
Yes.
Second floor of the residence, and then, okay, so it's a single unit and one office.
Yes.
Is there
Yeah,
already
yeah,
a
it's
tenant in the office? Because it does look like previously there's been a long list of personal service vendors that were using that space.
I believe that's how my client purchased it. She hasn't done any activity in there. And, you know, as the pictures are, it's empty at this point. But I believe there is a family on the second and third floor occupying.
And then what's the plan for the first floor business? Just because the previous businesses, many of them look like they don't match the business and professional.
It would be an insurance agency.
Okay.
Other questions?
Yes, is
yeah,
that a
just to
sign
go
there?
ahead.
I'm sorry, is that a sign there?
That is a sign. Insurance, yes. There, I'm guessing my client is Chinese origin, so I believe she'll be servicing, I guess, mostly the Chinese community, Chinese American community, which is why she also has it written in 2 languages there.
Okay, but is that part of this application?
There weren't any signage that we asked for, I believe, on our refusal or application. So she may have to come back for that.
Yeah, so she's gonna have to come back for that, and I mean, is that also some kind of advertisement or signs or something in the window? It's hard
Believe,
I'm
well,
looking
yeah,
at
I'm
those,
sorry that
shadows
I'm
from
going to
the
get,
tree,
yes,
so
I'm
I'm
going
not
to
sure
scroll
which shadows
over.
from the tree or whether that's something in the window.
I'm
Is
going to
that
scroll
what
over
you're
to
doing?
one of my last photos, and one is the 2 zoning notices I believe that she posted.
Oh, okay. That's
But
the
I'm
one.
not exactly sure what the ones on the right are.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I can go back maybe and see it, but
Other questions?
No, I think it's clear that this kind of space has been uh, uh always used as a sort of a separate business on the ground floor. Yeah, it's just really unfortunate that you have bad photos, right?
and my
I don't know
apologies
why
for
they're
that.
like, yeah, I think, the color is much better, and so it's just it would made your presentation much easier and clearer. So, but yeah, it's
Understood.
clear from, it's clear from Google that it was always a commercial space. So.
Yeah.
Right, any other questions? Questions from our attorney?
Just 2 brief notes, Mr. Chair. One, I think this one is also missing a refusal for multiple principal uses on a lot.
Right.
And secondly, if the board decides to approve this request, I recommend including a proviso that specifies the approved use is business and professional office and single-family household living.
Say that one more time.
So that the approved uses are business and professional office and single-family household living.
Okay.
Thank you.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I see no hands, Chair.
Board with the Planning Commission, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 1982 and a council-supported map change. The property has a documented history of commercial use and 1 family. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for business and professional office.
MI 2025-006-889, 3001 Hellerman Street. I vote yes with proviso. Approved uses, business and professional offices and single-family household living.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with provisos.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Kaya Wynn, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you, counsel. Try to get a little better camera there, okay?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Thank you. Have a
That's
good
okay,
afternoon.
that's okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
right.
Bye, thank you.
Number 3, 2026-000-188, 555 to 57 North Fifth Street. Zen Jin is the attorney. Letter of support from Northern Liberties.
As panelist now, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, counsel. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Zenjin, Zhenjin, here on behalf of the applicants.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client and the relationship to this property?
Yes, my clients are Mr. Kejang, Kehaiccheng, for HNY 555 LLC. They're the owner of the property.
Our vice chair has a few questions for you, sir.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
The only item is that the exhibits were submitted, I believe, 3 days before due to some outstanding documentation that came in late.
Okay. And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you. I'm going to share with the board what was submitted as exhibits. So this is an application for 555 to 57 North Fifth Street. This is refused for the request to use this property as a visitor accommodation in an RSA 5 district. What is primarily the reason that led to this application is that when this property was purchased back in 2021, the owners who do live in the property applied for limited lodging use. In conjunction to that limited lodging use, they also applied for renovations to the property, which I will show the board the plans in a few minutes. They have operated this particular location under that limited lodging license without any knowledge of any issues for quite a few years until last year when license inspections came and ceased their operation, stating that a limited lodging is limited to accessory use of a single family, but that while they are a single family house, the way they have everything structured, there's just too many units or bedrooms available in the building for it to fall under limited lodging. This was never raised with my clients before for many years. They renewed their limited lodging license and the renovations were done with permits. All these were facts made available to Northern Liberty Neighbors Association, who reviewed it and ultimately decided to support us with the request that the units be limited to 4 units at the site, which we can discuss with the board. We're certainly happy to try to accommodate that request and a temporary variance of 3 years. So to better understand the issue with this property, this is I'm sorry, I don't know why it's not moving to the photos directly. I'm going to scroll down to the photo. So the location of this property, as you can see from this overhead map, we're right here, right near actually Spring Garden Street, and between Green Street and Spring Garden Street. Here, right across from us is a large apartment building. So while there are other residential single-family houses, it's also been in a location very close to a large commercial thoroughfare, as well as a large building across with very dense use. The building itself is also part of 2 addresses, 555 to 57, and it's actually a large building covering a double lot with an interesting design inside, which is better shown through the plans, but I'm going to show the photos first to show the board the current conditions of the interior. After they purchased the property, my clients applied for permits, had stamped plans, and fully fitted out the space as you see in these photos. Again, their intent from the beginning was to do Airbnb style use of the property. That's why they applied for the limited lodging and was granted that permit. They applied for the renovations and again was granted that permit. They haven't had any real issues with their use for all these years. Nobody's really complained. Trash is actually stored within a court that is inside the property until pickup, and at which point it is brought out. So to better see what we're talking about with regard to this particular property, we need to look closely at the floor plans. However, I want to point out to the board here, if you look right here, these plans were originally approved back in 2021 by the city. So this renovation was not done without the city's knowledge. It was actually done openly with their approval for the basis of limited lodging and this kind of a use. And the plans basically lays out there are 3 floors to the property, and there's an open court as well. But the floor plans lay out as follows. The basement is set up as essentially storage, utility storage spaces, but it is open and there are storage spaces and again, stairs leading up for this area. Then once you get to the first floor, it's a double width type building. So it's a very wide building. When you enter, you have the visitor units set up. They have 1, 2 here, an office here, but really that's also essentially a unit. So 1, 2, you have another unit here, which is a third unit. They were using this particular unit, the only one with the kitchen, as their living accommodations within. And here is actually glass sliding patio doors leading out to an open courtyard that is within the property itself. Once you move upstairs, there are additional units that is accessed by a central stairway. So you have additional units here, and also a unit in the back. And again, that is replicated also on the upper floors all the way to, all the way to the fourth floor, which is a shorter floor. And again, these were all set up as lodging units, individual lodging units. So they all come with a bathroom and a bedroom. It's essentially how they're set up. They are, in fact, already set up in a way that would allow visitor accommodation as the alternative. My clients intend to continue to reside here, so they manage this directly. They are the ones that use the platform to get the people to come in. They're the ones that manage the trash. They want to make sure that they have good occupants, that they don't party, make noise, and destroy the properties. And again, they've been doing this since actually 2022, so this is not new to them.
Sam, by the way, how many kitchens altogether?
1 kitchen.
And how many units?
Total, there's 10 bed. I believe there's 10 bedrooms. Well, if I may.
Like units, 10 bedrooms.
Right, 10 bedroom units.
But 1 bathroom.
Only one kitchen. The kitchen is also occupied by the owners themselves. So
nobody has access to the kitchen.
No, they don't cook. There's no cooking. They just rent out for the rooms for.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Now we understand the situation is that the city has come back to my client primarily forcing them to do this visitor accommodation because of the number of bedrooms. They said that even though it's a single family house setup, due to the number of bedrooms and the structure that is there, visitor accommodations, the only permit they would accept to allow them to continue to operate. So they were ceased operation back in 2025 after they were operating under the limited lodging for many years with renewals. When the city inspector came in, they said, no, you need visitor accommodation. That is why we're before the board today. With regard to the history, again, if the board wants to see the permits from prior applications, I'm happy to show them. They're not included in this particular exhibit, but they have, from the beginning, when they purchased property, acquired every permit needed, both for renovation and also for their operations, to the best of their knowledge, staying legal in their operation. And unfortunately, because of the way they renovated, what the city should have done at the time was to advise them to give visitor accommodation, but that didn't happen until just last year. So that is why we're before the board with this particular layout, seeking visitor accommodation units. With regard to the RCO's request to keep it as no more than 4 rented units, we propose that we certainly can revise the way the rooms are laid out to kind of make them into suites. So there will be only 4 rental suites at a time. We don't have an issue of managing that property in that format. So, and that is essentially the application before the board. I would argue there is a hardship not created by my client, but rather by the city allowing my client from the beginning to have the renovations done. They have invested a substantial amount of money into this property. They're carrying financing costs ongoing, and basically this is their primary source of income. So with that, I do believe my client should be here to verify my
Sure,
testimony.
thank you. Why don't we call your client?
Sure. Mr. Jung, can you raise your hand to be identified? It's the
Do we see him?
He has a hand up from Alicia Liu.
that might be his wife. Yes.
Okay.
Back in as a panelist, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, hello.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Oh, my name is Kehaijtheng.
Do you swear? or
Ke
affirm to
Haijin.
tell- All right. Say it one more time.
Kehaijtheng.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Could you turn your video on? Is that possible?
I tried it.
Okay, all right. Well, here you
There
go.
we
Thank
go.
you.
Okay,
Thank you.
great.
All right, counsel?
Thank you. Mr. Jung, did you see my presentation and hear my representation to the zoning board?
Yes.
And do you verify what I have represented to be true and correct and adopt it as your own testimony?
Yes.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
I have a question. So currently there are 10 bedrooms or 10 spaces that you're leasing out as the Airbnb or whatever, the limited lodging. But
Right.
you said that you would not have a problem with converting them down to 4 suites.
Right, we would probably just combine certain the bedrooms into one unit. I discussed this with my clients when we received the RCO's request to limit it to, the RCO's main concern is they don't want 10 units rented out all at once. It might be too many people for the area and produce noise. In reality, we have always had more or less partial rental of the space in that building. And my client has verified that during his meeting with the RCO as well. I think all that influenced, part of the influence the RCO limiting the number of units to 4.
And so if you reduced it to 4, or would you be making it bedroom, living room space, that type of thing? Would you be adding kitchens to it, to these suites?
I don't, no kitchens, but we will probably add like a living space, living room type space or office space connected with the bedroom for use by the occupants. So it'll be like almost like a, in Helton, they have larger suites with a living area.
Right.
The other
But
questions?
no cooking in the units.
No cooking.
No cooking in.
No.
Would it be like another like extra sink or something like that? Like a little kitchenette, if not a full kitchen, like possibly like a kitchenette for these folks to
They don't really
wash
want
something off and have to go in the restroom to do it?
Yes, they'll probably add something along those lines, but not a kitchen. They don't want real cooking being done in their space. And it has never been an issue yet with, because the people have been using the bathroom sink without really requesting. And there's a bathroom within each unit so that they have direct access to that.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney?
Mr. Jin, did you said L&I directed your clients to seek a visitor accommodations zoning
Yes.
permit? Okay, because this doesn't necessarily, well, I have two issues. One, that this looks more like a group living arrangement, not visitor accommodations. And secondly, if this was to be made into 4 units, this would probably need to be an application for multifamily household living, for dwelling units and visitor accommodations. I don't think we could put that into what's currently before us. So I'm a little uncertain with kind of what.
I mean, our primary use has always been Airbnb, or that has not changed. I'll defer to the board what makes the most sense here. When my client received the cease operation, I had a lot of back and forth with the L&I and inspectors regarding the use, and ultimately their position is that the only way a setup like this can be legal for them, in their view, is that it has to be a visitor accommodation for Airbnb purposes.
Right. I mean, group living can be short-term or long-term rental, or at least a single-room residence part of it can be. So yeah, we've just had a few of these where I'm not sure.
Before you spoke, we're not going to vote on this. We'll take it back.
Okay. Yeah.
And actually we'll spend some time with our attorney and try to figure out where we want to be with this. That's where I think we have to be. I mean, there's no way we're going to vote today.
Understood.
Okay, so why don't we see if there's anyone in the virtual audience?
Hand up from Larry Friedman.
Okay,
I'll promote them and they should be back in shortly.
thank you. Hello?
Hi, how are you? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can. Could you please state your name and spell?
Yeah, my name is Larry Friedman. I'm the chair of Northern Liberties Zoning Committee. How are you?
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please proceed, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that obviously this is tricky for us, as are all legalizations. This is a tricky because we didn't see this back in, I think it was 2021. And so the renovations were done under the limited lodging, which doesn't allow for renovation. So it was very confusing when it got to us. And then we were instructed to just make an assessment. So what we did, just so you all understand, is that we had to make an assessment as if we were back in 2021 and somebody from a single family dwelling came in and said they want to do visitor accommodations. So we had to look at it that way, which was kind of crazy, but we did it. And the reason we came up with 4 is because it was a single family dwelling, and I believe it had five bedrooms at the time. So we went back and forth. The neighbors, we all discussed this, and we came up with 4 based on the fact that there's not unlimited parking in that area. And also in a single family dwelling, 4 kind of made more sense to us than the small hotel, which it appears to be at this point. And I just wanted you guys to all understand how we came up with that.
Okay, all right.
Okay?
Thank you very much. We appreciate your input.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience?
Chair.
Do we see anybody, Jace?
No, sir, no further hands.
Planning, do you want to take a position?
Yes, we can.
Sure.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location to the existing RSA 5 residential single family. The appellant has not shown that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of the property that would prevent it from being used in conformity with the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the requested variance for visitor accommodation.
Thank you. Sin, like I said, we're going to spend some time in executive session,
Mhm.
and we'll sit and talk with Hillary and try to get as much information as we can. We won't take long. We'll make a decision on this next week at 2:00.
And if there's certain changes that would be needed legally to make sure that it fits the proposed use, I'm happy to work with Hillary
I
to
understand. I
take
understand.
care of that. Yep.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
11, right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. MI 2026-000-731, 8550 Old Line Road. I have, well, we either have Alan or Alex, and I think we have Alex. Alex, you've already been sworn. Just for the record, please state your name.
Alex Goldberg.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Sure, my clients are Stephen Zachary Martin and Jeffrey Todd Waldman, and JT Jeffrey Todd is sitting to my left. They're the
Vice Chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
I waived the reading, but I believe it's not correct. I reached out to the plans examiner regarding the wording. I can get into that now or later, but I believe the refusals are correct. Just the description of the application, I don't think is fully accurate.
Okay. All right, Kilo, y'all want to go ahead? It's okay?
Yeah.
So, yeah, so,
That
and I'll,
help.
sure,
Yeah.
and I'll do it while I'm sharing my screen. So, and this is a textbook hardship case. We are, they bought the property in 2018. At some point, I think between 1990 and 1996, a deck and an enclosed screened-in porch were built on the rear of the property, actually crossing into the lot line behind them. I don't think that they were permitted at the time. So this application is, in reality, what we're trying to do is replace the porch with a new porch in the same location, but on our lot, and legalize the deck. And the language of the application says that we're legalizing both of them. I really think we're erecting a porch and we're legalizing a deck. I know it's just semantics, but
I think you're okay, because I did look at this, and the porch is mainly enclosed now already.
yeah.
Yeah, so I think, I know that I wondered it based on the condition if it was being reconstructed. Did you have to show plans, provide
did.
plans? Okay.
Yeah.
You should be fine, but I'll put it on the record that
Okay.
we're understanding that you are replacing the existing porch with a new porch, and the prior one was not legal, most
Correct.
likely. And then is the deck being replaced as well, or the
deck's
deck is
just essentially being legalized. We're not
legalized?
touching the
Okay.
deck.
So we'll put that on the record, and if you have any issues later, you come back.
Okay.
Thank you.
So as the board just heard, this screened-in porch, which you'll see photos of, is a safety hazard. It's quite frankly falling apart. They have a small child. And because of where the building structure is, there is nothing we can do, not only to the rear of the property, but to the property at all, without having to get some version of these variances. We are zoned RSD1. That requires a 30-foot rear yard. Currently, the building structure, if we're not including the deck and the porch, is 12 feet. 12 feet from the rear lot line. So again, any modification would cause this variance. Right now, the porch and the rear deck are over, the porch specifically is over the lot line. We're just bringing it back up to the lot line, so that's why you see that we have 0 feet as a rear yard. It's not registering that there's a rear a porch or a deck there because it's not legal. The second refusal is with regard to the proximity to a stream. I believe, based on my measurement, that we're about 130 feet away, the building structure is. So again, even though this is already here, we're actually bringing it further away from the creek. We have to deal with that refusal at the RCO meeting where we got unanimous non-opposition. There was actually a member of the Wissahickon watershed group there. Was probably flagged just because of this refusal. And their position was essentially, yeah, we can't really support it because of what the refusal is, but we recommend that you implement X, Y, and Z, you know, ideas and concepts to make sure that we are as friendly to the Wissahickon watershed as possible. And we believe it's actually going to be an improvement because the construction is going to be done right and it's going to be brought further away from the creek. Here are the aerial views. So this is what the site, this is the big lot. It's 17,000 square and change, 17,000 square feet. We're talking about this building structure right here. You can kind of see the porch there. You can see it again in this aerial view from Atlas on 1996, where again, you see the deck, you see the porch with the skylights, and it's Atlas isn't perfect, but we know it's over the lot line based off of the surveys that we've seen. Here's a zoning map. You can see this is the creek that we're within 200 feet of. Single family zoning, you know, this is their residence. They own this property. They live there. JT lives there with his family. Here's the photos of the structure we're talking about. So the deck is in fair condition. We are not doing anything about it right now, just legalizing it. You can see there's a ton of overgrowth covering this screened-in porch. Gets worse. The inside is falling apart. The footings are not great. It's not completely watertight. There is an exit point from the house directly onto the screened-in porch and directly onto the deck. You know, they try to use the exit from the house onto the deck more often, but sometimes out of convenience, they walk out this way. And it's going to be built essentially the same way that it is currently, except a little bit smaller. It's going to be brought onto our lot. So you can see very basic drawing. We have from the rear wall of our house to the lot line, it's 12 feet. And we, you know, this screened-in porch is 12 by 15. You can see there's an elevation. Whoops. There's an elevation right here. There will be electricity run to the screened-in porch for, you know, some outlets and a fan and maybe a TV or something like that, but no other utilities, no water or gas. And it's essentially the same height, which is 11 feet, 8 inches as the one that's currently there, just a little bit smaller to bring it back onto the lot line. We have the RCO meeting notice. We met with them on April 8th, the application for the variance, the deed to the property, and the tax clearance. So with that, I'd like to ask JT to adopt my testimony.
Sir, could you get closer to the mic and turn it on, make sure it's there? Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure, it's Stephen Martin,
Oh,
STEPHEN MARTIN.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel?
Did you hear my testimony today? Was it true and correct? And do you adopt it as your own?
Yes.
Questions from the board? Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Seeing your hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission?
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSD1 residential single-family detached zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 1978 and a council-supported map change. The appellant has not shown that compliance with the zoning code would cause significant financial burden. The setback required by the Wissahickon watershed overlay is in place to reduce erosion, siltation, and channel enlargement in the stream, Wise Mills Run, and the downstream larger Wissahickon Creek. The Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the proposed dimensional variance from the rear yard depth requirement in the zoning code and the requested variance of the stream setback requirements in the Wissahickon Watershed Overlay District.
Yeah, so, I understand with regard to the watershed, but we literally cannot do anything here, including fixing a serious safety hazard without coming into these variances. And as I showed the board, we're technically bringing the screened-in porch further away from the creek than where it currently is.
MI 2026 000731 8550 Old York Road, number A. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Kaya Wynn, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Number 13, MI 2026 001 478 3430 North Bodine Street.
And again, as a panelist, short.
Counsel, you were here earlier, right?
I think
Could you-
so.
Just for the record, could you please state your name?
Alan Ockhamson.
Right, and can you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yeah, my client is Lucera Fernandez, the owner of the property.
Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, we have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with the case.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, you may remember this case. This is based on a motion for reconsideration.
Right.
So we thank you so much for agreeing to grant that motion for reconsideration and giving my client the opportunity to represent this matter. I need to be promoted as a panelist.
Okay.
Oh, there.
Sorry about that. That should be Alan Ockhamson, yes,
Thank you.
for this case.
So this board already heard the majority of this matter. It's an illegal addition or improper addition to this two-story structure,
Right.
where my client put 100% lot coverage. She did not do this purposefully. She hired a contractor, and this is a story that happens over and over again, where someone relies on a contractor to do the right things, get permits. Did not happen, and I'm just not that this should come into consideration. English is her second language. And she really did get taken advantage of. And just to add to it, the major issue that the board had, if you look at the video, was the fact that there were openings on the party wall. There's a vacant lot to the right of us. My client had windows installed on the party wall. The board was not happy about that, and given the 100% lot coverage, there was concerns about safety of how someone would get out of that property. She thought she purchased the property next door to her. So she's had a series of unfortunate events where she thought she was buying this vacant lot to the right of her, where she was going to combine it. That's why we had the openings on the party wall. Irregardless, we are submitting, and again, just to give the board some refreshing of this matter. Originally, we had 100% lot coverage. We now have revised plans where we have now a 5-foot rear yard setback. So we're decreasing all the variance requests for the occupied area, rear yard depth, and rear yard depth area. So now we have 5-foot rear yard setback, which would create an open area of approximately 70 feet and an occupied area of 90% of the lot size. Again, as a reminder and we have revised plans as well. As a reminder, as you can see, the community group that we presented to supported this project as is, 100% lot coverage. When we were, and it was unanimous, when we were unsuccessful in front of this board, we asked that, that the council member issue a letter supporting our request for a motion of reconsideration, and that letter's there as well. And, you know, actually, I think in the previous, and maybe it's in an exhibit, but we have a petition too, and the person to the left of us who would be most directly impacted by our extension of our building structure is in support of this as well. My client's lived in this property for 20 years, or since 2007. 20 years will be next year. She has a family. She just wanted to extend her building structure. She thought she was doing everything legally. But if the board feels so inclined to grant this motion for now this new matter, we would ask that it would be with revised plans, where it would be a 5-foot rear yard setback on the first and second floors.
So why don't you show some photos? so
Yeah.
we-
Yeah, well, I mean, we have the
Yeah,
plans
yeah,
right
yeah,
here.
Sure.
So like, let's just go to the floor plans. Let's go right straight to the floor plans. So this sliding glass door is actually on the party wall, and that was, I think, disturbing to the board. How we're changing things now, you'll see we have a 5-foot proposed setback here in the rear yard. And how is that going to affect the floor plans? Well, now instead of this sliding glass door here, now we have a normal door that would go outside of a kitchen area, and it's a 5-foot rear yard setback, which would be more appropriate under the circumstances. We also did that on the second floor. We shortened the second bedroom, but in addition, we created a window here for that second bedroom as well. Everything else is existing, or will be existing, you know, hopefully existing, but that's basically the 2 rooms that would be most directly impacted. Again, I could give a full presentation. This presentation was given to the board previously. I would ask that maybe Dan Addis, who's the architect, can kind of walk us through about yeah. Dan, can you virtually raise your hand?
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
My name is Dan Addis, DANADDIS.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
All right, so I made some representations to the board about the change in plan, specifically that we will have now a 5-foot rear yard setback. That's reflected in your drawings, right?
Yep, that's correct.
And how we're removing the openings for the party wall as well, and redirecting that openings to the rear of the building structure now, right?
Correct.
All right, and you've been actually in the property recently, is that correct?
That is not correct. I worked with the proposed contractor to do the renovations after if the variance request is granted, and worked kind of hand in hand with them to do field measurements and coordinate.
Okay, so you're working with the contractor in terms of field measurements.
Yeah, yep.
But are you hired to make sure that things are going to be done correctly?
Absolutely, yeah. So the way that we work this out is that obviously the first step is to go before the board, present our case, come up with whatever is going to be permissible, and then at that point there's a whole second effort where we've got to go do field verification to make sure that past zoning, that everything is done and is above board, field verify existing conditions and identify that all like fire rated partitions and necessary party wall conditions are satisfied for the IRC.
Yeah, and when you say the past zoning, you mean applying for the building permit?
Applying for a building permit, yes. So if we're granted a zoning approval or variance here, the next step would be, obviously that gets you chased back to the zoning review. That variance gets requested, we get a zoning permit, then we have to go in for a residential building permit to do the corrective action and do field verification.
And you've been engaged to represent this client through this until a CO is issued?
Yes.
All right, thank you. That's it.
You want to bring your client on or no?
I don't think so.
Okay. All
I
right.
think,
Well, you're an officer of the court.
Yeah.
We'll take your testimony. Questions from the board?
So this work isn't already done yet, correct?
no, it is. That's the issue. And so what we're going to have to do is chop off
Oh, you have to.
we're gonna have to chop off a portion of the building structure as part of this process, and then, obviously get, all permits and approvals and inspections done until we have a CO. And like I said, she did not know.
I got it. Other questions? Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Seeing any hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission?
Planning Commission has nothing to add from from our previous testimony.
So MI 2026-001-478-3438 North Bodine Street. I vote yes with proviso. Revised plans, one page, stamped by ZBA on January 3rd, 2026.
Michael Johns, my vote is a yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ray McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Kaya Wynn, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ron, could you come up and start setting up, and we're going to take a quick 5-minute break, okay? You ready? Okay. So, okay, here we go. MI 2026-000-450, 1435 East Oxford Avenue. Ron Pattison is the attorney. Mr. Pattison, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure. Good afternoon, Ronald Patterson, Patterson, 1835 Market Street, Philadelphia.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Patterson, could you identify your client, the relationship to the property?
Sure. My client is the owner and developer of the property, developing Oxford LLC. The principals are Natalie Cohen and her brother Adam Cohen.
Right. I see there's a letter of non-opposition from Fishtown neighbors and a letter of non-opposition from Councilman Young. Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, I do.
All right. Thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your
Oh,
case.
beautiful. Thank you. So, thank you. This application regards 1435 East Oxford Avenue. You see in the picture here. It's an intermediate lot on that block. The lot is 1,188 square feet. The proposal here, and I'll show you. Give you some context here. So the property lies within an intermediate area on the block, and it's over here. Picture of it here. And the proposal is to demolish it and rebuild a compliant RSA 5 house. Currently, it's abandoned. It was abused by squatters. It's partially demolished. It's missing portions of its roof. We were required to get a make safe permit for now to make it safe. So the application, as I mentioned, is RSA 5, but what we're proposing is a front garage, access from the front. And because of that, it's triggering the variance here. Since parking is scarce and desirable, we're proposing that front garage. And for one car, it's a 12-foot wide curb cut. Proposed 3 stories, 4 bedrooms, and 5 bathrooms. And I'll just show you some contextual pictures here. The property I denoted here in red dot. There are many, many other properties on the block that have curb cuts for parking, as I'll go through these photographs. And this is on the same exact block, both across the street and on the same side. on this exhibit, I can enlarge it. I've noted where the other properties are with the blue lines, where they have curb cuts for front parking access. Refusal. Go through the site plan briefly. You'll see here, this is our curb cut. This is where the garage would be. The plans were reviewed and approved by Streets Department. Here's a basic floor plan showing the garage location here. Bedrooms and bathrooms. This is a basement cellar, just for use for like an office area, not a bedroom. And here is a rendering. So as I mentioned, we're proposing a front garage with this construction. Having a garage makes the house and its use viable, avoiding unnecessary hardship due to the fact that we have to reconstruct the property. Yet we believe the garage and the curb cut is consistent with the character and in context with that immediate area and the immediate block as I've shown on the photographs, thus creating no detrimental impacts to the public health, safety, welfare, or traffic. The photographs, I think, are apropos to show that there are numerous curb cuts for these houses on the block already, including one right across the street, which appears to be large enough to accommodate 4 curb cuts, 4 cars, sorry. Get back to that photograph. This is 1435. This is the one I'm speaking to. I don't have a ground level photograph. We did meet with the Fishtown Neighborhood Association on April 7th. They voted to support, which I believe evidenced the fact that it would cause no detrimental impacts. With that said, if Natalie Cohen is available, I'd like to promote her.
Ms. Cohen?
I'll be back in panelist shortly.
Thank you very much.
Hello. Good evening.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, Natalie Cohen. It's spelled Natalye. Cohen is Cohen.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Counsel?
Hi, Natalie. How are you?
I'm good.
You've heard my presentation. Would you agree it's true and accurate?
Yes,
And would you adopt it as if it were your own?
yes.
Would you like to comment on the condition of the house when you first obtained it?
Yes, so the previous owner had purchased the property with the intent to renovate it. So they began starting the process of renovation, which was only in one portion of the home. They abandoned that for at least 2 to 3 years and left it where part of the house was basically demolished with some new framing. And the rest of it with old framing that's been decaying in terrible condition. They also left a hole on the roof. So when we purchased the property, our first thing was, of course, to make it a make safe, and also, more importantly, to ensure that the home was properly closed because there had been problems on the block with squatters in the home. So when we got in there, we cleaned everything out. There was a lot of belongings of people that was just kind of left trashed in there. So we made sure to clean all of that out, and we properly boarded up the back doors and locked in the front doors as well.
Okay,
So,
so as to the parking, when you presented to the Fishtown Neighborhood Association, what was their position on providing a parking space?
The majority were very in favor. As I'm sure you know, Fishtown is incredibly challenging to find parking in. The side of the street that the house is on, there is no parking on that street, on that side. It's only on the side across. So it wasn't taking a space. It was instead adding a space because instead of that person who will purchase the property using a street parking space, they'll have their own space. So the neighborhood association was very in favor. They were also very happy that we are going to be redoing this home because it's been an issue and an eyesore for them for several years.
Very good, thank you. If the board has any questions about the floor plan or the construction, Adam's here to answer that.
Ron, did you go to the RCO meeting?
I did not, but my associate did.
Okay, so the vote was 19, am I right?
Correct,
And 4 against?
correct.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
Questions from the board?
You know what the issues were or the folks that were opposed?
We didn't get to actually hear the deliberation, so we didn't get to see like what exactly specifically they didn't like about it. But we spoke with a bunch of the neighbors. Everyone that we spoke to was in favor.
Hold on. Could you please state your name?
Adam Cohen,
Right. And
ADAM.
swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so my question is, I'm not seeing any rendering.
Oh, okay.
Is there a
Yep.
rendering?
If,
of the
if,
resolution?
if Ron, if you can scroll down until I say stop.
Before I do that, by the way, this is the property across the street with the 3 or 4 curb.
Yeah. So that's directly across the street, and if
Correct. You want the colored rendering, Adam?
Sure. Yeah, so this was the rendering that we came up with. Did you want to see the floor plan or just the facade?
I was looking at the facade, like, where is this? It says a garage. Is there
Yep.
a garage?
Yeah, it's gonna be like a wood paneling look to it.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
so it's
'Cause I
gonna
was
be
Yeah, because I was
Very well
gonna-
camouflaged.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the other thing you can do is you can do the plexiglass kind of look so that it's not closed off. It's not, yeah, but that's even nicer. Okay, all right.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Yes, Chair. I have a hand up from Wasim Amashandani.
Okay.
Allow them to speak. Welcome.
Hello?
Hi, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Hi, yeah, my heart just dropped because it said call ended when I tried to join. My name is Wasim Al-Mashadani. That's spelled W-A-S-I-M. Get ready, stenographer. I'm about to test you. A-L-M-A-S-H-H-A-D-A-N-I.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed, sir.
All right, good evening, Mr. and Madams of the board. First, I'd like to make a point of personal privilege. I am sitting about 1.5 feet away from my air conditioner. Are you guys experiencing any issues hearing me? If so, I can turn off the
No,
AC.
we're hearing you, sir.
Okay, great. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to make a brief general statement.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to commend you guys for serving the community because this is like extremely boring. I've actually been sitting here since 2 p.m. when this started.
I want to tell you that the people have given their whole life to this, are a little depressed right now, but that's okay. I mean, I see at least 4 lawyers in the room shaking their heads. So I just, they got the whole legal community depressed right now, but go ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, I commend you guys for like showing concern for things like quality of life, parking, concern for parking, and especially I was impressed with the first case about you guys being concerned about heritage trees and that they were planning on planting trees that were considered local to the area, like the service berries and things like that.
So
So,
why don't you tell us what you think about this case?
okay,
We
yeah,
appreciate
all right.
everything you said.
Okay, well, I have no issue with the case. First of all, I'm the son of the people who live in 1437, right next door, and so they told me that Mr. and Mrs. Cohen, that they met them and they thought they were very nice and everything. My parents are kind of aging and they like to, keep to themselves and not bother anybody and stuff. So my concerns are, I'd like to commend them for thinking about parking, and everything they said was accurate as to, not having parking on that side, and that it would be saving a space for them doing it. And uh, I like that they have a tree right there to keep anybody from turning too close to the curb. And so that is my first concern, is that that block has a lot of issues with major sinkholes. It's right next to the river. There was a large sinkhole in the middle of the block for like way too long, with way too many 311 calls to get to it. And it's not something that is like,
Yeah, I understand the sinkholes, but I think what we ought to do is concentrate on, are you okay with this garage?
I'm okay with it, but what I'm trying to get to is that if you look at the curb going up 1437, 1439, 1440, that entire curb is already like kind of collapsed. And when you guys start doing that construction, the pipes and the things like all that has to be that it has to be reassured, and it has to be taken into consideration that they're going to do that sidewalk all the way up to there and provide the proper support once they dig that up to responsibly create that. Otherwise, I have no problem with the actual building, and I'm also happy that it's going to be a single family dwelling instead of multiple apartments. My second issue that I'd like to raise is the fact that that apartment, I moved back from Pittsburgh roughly 2 years ago, and I noticed in the backyard there was a huge issue with highly invasive Japanese knotweed. And I'm not sure if you guys know much about Japanese knotweed, but the reason it's so highly invasive is because even the smallest little bit of the root, when you're trying to pull it out and get rid of it, can create a whole new colony of this knotweed. And the way that the knotweed propagates is by sending runners all over the place. And so these runners have enveloped their entire property and have enveloped most of my parents' property, including the front, and all the way into the next door neighbor at 1439 and going out in the other direction. And so anything that gets done when they're digging this out and replacing all this has to take into consideration that this Japanese knotweed has to be professionally destroyed by somebody. And I have no problem with anything except that, as long as they, that they take care of noise, try to keep the dust down as much as possible, and just, do their due diligence and like informing everyone when utilities might be turned off, and try their best to, minimize that amount.
All right. Thank you very much for calling. We appreciate your input. Ron, do you have any questions for?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the virtual audience? Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission.
Am I still on the mic?
No, you would no. We're on to something else, sir.
I moved to postpone.
What's that?
I moved to.
We're fine. Thank you, sir. Please proceed, Planning.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning to the existing RSA 5 residential single family. The appellant has not shown that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of the property that would prevent it from being used in conformity with the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the requested variance for parking.
Thank you. MI 2026-000450, 1435 East Oxford Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Diane Nguyen, my vote is yes.
Great, thank you.
Thank you,
Have a
Cal.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.
All right, thank you. Number 6. Number 6, MI 2026-000492, 4055 West Girard Avenue. Henry Clinton is the attorney. Mr. Clinton. What time was he supposed to be on? You know what? We did give him a later time. Who's, why don't somebody give Henry a call? I'm sure he'll answer right away. Yeah, we're a little bit ahead of where we thought we would be. How about that, being ahead. That's great. We can swap in. We're a little ahead. How about? I think I actually remember that. That's the health place they wanted to put up. How about if we go to Jennifer's case? All right, we'll go to Jennifer and we'll come back for Henry. And then I think you're the last case, all right? Okay. So MI 2026-000494, 1122 Walnut Street. Jennifer Bazzillo is the attorney. Thank you.
Oops, let's see, let's get the light better there. Okay, hi
Jennifer,
guys.
how are you? Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure, it's Jennifer Bazzillo, B-A-Z-Y, D as in dog, L as in Larry, O as in Oscar.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I did. I do.
You did. Well, that's okay if you did. That's right. Could you identify your client, their relationship to the property?
Sure, my client is Yummy Picks Inc., who is a tenant of the property.
Okay. Our vice chair has a few questions for you, and I do notice that there's a letter of non-opposition from council member and also from Center Walnut Street.
Washington Square
Washington
West.
Square West. Okay.
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, most of them were. I supplemented with a few later.
Okay, thank you. And do you waive the reading of the referral? I think this is referral.
I did.
Yep. and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, all right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with the case.
Okay. Okay. So I submitted just a list of the exhibits that I submitted was the referral, a copy of our lease. It is a 10-year lease, so it's a substantially with renewal option, so it's a substantial lease. Tax compliance. There's the lease. We have property taxes being paid, the unanimous letter of support from Washington Square West Civic, and then we're going to go through the rest of these exhibits. I'm going to try to keep this simple because it is a referral and not a refusal, and it is unopposed, I believe. So right now, let's just go here. We have Yummy Picks is a store that's operating. It has a permit right now for the retail sale of food and beverages and groceries, and we're looking to expand the use to having a small sit-down portion and takeout restaurant. So these are photos of the inside of the store right now. The proposal would be that you would order right here at this counter that you can see on the right-hand side. It would be prepared over here. There's actually all of the equipment's been installed with proper permits. I submitted a copy of all the electrical, mechanical, that sort of thing permits. And then this little front area of the store is going to be used as the seating area. There would be about 14 seats there. The sit-down portion would be open from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. The rest of the store is a 24-hour operation, but that's due to the location. It is about a block away from Jefferson Hospital. And it is looking to be able to service the workers and visitors to that hospital so that they could get sandwiches and things like that. That was presented to the RCO, just to be clear. So I can show you there is a bathroom at the rear of the store for public use. And we will just go to the floor plans just so you get a little bit better idea here. Let me zoom in. So this is the front area. This is where you would come in off of Walnut Street. This is where we have a few places to sit. And the food prep area back here. And then the other areas are retail sales. We have the coolers, the bathroom, and then all the way to the back is the offices. There is a dumpster in the rear of this property, and there's commercial trash pickup 3 times a week on Monday, Thursday, and Saturday. And like I said, while the area is already constructed, they did obtain permits. So there is the use permit for the retail sales. There is, I just want to show you this, mechanical permits in place for the hood, interior plumbing permits, and also the necessary fire permits and food prep license. So the business is, trying to do everything right. They've been operating since last fall, and the RCO in particular noted that there has been no issues with the business since that time. So let's just go here. Like I said, so this is only a referral, right? So we have to show that this use would be no more detrimental than you would expect it to be. And in fact, it's a referral, not because it wouldn't be allowed in the CMX4 zoning, but because of the overlay for Center City. So I guess in argument of that, it wouldn't be any more detrimental. This is a relatively small operation. The whole store is 1,800 square feet. The sit-down portion is only 14 seats. It is on a main commercial corridor of Walnut Street with many other businesses that are restaurants and takeout. So just on this block alone, just on the 1100 block, we have a Starbucks, we have a Dunkin' Donuts, we have the Caribou Cafe, we have Moriarty's, Scoop DeVille. So there's a juice store right next to it. So this is a very inline use for this block and this neighborhood. It's serviced by public transportation. It's really for, like I said, the local people, so it shouldn't add any traffic or congestion. And yeah, I think that's basically it. Like I said, we met with the community group. I'll show you their letter. We had a good conversation. They asked questions. We had a full discussion, and they voted to unanimously support the granting of the referral.
Or you bring your client on.
Sure. I know they were trying to log on when I started this, so it should be maybe Malik is the owner of the business. And if not, maybe Charlie is there, who's our expediter.
You see any hands? Counsel, you're an officer of the court. We will take your testimony.
Great, I appreciate it.
All right, questions from the board?
Yes, what are the hours going to be for the sit down and take down restaurant?
The sit down portion is 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. and the takeout portion is 24 hours. And that's to service the hospital staff in the area.
Other questions?
And you said there would be what, 14 seats?
14 seats, yeah.
Okay, so the majority of this is really going to be takeout.
And the retail sales are going to continue. So it's really like kind of like a deli type situation.
Okay.
It's a deli is really what it is in its most common term, but you know, it's having some falafels and more, maybe it has your typical sandwiches and things like that, but it also has, you know, some wraps and things like that, some juices.
Okay. And any kind of real cooking, or is this mainly?
There is cooking. You know, there'll be cheesesteaks and things like that. They were issued a permit for their fire suppression systems, and the hoods have been installed. Let's see, here we go. There's the plumbing one. Let's see, the mechanical, the gas lines, and it is vented to the roof.
Okay, that was my question about the venting. All right, thank you.
I have a question. I know you guys are planning to do 24 hours for takeout. Are there any other places that are 24 hours in that surrounding block?
I am not 100% sure. I know that, you know, the hospital is definitely open 24 hours a day. So that's why they were looking to have food service for the staff.
And have they had any issues with neighbors or anybody in the neighborhood?
Nope,
for 24 hours currently?
not at all. They're operating 24 hours right now, and they've had no issues since September of last year.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson.
Just a quick question. You had mentioned that there's a significant like retail sales component, like presumably of food, beverages, and groceries. Do you already have a permit for that? I realize it is.
Yes. Yes, and just so you know, I submitted those permits earlier today, so you probably don't see them yet. But there is a zoning permit in place from 2024 for hold on, where is it? For the retail sales of food, beverages, and groceries.
Okay, thank you.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the current CMX 4 commercial mixed use. The appellant has demonstrated that the proposed use will not cause detrimental impact beyond what would reasonably be expected. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested special exception for takeout restaurant and sit-down restaurant.
Thank you. MI 2026-000-494-1122 Walnut Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Netta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Taya Wynn, my vote is yes.
Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much.
Council.
I'll see you later
Mr. Chair.
today.
Henry
Yes,
here.
yes, Mr. Clinton is
All right.
on the line. Thank you.
Mr. Clinton, please. So just to be sure, next case will be MI 2026-000-492 4055 West Girard Avenue.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Hi, Mr. Henry. Henry, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure, my name is Henry Clinton, Henry Clinton, Clinton.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client and the relationship to this property?
Sure. My client is Nevin Abedenju. That's Abedinaj, and he's here with me. He's to my right, your left.
Right. Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
We have.
Okay, and do you waive the reading of the accuracy?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed.
And
Thank you,
just
Ms.
for
Graham.
point, there's a letter of support from East Parkside Avenue, CDC.
I think it's coming up. Is that visible, Mr. Chairman?
We see it now, sir.
All right. Good afternoon again, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Henry Clinton on behalf of Nevin, who is to my right. This concerns a long vacant property at 4055 West Girard Avenue. It's an existing building. My client's bringing it back to life to the joy of the neighborhood and the community group. This is the table of contents A1 through A10, and I'll walk through these documents in order. The key thing is what the prior use was. This building at one time was a grocery store and had two retail uses on the side, on the 41st Street side, and above it had two apartments on the second floor and two apartments on the third floor. So basically it had 7 uses. Tonight or this evening, we're asking for 7 uses, but 6 apartments and 1 smaller commercial space, just because the commercial space on the first floor is gigantic. Then across the street, I'll show you aerial photographs, is a church in kind of 2 storefronts. The refusal, this is a CMX2 zoning district. Request 6 units within an existing structure, and the first floor remain commercial. We don't know what the commercial tenant will be at. It just depends as we move through renovation, and we're looking for the input from the RCO for that. And this is the RCO letter from East Parkside Residents Association. The chairman referenced it was unanimous in support of the project. And this is the supporting letter. We have some signatures of support. We're only able to get a few from the 4000 block of Girard Avenue because as you'll see when I show you the photographs, there's a lot of vacancies on this side of the Girard Avenue, and it really didn't make any sense to get support signatures from the other side of Girard Avenue because it's basically 2 lanes in either direction, and there's a trolley stop in the middle of the block. So we try to concentrate on the north side of Girard Avenue. Photographs, here's the property right here on the corner, 41st and Girard. This is Parkside Avenue, which leads, to the Police Touch Museum and the Mann Music Center at the far end. We're looking west. Here's the trolley stop in the middle, 2 lanes of traffic in either direction. This is the property right here. You can see the vacant 2 or 3 to the east parcels. This is the church across the street. Just a closer view. This is now looking north. The church is 2 fronts right here on the west side of 41st Street. Our property is to the east. Looking south in the other direction, again, a huge span across Girard Avenue. Some more photographs just to give you context. This was purchased by my property in April of 2023, and he's been doing a lot of outside work, as you can see when I progress through the photographs. And he's also had to stabilize some of the inside because it's in really, really bad shape. This is looking at the rear of the property. Again, there's vacant parcels even on the north side of the building. This is the side of the building. You can see he's repainted, put some windows in. Interior, he's had to stabilize some of the joists. You can even see there's some support right here where he had to cut some stairs in to get upstairs and do some of the repairs. This is a side entrance. This is one of the egress steps from the basement leading down into the commercial area in front of the building again. And now you can see he is now restored, painted, patched the tin bays on the west side as well as the front of the building, trying to bring it back to life. Here are the plans. It's a rather large lot. It's over 99 feet long. There is a rear yard. We don't have any issues with height, open space, rear yard, because as I said, it's an existing building. He's not changing the footprint in any way. He's just reconfiguring the inside. Here's a side view. I don't know if that's large enough for the board to see, but basically commercial on the first floor and basement. There's going to be one residential unit in the basement, a studio, another residential unit on the first floor behind the commercial space, because as I said at the outset, the commercial space, if you took up the whole first floor, it would just be too big, because back in the day, there actually were 3 commercial uses on that first floor. Then we'll have a residential, 2 apartments on the second, and 2 apartments on the third. There's the floor plans. I don't know if they're visible enough, but I'll work from the left to the right, starting in the lower level. It's commercial space. These are the Bilco doors I showed you earlier. In the rear of the commercial space, in the basement, will be the 1-bedroom studio with an egress well, bathroom, and a small kitchen area. This is 394 square feet. And that door I showed you on the side, it's a series of switchback steps. So the building is almost cut in half, so that you would enter on the side, and then you would go downstairs to the studio, and then the first floor apartment is right behind the commercial space, unit 2. This bedroom is almost 700 square feet. Commercial space is almost 900 square feet on the first floor, and that's mirrored in the basement. Then you continue up the switchback steps, and you would go to the apartment on the front. Let's start the rear. That's unit 3, 2 bedrooms, bath, kitchen. And then in the front of the building, again, 2 bedrooms on unit number 4. And then continuing up the steps, it's a mirror image of the layout of the bedrooms below. Now, the trash issue, my client is doing all the work on the property, and he's also going to self-manage the property. So this is his bread and butter. We do know that we have space in the yard to store the trash, and we have asked the architect to fit in a trash closet in each of the apartments on the second and third floor. He has not done that. I believe what we talked about was putting a closet right along the bathroom wall on all 4 apartments on the second and third floor. These are some renderings, what it's going to look like when it's done. The building, again, pretty attractive. The neighbors certainly were happy with the presentation. Some interior views, again, of some exposed brick. Kitchens. On the first, this would be the 1-bedroom. Units 4 and 6, 2 bedrooms. There's a balance here, not of taxes, but there's a commercial trash fee that's owed. The building has been vacant since my client purchased it, and for at least a decade before, according to the neighbors at the meeting. And so he's been charged commercial trash fees that we are contesting because, again, it's been vacant and he's not really using any of the trash services. Zoning map, again, the corner of 41st and Girard, CMX2. This is the deed indicating ownership in April of 2023. This is the notice letter that we sent out advising the community of the meeting that we had, as well as today's meeting, 2 o'clock, mailed out 110 pieces of mail. This is our certificate of bulk mailing. And these are the zoning records. So I'll try to blow these up to just give you some context. So this is 4055 West Girard. This is from 2003. Grocery store and it needed an establishment converted to 2 side retail shops that were vacant. Second floor, 2 apartments. Third floor, 2 apartments. This is 1982, just, well, God, what, 20 years, 30 years before. this property. So in 1982, across the street, 4101 and 4103 Girard. It's a meeting hall with three apartments on the second floor and 2 apartments on the third floor. But in 1970, prior to that, it was also a church with 2 apartments on the second and 4 apartments on the third floor. So that's a testimony. We basically have a long vacant building that my client has partially restored and will continue to restore. He's looking for 6 apartments and 1 commercial. Prior, there were 4 apartments and 3 retail. So we're kind of matching the uses in terms of numbers. That's the way we kind of looked at it. And that's my summary. We're not really affecting the light and air of any adjacent properties. We're not looking for any relief with regard to open space, height, or rear yard. And so I guess I'll have my client adopt my testimony and open it up for questions.
Henry, just do me a favor, count the apartments again for us.
Sure. I have 6 apartments.
I mean, sure, but
Let me go back.
right, okay. So 1 in the basement, right?
1 in the basement, 1 on the first floor, 2 on the second, and 2 on the third.
I'm gonna, well, bring on your client first. Let's adopt your testimony.
Okay. Nevin, you were here when I presented your project.
Yes.
If you had the chance to testify, would you
Well,
adopt?
could we
Get
get him to
close.
state his name first and spell
Okay,
it for
okay.
the photographer? Thank you.
For the chairman, can you state your full name and spell it?
Nevin Abedinay.
Can you spell it?
Nevin.
A-B.
EIN. Nevin.
Right, and your last name?
Abedinay. ABEDEIAJ.
Okay, all right.
Do you
And
swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. I
Okay.
swear.
Please
So,
proceed, counsel.
You were here when I presented your project.
Yes.
Did I present it properly?
Yes.
And do you agree with everything I said?
Yes.
And if you had a chance to testify, would
Yes.
you adopt what I said?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Henry, I'm going to open it up to everybody, but I think a couple of the units are a little small with the second bedroom. And that's just my point of view. So why don't I open it up to everybody else and see where everybody else is?
Got it.
I would agree with you. Yep, I would agree with you 100% on that. So on the rear of this building, you're now removing that addition or that first floor addition, because originally there were porches on the second and third floor.
Correct, there were, yes.
These outdoor porches. So you're taking those off, and you're building, but you're taking the first floor out. Are you extending the first floor? I'm just trying to figure out what's going on.
Right. No, so basically, those porches are not there. They've been enclosed. The porches sometimes were at the back end, and that stucco.
Right.
It basically enclosed them. So.
Right. So, okay. All right. So that's cool. Now, when you mention your sort of rationale for 6 units in this commercial space, you talked about what was the commercial before and the number of units previously. But the fact of the matter is there was no commercial space in the basement, right?
Correct.
Right. So, but now you're wanting to put a unit in the basement that literally is 100% below grade, which is, in my opinion, just not a good thing to do. So that's problematic.
Okay.
I mean, if you look
hear
at
you.
You've got like 1 step or 2 steps up to the first floor, which means that basement apartment is going to be literally completely below the grade, completely below grade. And then you're using the commercial space in the basement. Is that for storage for the commercial space, or is that going to be a usable commercial space?
we foresee it as just storage because I don't think you're going to be able to use a basement for any type of commercial use other than storage. Now, I don't know what kind of businesses is going to come in there, but we're not suggesting and renting it on a square foot basis, including the basement. Our square foot rental price will be based on the first floor only.
Right. So just sort of on that same line, if it's not a good thing to have commercial use in the basement other than storage, why would somebody want to live in a condition like that? So that's,
Well,
so how I feel
I
about the
hear, I
basement.
hear what you're saying. You want to take the, you want to.
So
Yeah, so Mr. Johns, I hear what you're saying. I think my client will be adaptable with regard to that unit in the basement. Based on the feedback from the board, we'll probably withdraw that then, if that's what I'm hearing.
So we take that, but I think.
Yeah, I guess the other thing too, our board chair's comment initially, it's again, I always say this on almost every plan, when you don't show furniture, you don't convince us that it's really a livable unit, right? So the only you show bids, but you don't show, you show it in your rendering, which is you can fake a rendering, right? So it's kind of hard to fake a floor plan with furniture. So
right.
So that's I think adds to the issues. But those are my comments.
Any other points?
I just want to second everything that Mike said, and I think my question is about the second egress well that you have going to Unit 1. Is that existing already? Or is
No,
this one that's being proposed only?
that's going to be proposed.
The only existing access into the basement is currently the Bilco door.
Correct.
Okay, yeah, I think that, I mean, the reality and the expense of building that second one at this point in an existing structure seems egregious for it to be a studio, right? Like that's very deep. You're gonna have to have a very deep egress well in a public sidewalk. The logistics around that are a lot, and I think it's a shame that the porches were filled in, given that that is the only outdoor space. This is an incredibly crowded corner in the evenings because of the trolley stop, because of the grocery store takeout place across the street. There's a lot of congestion right here almost all the time. And to put 6 units on the opposite corner is just going to add to the congestion. While Parkside does not have a lot of infill housing, but this would be great for that. It's putting it all in one location. And so I am concerned about the need for 6 units in this building, considering an addition was built where there had not been insulated building before, and the units, as has already been stated, are pretty tight.
So Henry, why don't we do this? Why don't we consider a resumptive hearing, right? And come back and make some changes. I think you've heard what everybody said, and is that okay with you?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I hear the board, and I always advise clients prior to hearing that the board may have comments that would require him on the spot to agree to a change.
Yeah,
So,
but I think you need to look at a couple other things, like the couple of places are a little tight. Do you really need 2 bedrooms? It's just,
All
I
right,
think you sit with your client and figured it out, right?
yes.
So, Hillary, what I'd like to do is stop here, give it a resumptive date of 8/18/26 at 9:30 a.m.
Mr. Chairman, is there anything earlier, like perchance?
I will check. Call the office.
All right. Thank you,
Patients
Mr.
in the back
Chairman.
said, call the office.
Always appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
All right, bye now.
So just to clarify, so we'll have the applicant come back and give a supplemental presentation.
Yep.
We'll do public testimony
Yep.
and the planning commission
Yep.
recommendation.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Emerson.
Come on. No, what do you mean? Come on now. Okay. So.
I know. I know.
MI 2026 000 495 2048 Rittenhouse Square. Stephanie Boggs Magna is the attorney. Counsel, could you please state your name and spell it for the court stenographer?
Stephanie Magana, Stephanie. Last name is Magagna.
All right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Could you identify your client and the relationship to this property?
Sure. My client is 261 South 21st Street Partners, LLC, represented today by Chad Williams.
Okay, and I know we have letters of support here for the project, and our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Yes.
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you. So this application is about two properties, 2048 Rittenhouse and 2046. They abut each other, and they're immediately adjacent to the existing Friday, Saturday, Sunday restaurant at the corner of 21st and Rittenhouse Square. It may sound familiar to you because you saw a very similar version of this project in September of last year for 2048 Rittenhouse Square specifically. This is a copy of the permit, just for the record. This application is very similar in the sense that we are trying to expand upon that. So after our hearing in September, the opportunity came up for Chad and Hannah to purchase the property next to 2048 and improve upon the concept that had been presented to the board back in September. We are CMX1, so the use as a sit-down restaurant for 2046 Rittenhouse Square does require a variance. You approved that use at 2048. This application proposes that those two properties be used pursuant to a unity of use, so they would be used as one lot for purposes of zoning. But more interestingly, this allows them to improve upon the idea of bringing a new concept to their existing facility. So these two properties will be connected to Friday, Saturday, Sunday internally and share back of house operations. And 2046 and 2048 will also be connected and function as one space, that they'll be renovated with as much of the existing character maintained as possible, but to function as one open space for seating. We did present this, and I want to let Chad explain this because he'll do a much better job at explaining his vision than I will. But we did present this new iteration of the idea to CCRA, and their letter of non-opposition is included in the packet with the same provisos that we agreed to previously, which we have no problem with. I'll say that it's very rare that a meeting that results in a non-opposition letter, CCRA doesn't give support, but it's very rare that an RCO meeting is quite as glowing as this one was. So it was very nice to hear the support that they have. And we have several letters of support from their adjacent neighbors as well, specific to this application and the expanded concept. But the block in general is mixed use. The restaurant has been at the corner for a while. So having another restaurant use, particularly one where it's piggybacking off of the existing deliveries, trash facilities and trash pickup, hours of operation, employees, staff, kitchen exhaust facilities, there's a piggyback there so that this additional use is not only complementary to the neighborhood, but has less of an impact than what you would expect if you had a new restaurant concept come here whole cloth. This is renderings of what this concept is going to be. And again, it is a different concept in connection that Chad and Hannah his wife will own and operate as a complement to their existing business, and the whole facility together will function as one. So there are going to be some shared resources there. But the key difference is really that they were able to expand kitchen facilities and some back of house operations and not seating. So there's very minimal change to the total seating capacity of the space. I think it's 2 or 3 additional seats. So the change from what was previously presented in terms of its impact and the number of people and traffic is non-existent. There's a very nominal change in the number of total people this will accommodate. It simply allowed them to improve upon the design of this concept within the space. The renovations, like I said, will mostly be interior, with exterior renovations being complementary to the existing character of those buildings. I do have floor plans that show the existing restaurant and its connection, the connection between the existing restaurant and this facility be at the second and third floor, I believe. So they will be open and be able to share resources there. And then these two properties, again, will function differently in the different seating areas. With that, I'd like to have Chad sworn in.
Hey, sir, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Chad Williams, ChadWilliams.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Chad, did you hear the statements I made to the board this afternoon?
Yes, I did.
Are they true and accurate?
100%.
Okay, would you adopt them?
Chad, stay close to the mic so we could,
Okay. Could you please explain to the board your vision for this concept? You'll do a much better job than I would if I even tried.
Yes, so we've been operating Friday, Saturday, Sunday for about 10 years now. We've been very fortunate to have a busy restaurant. Again, we were fortunate to have the building adjacent to us come up for sale, and then the second building come up for sale. So what we're able to do is build what is essentially our dream restaurant. With the addition of the first building, with the second building, we decided to do a tasting menu restaurant. Really high-end dining experience. We were tight on back of house space with the addition of the first building. Lucky enough to have the second building come up for sale. That allowed us to add a few more seats, but more importantly, a larger back of house and operational space for us to work in. With that, we're able to piggyback off the infrastructure at Friday, Saturday, Sunday, including some of the storage, the trash, and other shared efficiencies. And we're really lucky to have this space next to us.
And very briefly, could you just explain the flow of diners through the space? Because
yeah, so we do have a 3-story dining space, but what seems to be enough room for 60 people, it's basically 18 to 20 for dinner, and then the private dining room. What happens is you enter through the front, you're welcomed on the first floor with snacks and beverages, and then you move throughout the space. So after you're done your drinks, you move to the second floor where you have 2 separate dining experiences, one a little more casual, then you move for the sit-down savory portion of the menu. Once you're done there, you'll move to the third floor for pastry and after-dinner drinks. So what that gives the neighborhood, we're not adding 100 more guests tonight. It's more of a high and fine dining experience where it's a little risky on the business side for us, but I think it provides something the city doesn't have, and we're also able to minimize the impact on the neighborhood, which we live in, we work in. We really have a great group of neighbors who've been supportive, and we want to do well by them.
And the last thing I want to note is the entrance to this facility is on Rittenhouse Square, but in terms of drop-offs, where are those going to be directed?
Yeah, the new restaurant will share the drop-off with Friday, Saturday, Sunday, which is on 21st Street.
If there's any other questions, we'll be happy to answer them.
Questions from the board?
A few. So I know when we looked at the last concept, there was the idea of having a bunch of people that sat at the bar, and then there was that private dining area that you plan to rent out at the rear. Is the idea that in this new expanded concept, you'd still have sort of that private dining event space, or is this going to convert now to this new sort of, I don't know, sequential?
It was always sequential, but now we have a larger kind of welcome area for them on the first floor. And there is a small private dining room to the rear of the first floor.
Yeah, because I think it was 49 or 54 seats.
Yeah, now it is not. We were able to kind of shrink the number of people we have and hopefully charge a little bit more for the experience because of the architecture and what the space is. So there's a small private dining room at the rear, but that front portion where you see folks walking where it says bar, it's essentially a welcome area. It's not a bar in the traditional sense where people come in and have drinks and sit for 2 hours.
Right.
You enjoy your welcome beverage.
It's going to be like if you have a reservation, you can come in to the second half. Otherwise, everybody else is still going to be the existing restaurant and bar.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I think the second question is these are obviously 2 completely separate buildings now. With the unity of use, are you going to be knocking through walls? And does this give you any type of ability to sort of streamline things like trash, exhaust, and all of the other parts? Because I know you had to have the outside exhaust for the first restaurant because you didn't have the space. Is it allowing you to address any of that technical pieces?
The trash, we have an outdoor shed which currently houses our trash and then our refrigeration, the compressors and condensers. We're gonna move those to the roof, and then that outdoor space will be trash for both spaces, trash enclosure for both spaces. The new restaurant, the ventilation will go through the building out through the roof. It will have a separate system.
And then for the new concept, how many seatings or how many customers are you anticipating a night?
We hope, we plan on 40, 40.
So what, like, it'll be
so
like
it's-
one seating?
It's two, so they would kind of rotate through. And it's about a 2.5 hour experience, so we usually have a 5:30, like we do it Friday, Saturday, Sunday at 5:30 and then an 8:30.
Okay.
Other questions? Questions or comments from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Do not see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
Amy Board with the Planning Commission.
Not a question, but a comment. I keep reading about you guys, so, you're doing something.
We're trying. We are
Get the
trying.
rest of them in, so I don't have.
Yeah. For sure, for sure.
All right,
Thank you
so
for
I have one question
Yeah.
before we vote. Why don't you have the awards on your,
On my jacket.
yeah.
It's a good idea. You know what? Next time you
Give me
see me
credit for
though.
that.
There is an article in the record about that, but I didn't want to be quite so blunt.
Right.
That's a really good idea, and I think I'll get them sold on.
Planning Commission.
Amy Board with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning to the existing CMX1 commercial mixed use. The proposed expansion of the use on an adjoining property is in harmony with the citywide vision recommendation 2.1.1 to support and promote Center City and as a primary economic center of the region. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for a sit-down restaurant.
MI 2020-000-495, 2048 Rittenhouse Square. I vote yes with proviso. Trash stored in an existing exterior trash container for the attached restaurant and collected by a licensed trash hauler after 7 a.m. weekdays and after 8 a.m. on weekend. Deliveries to occur on Rittenhouse Square side after 8 a.m. and venting through to the roof. Okay.
Thank you.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Wynn, my vote is yes with provisos.
By the way, congratulations.
Thank you.
You guys do a great job.
Thank you.
I get a little nervous when you say you got to raise the rates a little bit. but
So do I. So do I.
Why don't we take a 5-minute break and then we're going to come back in and.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Anytime.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman, and I will be chairing the zoning board hearing. With me is our vice chair, Tadetta Graham,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
our secretary, Cheryl L. Gaston,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
board members Michael Johns,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Taya Wynn,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Ryan.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
You didn't even let me say it.
Right.
Oh, if I did that once before, you know what? I should have said McSherry. This hearing is being recorded and will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you agree to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote participation. Whether in person or on Zoom, if you are called to speak, please state and spell your name and then wait to be sworn in. After that, state your name each time you're called to testify. To enter your appearance on the Zoom webinar, speak with a staff member, call the ZBA office at the close of business tomorrow. Call 215-686-2429 and provide your name, email, and the address of the case. Remote participation. Raise your virtual hand when directed to speak. When you're called upon, you must click the Join as a Panelist button. Use the Q&A questions for procedural issues and not cases themselves. And if you are joining as a panelist, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. Let's look at our schedule. Of course, there's no one here. Number 1, MI 2025-002-467, 5861 Willows Avenue. That case is continued to 9/23/26 at 3:30 p.m. Number 5, MI 2025-007-615, 3612 North Fifth Street. Michael and G. Cho are the listed owners. We have no exhibits. This is the first listing.
Mr. Chair, the applicant was on earlier and we advised him that we would be continuing this matter and asked him to contact the office for additional assistance. Thank you.
This case is going to be continued to 9/23/26 at 3:30 p.m. Are there any other requests for continuances?
Mr. Chair, me again. We did get a request actually for number 3. The attorney is not available to proceed this late in the day, so he sent a request for continuance.
Right, and that's I guess nice news. MI 2025-005-346, 58 South Second Street. That case is continued to 9/23/26 at 3:30 p.m. Over here, we'll go to number 2. Number 2. MI 2025-005-341, 1507 West Thompson Street. Rachel Pritzker is the attorney.
Good evening.
Hi, counsel. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure. Rachel, Rachael, Pritzker, Pritzker.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Could you identify your client and the relationship to this property?
Yes, my client is Tamad Holdings 2 LLC, who is the owner of the property.
Now, I see a letter of support from Beach and also a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember Young. Our
Yes.
vice chair has a few questions.
Sure.
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you.
Ooh.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
We can.
Make sure it's the right screen. Hold on. I have 2 screens up. Sorry. Okay. So this is 1507 West Thompson Street. This is the application for appeal. Just go through the refusal. This property is zone RSA 5. We have 1 use refusal for visitor accommodations. We are seeking relief for a variance to permit limited lodging, also known as visitor accommodations at the property. There's no physical changes to the property, no additions, expansions, exterior alterations, increased density, or dimensional relief being proposed. So just this refusal. This was the application for appeal. Project information form, property cert for taxes, the deed. This is a zoning map of the property. As mentioned, it's RSA 5. The property is a single-family home where we're requesting use variance for visitor accommodation, but it's worth noting that the property does have a history of commercial mixed use. Used to have a food mart on the ground floor and 2 units. This is an aerial of the property, a little bit of vacancy on the block, and the property is this mid one right here. These were the zoning posters on the property. Just some interior photos. And then I can go through floor plans. Again, no alterations, but given the need to make sure we go through the building code considerations, if we're granted a variance, we had floor plans drawn up. This is the portion of the code that doesn't allow for visitor accommodations. This property is located in close proximity to Temple University, nearby medical institutions, neighborhood businesses, and residential communities that regularly attract visitors. A lot of individuals visiting students, family members, local institutions, or neighborhood events frequently seek accommodations close to the places and people they're visiting. This is really just not speculative. This was actually in operation for, I think, about 6 months. And had no issues with any of the neighbors, no violations on the property. The zoning code and the hardship here arises from the matter that the zoning code really restricts visitor accommodations in most zoning classifications unless it's a high density CMX 3, 4, 5 zoning classification. So as a practical matter, opportunities for visitor accommodations in many neighborhoods are not possible, and they tend to be concentrated in areas where those zoning classifications exist, as mentioned. So this property, again, was previously used for about 6 months for this use, had no issues with it, and it does allow for people in more close proximity to this area, visiting family, friends, or going to the hospital, another place to stay that is not a center city or more CMX 345 related use that allows for this by right. We did have a community meeting. Notice was sent to 138 nearby neighbors, and the registered community organization sent a letter of support. In their letter, they stated that the purpose is to provide quality accommodations for guests visiting Philadelphia for business, family visits, cultural events, and tourism, and it will be managed to ensure compliance with the city regulations. And they issued us a letter of non-opposition or support. And as mentioned, we did have a letter of non-opposition from the councilman's office as well. This is their letter.
So council, just for a point of information, Tanet is going to handle this. I try not to handle things that were around Temple, okay?
No problem, Chairman. This is our memo of law that we include in all of our packets. And as mentioned, this just allows for an opportunity for visitor accommodations in the Temple area. And again, the hardship is really imposed by the zoning classification. You can't do any short-term rentals without relief from this board unless you're in one of the higher density areas, which leaves some challenges for those who don't want to be in Center City to visit family, friends. And again, there has been no issues with the community around this property, and we'll be making no modifications to the property as well. If I can bring on the owner, Danielle Jefferson.
Yep, thank you. You can bring your client on.
Thank you.
I'll be coming back in as a panelist.
Hello.
Chairwoman, she's on.
What's your client's name again?
Danielle Jefferson, she's on.
Okay. Danielle,
Yes.
can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep. Yes, we can see you and see you. Can you
Okay.
state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Sure. Danielle, Danielle, Jefferson, Jefferson.
Okay, and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, all right. Rachel?
Yes. Danielle, have you heard my testimony today? Do you believe it to be true and accurate, and do you adopt it as your own?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, questions from the board?
Is this just one unit? Is that what I was seeing in terms of
Yes.
the pictures?
Yes.
Okay. And how many bedrooms?
Danielle, do you know how many bedrooms?
Yes. There's 5 bedrooms. It's a 3-story home with 5 bedrooms and 3.5 baths.
So the house itself with the 5 bedrooms and the 3.5 baths, that's what you're using for the Airbnb?
Yes.
Or for the visitor accommodation?
Yes.
Okay, the entire property?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Other questions from the
I
board?
can send them an invoice on.
Okay, questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Madam Chair.
And do we have questions from the virtual audience?
No
None?
hands. No.
Okay, all right, Planning Commission?
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing zoning of RSA 5 residential single family. The appellant has not demonstrated that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of the property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the requested variance for visitor accommodation.
If I can just respond briefly, Chairwoman.
Sure thing.
Yeah, just as mentioned, the code presents a hardship as it doesn't allow for any visitor accommodations except in like the high density areas of the city, which makes it difficult for anybody outside of those areas to be able to have a short-term rental use. It's also worth mentioning, as I'm sure the board is well aware, that there's public benefits to this, as it stands with a significantly increased tax, which contributes to the Visitors and Convention Bureau, which supports the city as a whole. So there is an upside to this as well.
Okay, thank you. MI 2025005341, 1507 West Thompson Street. I vote yes with proviso. Temporary variance to expire, a 3-year temporary variance expires 6/4/2029.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Hi, Owen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Number 4, MI 2025-007-576-918 North 28th Street. Zen Jin is the attorney. There's a letter of support from Fairmount Civic Association. We don't get that much, do we? Fairmount. Zen?
Yes,
Oh, Zen, you've
Yeah.
already been sworn. Just state your name, please.
yes, Zenjin, Zhenjin.
Could you identify your client, the relationship to this property?
Yes, it's though I can't pronounce it well. Theophanis LLC. Mr. Matteo Maltepes representing the LLC is my client.
Okay, our vice chair has a few questions.
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes,
Okay, and this is a referral, so do you waive the reading of the referral and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed.
Thank you. I'm going to share with the board what was previously submitted. Can the board see my exhibit on their screen?
We can.
Thank you. So good evening. This is an application for use of this location at 918 North 28th Street as a coffee shop slash ice cream shop, which is essentially falls under the prepared food shop use within the zoning code. Because it is a CMX 1 zone district, this is a special exception in that area. We actually met with the RCO and obtained support with the condition that they have stated in their letter, they are concerned with prior operators and also the property being vacant for some time. There were some trash issues in that area. And the neighbors particularly wanted to make sure that trash would be stored indoors, particularly overnight, and would be picked up in the morning when the commercial pickup happens. We have no problem with that. That's not an issue for this property, as there are actually, if you look at the photographs, this is a corner property that has a commercial style space already in the first floor, which will be converted to the coffee ice cream shop. There are access to the basement, which is through what is essentially Belco doors, that allows the owner to utilize the basement to store trash overnight. There's nothing related to the shop itself that's going to be in the basement, so it's essentially going to be storage. So trash storage there would not impact the health code requirements of the business itself. Currently, the space is vacant. It was used as some sort of an office space before. We intend to renovate this space into just a simple shop. It'll have ice cream, a prep area for coffee espresso machines, a little bit of prepackaged pastries to go with the coffees, and that's essentially it. There'll be a standing counter as well as some seating, the bathroom, and storage. So it's a very small shop with a small operation, and I believe for that reason, we submit to the board that it would not cause any negative impact greater than what's normally expected of this kind of use. And being that it's a relatively light use, it really would not cause negative impacts to the neighborhood. So that is essentially our request before the board for a special exception to permit the use of this CMX1 location as a coffee shop. My client is here to verify my testimony, and I'm happy to answer
Sure.
any questions.
What's your client's name?
Mateo Maltepes.
Okay. Mr. Maltepes, can you raise your hand virtually so you can be identified? Thank you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, Matteo Maltepes, Matteo. Last name Maltepes, Maltepes.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel.
Thank you. Mateo, did you hear my representation before the board and see the presentation on your screen?
I did.
Can you verify what I have represented to the zoning board to be true and correct and adopt it as your own testimony?
Yes.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
Yeah, what are your
Did
hours
you
of
speak to?
operation gonna be?
I was about to ask that. Yeah.
Yes. So the hours of operation, it's anticipated to be from the hours of operation, it's Sunday through Thursday, anticipated to be 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. And then Friday and Saturday, 8 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. They'll not be up. So it's essentially a full 7 days operation.
What's the plan for the use in the basement? I know you mentioned the Belco door and storage, but
Yeah, so it's basically storage. There's
dry
no,
goods or refrigerated?
no, not refrigerated, just dry items. And actually, they were thinking that would be good for trash storage indoors overnight as well. So they're actually not going to put, because it's a coffee shop and ice cream has to stay in the fridge in the ice cream freezer, they're not going to put any real food items in the basement. It's not really set up for true storage in that sense.
Is the ice cream freezer and whatever's sort of in the kitchen area, is that the only refrigeration on site?
Yes, I believe that is. Mateo, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and then is there any, like, just because I've worked at ice cream place and we had a pretty sizable kitchen area, I think, are there any toppings? Are you doing
No.
any like fruit prep or any other types of things going on the ice cream? That looks like a
Right.
really small kitchen for this setup.
So the ice cream is delivered to me, and I just put it in the 12 tub machine I have. It's a 12 tub ice cream dipping cabinet, a Vanco, and that's about it.
So
So
again,
it's soft serve?
No,
No,
hard ice
you're
cream.
you're ham dipping. Yeah.
Yes.
so are you, were you done? Oh, okay. So I guess I'm still confused about this whole idea of using the basement for the trash because you say you don't really have any food storage, but don't you have cones? Don't you have cups? Don't you have utensils? I mean, where the space looks a little small to have all those kinds of things sort of stored in there. I mean, I'm not sure about how many customers you have and what have you, but you're not going to have any, you're not showing on this that there's
May I speak?
space for those things.
Yes,
Go
yes.
ahead.
So I do have some, you see where it says the sink and everything, espresso machine to the left of that before the, as you can see, storage, there's a storage room in the closet. So I have storage there in which I keep a lot of items. And then I also have some cabinets across that I keep some cups and stuff of the matter.
Just a general note, it would be helpful if the plan was to scale, because I think right now, I'm assuming that your tiles are 1x2s, but they're like, things are not all the same size. It also looks like the plan has been manipulated. So it's also, it looks misleading. And the hand wash station being behind the ice cream freezer makes it seem unlikely that a person's gonna wash their hands.
Yeah, I mean, the plans were not architecturally prepared, so we do understand that it's a little bit confusing on some of the items.
It's not as
Mateo,
confusing and more that it's misleading. I can read
understood.
it, it's just misleading. Each of those tables are shown right now with like less than 6 inches between them, no chairs, and they're only like depicted at about 1.5 feet wide. So like that's not what it would be in real space. So it does make me wonder about egress, access to doorways, access to the bathroom, access to the stairwell to basement, to have like clear circulation path through here as well. Both ice cream and coffee are things that tend to have long lines. So I just question the flow, the way it's drawn.
Hey, and you
So,
guys thought I was rough.
Mateo, do you
So Zen,
Yeah.
why don't we consider doing this? Why don't you go back and relook at it, figure out, listen to what some people said, and we'll give you a resumptive hearing and see if
Okay.
we can come up with a better plan, okay?
Okay.
So
Thank you.
that's going to be 8/8/26 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you.
Okay, sure. All right. Number 6. 8/18/26. MI 2025-007, 639, 523 Tasker Street. Jennifer Bizzillo is the attorney.
Hi, I'm already a panelist for some reason. So
Here you go. Here you go. You've already been sworn. Just state your name for the record.
sure, Jennifer Bazidlo, Bazydlo.
Could you identify your client and the relationship to the property?
Sure, my client is Aurora Jacob, and she is the property owner.
And I see that Dickinson Square gave you unanimous support, and Councilmember Squilla also is a non-opposition. Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I did.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, Jennifer, bring us home.
Okay.
Please.
All right. So I'm going to try to keep this one also pretty short and simple. I was just going to say, this is through a
That's what
series of
everybody says, but go ahead.
through circumstances. This is the third time we're here, and this has actually already been approved, but it expired. So with that in context, like I said, I'm here today representing Aurora Jacob. She is the property owner. Also on the line, I have their design and build company, G Space, with Angela and Michael. So let's just get into this a little bit here. I have all the exhibits were submitted. I won't go through them. But so this is the property here. It's an RS, it's a parcel, it's 1,342 square feet, and there's an existing 3-story structure on it. My client Aurora obtained this home in 2010 when she purchased it from her siblings, who had inherited from her parents, and the family has owned this property since the 1980s. Like I said, this is our third time before the board on this project due to a series of unfortunate events that, stuff happens. Okay, so in 2010, I'm just going to run through that briefly. In 2010, after the property was obtained, Aurora went ahead and applied for a zoning and use permit for a 3-family dwelling and an addition on the 2nd and 3rd floors in the rear of the property. In 2011, that zoning variance was granted for both the use and the construction of the addition. And then she went ahead and started that project and obtained a bunch of permits, as you can see here. Unfortunately, the contractors that were hired that first time pulled permits, began work, and disappeared without finishing the job, but did take a lot of her money. So she gathered up her money again, and in 2015 and 16, she hired another contractor who started the project again, and again did not finish the work. This is not G-Space. This is not the current contractor, just to be very, very clear. So what I will say is that all the prior work was done with permits, and the structure itself that we're talking about is up. We can see it in the back here. This is the back structure. I'll show you the plans. So in 2024, Aurora hired me, knowing that our zoning permit for the use had expired. And we came back here and there was a new zoning permit issued for the 3-family dwelling. And the reason we did not at that time go ahead and ask for a zoning permit for the rear yard length was because when I had looked at the permits for that addition, it was marked closed. So I had assumed that, and the contractors had assumed that that part of the work had been finished and we didn't need to renew a variance for that. However, when they went to go apply for the permits to finish up the project, Elle and I said, oh no, the contractors never got the final sign off and you're going to need to get a new variance for the extension in the back. So, like I said, the work is done, the permits were pulled, apparently they just did not get the final inspection, and that's where we are today. So, let me just show you the current state of the building. Oops, sorry, 1 second. I'm on the wrong thing. As you can see, this building is mostly together. These are some examples of the units. The addition's already been fully built. And again, this was all with permits, with electrical, plumbing. This is what it looked like before the project was started. So what we're looking for is to kind of renew that 2011 permit, 2010 to 2011 permit, so that we can get those final sign-offs and do any other additional work. I think the fire suppression system needs to be fully hooked up and get this building finally back into use. So let's just see a couple more things here. So here's the plan. You can see here, this is, let me just zoom in because you can see here kind of where the addition was built on the back. So I think things to point out here is that, first of all, even when the first time around, the rear yard was not actually shortened at all. There had been a smaller, like a shorter structure all the way to the line where this addition is now. It was just that there was one section that needed to be completely rebuilt and the other sections just had additional floors built over it because it was that typical thing where you had 3 stories in the front and an older addition in the back. And so it was just building up on a footprint that was already there. So this hasn't changed. The rear yard length hasn't changed since this building was constructed in the early 1900s, whenever it was, a long, long time ago, right? And we were just building up. Like I said, and it's already there. If not for these contractors walking away, it would have been signed off on and this building would be occupied now. So But I did want to also say that let's just go to the aerial photo. This is not an uncommon rear yard. You can see there's lots of other properties on this block that go pretty far back onto the property line. I will also note that there is no refusal for occupied area because there is quite a large side yard on this that's almost 6 feet wide. It's like 5'9". So you have a lot of open area still, and there is an alleyway in the back here that's like reserved for that we're not occupying. We had a meeting with Dickinson Square, which is the same group that we met with before, and they voted to, there is, I guess, 14 people in attendance. It was a unanimous support. And also Aurora and the design and build team had previous to this went out to reach out to the community, and we got 25 letters of support from near neighbors, 7 on the same block and 5 from the block on the rear. And none of those letters of support are from the same people that were at the community meeting. So we had pretty good representation between the community meeting and this block and the letters of support of people that are supporting this project. So just in summary, before I have my client come on and adopt my testimony, you know, we're trying to really just finish up this project that was first approved in 2011. The use was renewed in 2024. It was clearly some weird glitch that it was marked closed, but it wasn't closed. So now we just need to go ahead and get the zoning variance for the existing addition that was built with the 2011 permit to finalize the project and get these units back in operation. So with that, I would ask Aurora to raise her hand and adopt my testimony.
Please raise your virtual hand and wait to be sworn in. Laura Jacob, please raise your virtual hand.
And if you cannot find her, you could, if there's either Angela or Michael DiBucci, you can have them raise their hand.
Michael or Angela Bucci, please raise your virtual. Okay. Angela DiPrima Bucci will be coming back in as a panelist shortly.
Great. Thank you. My client's a little, she's not as familiar with technology, so she might have had trouble.
Ms. Pizzidlo, is Angela, is she one of the owners of the property? Because I only have Aurora Jacob listed on the deed.
Angela is the design professional, so she can at least.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
You can call her as a witness. Okay. Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Angela DiPrima-Bucci. That's Angela DiPrima DiPrima-Bucci.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Yes.
Counsel, proceed.
Angela, you heard my testimony. Do you believe what I described as the history of this property and the additions on this property is accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And if I asked you all those questions, you would have said basically what I said, correct?
Yes.
All right. I just wanted that to be on the record then, if we can't get Aurora to adopt at all.
All right, questions from the board? Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions from the virtual audience?
Any further hands, Mr. Chair?
Planning Commission.
Amy Wood with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location to the current RSA 5 residential single family. The proposed addition was constructed under permit number 309036. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for a rear yard setback.
MI 2025-007, 639, 523 Tasker Street. I vote yes with proviso. Certificate of occupancy to be obtained.
Yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Hi, Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good. Is there anyone in the audience whose case has not been called?
Mr. Chair, I do not see any further hands.
Okay, thanks, everybody. And I would tell you what, we're about 40 minutes ahead of schedule. Because he had to start at 6:50 or something like that, the last one, right? Thanks, everybody. We did get through a lot of work
Yeah.
today.